I want to begin this video with a question. How many of you, upon seeing the image of Hyrule Field at dusk and hearing the first note of this piano piece, thought to yourselves, really? Another Ocarina of Time review that starts with the opening? It's a fair complaint to have. I myself find it tiresome seeing this exact same scene at the start of every video essay ever made on this game. But there's a reason why it's so ubiquitous, why every Zelda music compilation starts with this song, and why every video about Ocarina of Time begins with this scene. Because the opening of Ocarina of Time, like the game itself, is perfect. It's a simple shot. Link rides a horse across the plains and hills of Hyrule at dusk, while a simple piano piece plays the scene in, soon joined by a single ocarina. Two instruments, as simple as a song can get. But there's complexity to be found within this simplicity, a statement you'll find to be this game's golden rule. While the wide open plains and many feats of Link's equestrian skill indicate a sense of freedom and adventure, the fact that this all takes place not at sunrise or sunset, as is often the case with tales of adventure, but instead at twilight, a time often associated with change and solemnity, is disconcerting. It implies that the scenery is but a single, fleeting moment in time. Combine that with the beautiful yet unmistakably bittersweet accompanying track, and it becomes clear just what kind of story the player is in for. One of adventure, growth, and heroic feats. But also one of responsibility, decay, and ultimately, loss. These are the key themes of Ocarina of Time's story, and here they are, all conveyed within the first few seconds of us booting up the game. I'm not going to sugarcoat things here. This game's a 10 out of 10, and I fully recommend it to anyone who has not yet had the privilege of playing it. If that's all you're here for, then there you have it. You don't need to keep watching. Play the goddamn game already. That being said, I doubt you clicked on a 3-hour review of the highest rated game of all time simply to see if I'd recommend it to you or not. That would be strange. So if you're not here for the conclusion, but rather wish to see me analyze the hows and whys of Ocarina of Time's timeless quality, then take comfort in knowing that we shall be examining this game in excruciating detail, from its dungeon design to its story to its music and all its side content. Ocarina of Time is a game so legendary and so important that it deserves that kind of in-depth critique, and I am all too happy to provide. So with all that being said, let's get to analyzing the greatest Zelda game, nay, the greatest game ever made. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time begins with a nightmare, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call this a premonition of things to come. A young boy sees himself before the great gates of Hyrule as a little girl is whisked away on horseback, only for a great beast of a man in black armor to appear, the mere sight of which freezes the young boy with terror. The scene then shifts to the great Deku tree, the guardian spirit of Hyrule's dense forests, but he is dying. He admits that he can no longer protect the children of the forest, the Kokiri, from the threats of the outside world. The time has come for the Child of Destiny, for Link, to set out on a journey to save Hyrule. To assist in that role, the Deku Tree assigns Navi to be the boy's guardian fairy. Navi flies forth, with the camera following her in first person. This serves as both a technical showcase of the game's 3D graphics, one which was quite impressive at the time of this game's release in 1998, and as an establishing shot of Kokiri civilization in and of itself. A village of children who live with nature, rather than against it. Navi enters Link's home, shakes the boy awake, and the game finally begins. The opening of Ocarina of Time might not be as snappy or to the point as the original NES title or Link's Awakening, but that's because it has a lot more elements to juggle than any of the earlier games did. And that's even if you exclude this game's story from the equation. You have to remember, first and foremost, that Ocarina of Time was the very first 3D open world video game that actually worked, much in the same way that the original Zelda was the first open world game, period, that actually worked. Every adventure game after The Legend of Zelda had to be The Legend of Zelda. It set the template for all open world games to come. It was an extremely sturdy foundation upon which Miyamoto and his team could then build all future games in the series off of. But much in the same way that Miyamoto had to completely reinvent the Mario series when it transitioned to the N64, so too would Ocarina of Time have to reinvent the Zelda formula as it adjusted adjusted to the third dimension. That's why these games can't just plop the player into an open field and say go anymore. In 3D, story-based action-adventure games, you ideally want to create an opening that can introduce the game's story, setting, and gameplay all at the same time, while still managing to be brief yet informative. And to be frank, most 3D Zelda games, and hell, most 3D video games in general going forward, are not going to be able to pull this off. Wind Waker sacrifices the consistency of its storytelling and level design in order to establish a brand new setting, the Great Sea. Twilight Princess sabotages the first hour of its gameplay in order to properly establish its characters and world building. Skyward Sword kinda just fails at everything, and Breath of the Wild will completely kill its storytelling capabilities in order to create an amazing gameplay tutorial. And to top off all of those individual shortcomings, none of these games' openings can be beaten in less than an hour. 2 hours in Breath of the Wild's case, and like 4 in Tears of the Kingdom. No matter what 3D Zelda game you name, it seems like there's always at least one element of their openings that they mess up. A sacrificial lamb of sorts upon which the rest of the game can be built atop. And frankly, that's to be expected. Making games, especially 3D games, is hard, and compromises have to be made in order to get your product out the door on time. That's simply the reality of the gaming industry. It sucks, but that's how your average game is made these days. But Ocarina of Time is not your average video game. Its opening tutorial manages to juggle all three of these elements, storytelling, world building, and gameplay, perfectly, while simultaneously keeping itself brief, yet succinct. It doesn't bombard you with walls of text before you're allowed to actually play the game, it doesn't make you herd goats for an hour, it doesn't force you to watch 30 cutscenes before even approaching the first dungeon, and it doesn't sit you down for a 10-minute history lecture courtesy of the dead king of Hyrule. Your two opening goals are simple: find yourself a sword and a shield. That's it. Accomplish these two tasks in any order, and in any way that you want, and you'll be challenging the very first dungeon of the game in all of about 5 to 10 minutes. And it's not just the brevity of Ocarina of Time's tutorial that makes it so fantastic. The underlying game design is just perfect. Kokiri Forest serves as a microcosm of the entire game, stripped down into a single area. You explore the environment, find rupees, buy new gear, and discover ancient treasures that will ultimately expand the player's moveset and open up more of the game world. There are rupees hidden everywhere throughout this forest, inside houses, beneath rocks, on high up platforms, in the grass. Practically any location of interest will have a rupee nearby. This rewards the player for taking the time to thoroughly explore the environment, while subtly teaching all the many points of interest to look for throughout the game. Chests, fields of grass, and high places will generally hold most of the game's future secrets, so that's where you'll find the most rupees here in the Kokiri Forest. It's a subtle teaching tool, but it works. Once the player finds one rupee in an NPC's house, he'll tend to search NPC houses every time he sees them for the rest of the game, a habit that shall lead to even greater rewards as the game goes on. Once the player acquires the sword and shield, he'll be free to speak to the Great Deku Tree, who will reveal that a man cloaked in black cast a terrible curse upon him. If we don't do something about it, this curse will continue to eat away at the Great Deku Tree and slowly spread throughout the Kokiri Forest. He therefore tasks Link to enter his trunk and purge the source of the curse. Thus begins the first dungeon of Ocarina of Time. One of the most impressive things about this game, even 25 years after its release, is its atmosphere. Every location in Ocarina of Time simply breathes imagination, while the camera work, lighting, and music manage to bring all of these incredible environments to life, even in spite of the game's aged visuals. As I said in my Final Fantasy VII review, graphics age, but art direction is timeless. And oh boy did Yoshiaki Koizumi knock it out of the park with this game. The camera pans down from the very top of the Great Deku Tree to its base, focusing in on a now minuscule looking Link as the music begins to kick in. It makes you feel small, like a child exploring an ancient, sacred place far older than you could possibly ever imagine. For thousands of years, this great tree has stood, and if you don't do something to purge the infection that's slowly killing it, then you'll be the last person to ever set foot here. An eon's worth of history rests squarely upon your shoulders. To quote the great Dunkman himself, this is how you establish atmosphere in a video game. One of the most impressive things about Ocarina of Time's dungeons is their attention to detail, how lived in and historic each place feels. There's a story to be found in each of these locations, but even if you aren't paying attention to that sort of thing, the visuals and soundtrack alone should be more than enough to impress even on a surface level. This is the first Zelda game to attempt to connect each dungeon's design with the main story and setting of the game. These temples aren't merely random locations with seemingly no rhyme or reason to their existence, as was the case in Zelda 1 or A Link to the Past, but real places with actual in-universe purposes to each and every one of them. But a level's atmosphere means nothing if the actual game design accompanying it is garbage. And luckily for Ocarina of Time, the dungeons in this game are some of the very best we'll see in the entire series. While Eiji Aonuma's legacy as lead developer of the Zelda series has been complex, and I would personally argue that he's had a mostly negative influence on the franchise as a whole, I do think that his start here with Ocarina of Time was quite strong. At the very least, it seems like he understood what worked and didn't work about the earlier Zelda games' dungeon designs, and fine-tuned those elements when creating the dungeons in Ocarina of Time. Certainly, interviews from the time suggest that he had a deep appreciation for the Legend of Zelda's puzzle-solving elements more so than its combat, and understood how to create incrementally paced difficulty spikes that would facilitate growth in the player's puzzle-solving capabilities over the course of the game's runtime. The Great Deku Tree is a strong start in that regard. One of the more brilliant aspects of its design is that it's built vertically, with the first half seeing the player ascend the inside of the Deku Tree's trunk, and the second half seeing him infiltrate the root of the infection, deep beneath the soil. This not only fits with the game's plot and current setting, thereby making the level design feel like an actual part of the larger game world, but it also communicates one of the most important focuses of 3D Zelda's dungeons going forward: space. Many of the challenges we'll see throughout this game, as well as later titles in the series, rely on the player's ability to investigate a 3D environment and snip out the solutions to incrementally paced puzzles. The very first thing Navi will draw the player's attention to is these vines. They create a rough surface, allowing Link to climb them. This is how we ascend the trunk of the Great Deku Tree, but soon enough, we'll be greeted with this little diving board, at the end of which lies a recovery heart. It almost begs the player to jump off it, and in doing so, Link will land straight on the cobwebs leading underground, and they'll give a little, creating an almost subliminal impression in the player's head that, with enough velocity, Link just might be able to break these webs. Similarly, this chest located on the second floor will stick out like a sore thumb, inviting the player to open it and take what's inside: a dungeon map. Much like in the first level of Zelda 1, this rather obvious map placement is deliberate. The devs are teaching the player that all the game's dungeons have a map, and that finding it should always be a primary goal for the player whenever he enters a new dungeon. The vines leading to the third floor are located here as well, but if you try to ascend them right now, the many skulltulas lining the wall will converge on Link and knock him off, forcing the player to instead progress through the second floor. It is here where we find the game's first dungeon item, the slingshot, and are immediately introduced to its mechanics with a short puzzle. The door we entered this room from is located on a ledge that we can't reach on our own, but there's a ladder hanging just above which can solve our current predicament. You'll have to shoot it down, allowing Link to climb back up and exit the room, and thus the player has immediately been taught how the slingshot, and more broadly, ranged combat in general, works in Ocarina of Time. And by applying these lessons to the vines we had trouble ascending earlier, the player can shoot the skulltulas from a distance and ascend to the third floor of the dungeon uninhibited. It's here where 3D Zelda's emphasis on space comes into full fruition. The little diving board at the start of the dungeon taught the player that Link's weight and physics can affect his surrounding environment, more specifically with the web covering the entrance to the dungeon's basement. And now that we've reached the very top of the Great Deku Tree's trunk, the solution becomes self-explanatory. Take a leap of faith and use the momentum of Link's fall to break through the cobwebs. This was a revolutionary game mechanic at the time of the game's release. Super Mario 64 was a great tech demo in regards to character control in a 3D space, but while there were some environmental interactions in that title, most of the game's physics were centered on Mario the character, and not so much Mario's interaction with the surrounding game world. Ocarina of Time, on the other hand, was developed squarely with a focus on the game's environment in mind. That's why Miyamoto seriously considered developing this game with a first-person perspective. He thought that the focus should be on the world of Hyrule, not the character of Link. But he quickly realized, quite wisely I must say, that without seeing Link's position relative to the overworld, it would become difficult for players to understand how their character was interacting with the environment, ultimately hampering the game's puzzles and exploration. And the dungeons of Ocarina of Time capitalize on this 3D perspective perfectly, creating complex, physics-based puzzles that rely on the player's logic skills and ability to understand each element of the dungeon in context with the environment that surrounds it. This type of game design was absolutely genius genius for its time, and it still is even to this day. Every 3D video game after Ocarina of Time would attempt to emulate this type of environmental interaction, to varying degrees of success, of course. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, despite their intrinsic design philosophy and game structure aligning more with the original Zelda, still continue to adhere to and build on the majority of Ocarina's basic design principles. Logic puzzles, character physics, environmental interactions, all of these elements trace their lineage back to this one title, and without it, no future Zelda game, or hell, no future video game, would have ever been the same. The second half of this dungeon continues to build on these physics puzzles. Link will land in a body of water, breaking his fall, and a pressure plate in the very same room will ignite a local torch, which will then burn some surrounding cobwebs. Again, this creates an almost subliminal impression in the player's mind of what both of these environmental elements are capable of. The player will have to light a Deku stick on fire and carry it across the reservoir to burn a giant web blocking the path forward through the dungeon. This puzzle is then built upon throughout the rest of the basement. We get a small trap room that'll introduce underwater swimming, demanding that the player press a switch at the bottom of the pool to lower the water level, which in turn will lower the reservoir's floating platform, allowing the player to pass beneath a spike trap unharmed. Then we're introduced to block pushing, followed by one final torch puzzle to round the section out. Now comes the final puzzle in the dungeon. The player will need to push a block to create a path back to the start, where we lit our first torch, then light another Deku stick and cross the reservoir, and finally light a final cobweb on fire to open the way to the boss room. There's so much going on in this one section of the dungeon. It's teaching the player block pushing, swimming mechanics, torch puzzles, environmental interactions, and yet despite all of these many different elements all being juggled at the same time, it never feels overwhelming to the player, because the introduction of each new mechanic is perfectly paced over the course of several rooms, with the final challenge asking the player to combine all these individual elements to solve one final puzzle. In isolation, this section of the Great Deku Tree is a well-designed puzzle-solving gauntlet all on its own. But what makes it truly great is that all of these little lessons will continue to be relevant in every single dungeon going forward, with each level design building upon this incredibly rock-solid foundation while subtly injecting new elements over time. It's genius stuff. Lying in wait at the end of this dungeon is the game's first boss, Queen Goma, and it's at this point that the player will finally get a true taste of Ocarina of Time's robust combat system. Yes, the combat in this game is robust, even by today's standards. That's a particularly impressive feat, especially when you compare this game to the majority of its contemporary 3D competitors. You see, one of the earliest challenges that 3D video games had to contend with, particularly when designing combat scenarios, was the camera. As you might recall from my Super Mario 64 review, the one part of that game which I criticized the most was the camera. Miyamoto never could decide on what to do with the damn thing, and changed it thousands of times over the course of the game's development, and it really shows in the final product. So when developing Ocarina of Time, a game which, on top of being an action title, would also have prolonged sections of puzzle solving and exploration, Miyamoto knew a drastic change had to be made. The solution was Z-targeting, a system that would allow players to soak in the vast world of Hyrule during normal traversal, then switch to a more focused perspective that would lock onto individual targets whenever encountering enemies. And the most genius part of all, the player would be able to control this new system using only a single input, the Z button. Compared to Super Mario 64's camera, which used all 4 directional C buttons, this was a massive improvement. And unlike with that game, I never find myself struggling with the camera controls in Ocarina of Time. The system is incredibly simple, yet robust. It was so ahead of its time that From Software, the guys who make the most batshit insane, skill-based single-player games these days, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, to name a few, use this exact same system. Hell, Zelda still uses it. Z-targeting has remained virtually unchanged since its inception, and that's because Ocarina of Time got it perfectly on the first try. But it's not just the camera that makes Ocarina of Time's combat so robust. The enemy AI is quite advanced for its time as well, because Z-targeting will intrinsically force the player to focus on taking down one enemy at a time. The devs knew they had to find a way to make combat involving groups of enemies work alongside this singular perspective, and they looked to Japanese sword cinema, or Chanbara, as their source of inspiration. In fact, they even visited a movie studio in Kyoto and modeled their sword fighting animations off the actors they witnessed. And the effect this had on gameplay was substantial. In traditional Chanbara, as you might see in the old Kurosawa films, a lone samurai will often be pitted against a large group of weaker enemies, such as bandits, as a way of showing his superior strength and discipline as a warrior. And to make a fight like this look believable, the director would play this neat little trick where the camera focuses in on the samurai fighting one enemy after after another, while the rest of the group remains conspicuously out of sight. This allows the fight to look believable from the audience's point of view, even when only one or two enemy combatants are fighting the protagonist at any given moment. Ocarina of Time took this cinematic trick and turned it into an actual game mechanic. When the player locks onto an opponent with Z targeting, the camera will, of course, focus in on that one enemy, and so too will the player. So to make sure no other opponents would interrupt this now one-on-one type duel the players entered into, the surrounding enemy AI will actually lose aggro and instead circle around the player, waiting for the current fight to finish. This allows the player to focus in on individual foes without having to worry about suddenly being cheap-shotted by enemies he can't even see. Dark Souls took this gift and spat upon it in order to make its combat more difficult, but for a series like Zelda, which is far more focused on puzzle solving and exploration than it is on combat, the ability to quickly shift between this new combat-focused perspective and a traditional third-person point of view was a perfect fit for the franchise going forward. Legit, the only fix I could see being applied to Ocarina of Time's camera nowadays would be to simply add a second analog stick to allow for occasional manual camera control. And, in fact, that's literally the only change which modern Zelda games have implemented in the last 25 years. On top of an innovative camera system and well-programmed enemy AI, the game's moment-to-moment combat benefits massively from smart enemy design. The first dungeon alone has more enemy variety than the entirety of Breath of the Wild. You have your standard squishies in the form of Deku Babas, who can be quickly defeated with aggressive swordplay, but are still quite dangerous in the early game due to their long reach. There's the Skulltulas I mentioned earlier, which are unbeatable in close quarters, but can be picked off relatively easily from a distance with your slingshot. There are larger ones too, who have armored backs and hang from ceilings. You'll have to wait to strike their bellies instead, but get too close and they'll unleash a deadly spin attack. There's the Deku Scrub, who will burrow into the ground when approached, but you can knock his projectiles back at him with a shield. And of course, there's the Goma larvae, who will drop from the ceiling and aggressively charge the player. But if you take out your slingshot and manually shoot their egg sacs before they hatch, you can kill them before the fight even starts. This is but a small sample of some of the early game's enemies, and as you might have noticed, each opponent has different strengths and weaknesses than the last. If you play Ocarina of Time while only using the sword in combat, well, I suppose it's possible to beat the game that way, but you'll definitely be handicapping yourself. And the game makes that rather clear from the get-go with its first dungeon boss, Queen Goma. Link's sword won't be able to pierce her exoskeleton, but by shooting her eye with a slingshot, you can down the beast and slash at her weak point quite easily. She's a simple boss, quite trivial on most repeat playthroughs due to how large a target her eyeball is. But that's the point. She's here to teach the player that sometimes the sword is not your best option. When we begin encountering flying enemies such as Keese, this will become all the more apparent. Timing your sword swings to strike a Keese just as it charges at Link is damn near impossible, but pulling out the slingshot and locking onto the Keese with Z targeting, or choosing to manually snipe them from a distance, will entirely trivialize the ordeal. But the slingshot isn't the only tool at your disposal. Some enemies possess strong defenses, such as the Stalfos Knight, and will therefore have long wait times in between their openings. But by foregoing a simple sword strike and instead using a Deku Nut to stun them, the player can then use the opportunity to wail on his opponent with a jump strike or set a bomb near their feet. Every opponent in this game has its specific weaknesses, and the player will always have the tools on hand to exploit it. It's simply up to you to discover these secrets for yourself and then apply them in battle. Combining all of these many impressive gameplay elements together results in an incredibly well-designed and robust combat system that simply begs the player to prod at it and discover all it has to offer. Which is why it's sorta shameful that Ocarina of Time's difficulty balancing leans a little too close to easy mode in my opinion. Granted, I'll give it this much. I did actually die a few times on my first run at the game, and even died one more time over the course of my last 3 playthroughs. That's more than I can say for any other 3D Zelda game from here on out, excepting the most recent 2, of course. And I understand why this game was made to be easier than Zelda 1 or A Link to the Past. Miyamoto saw that a lot of players felt alienated by Super Mario 64's difficulty, and so he wanted to create something that could help bridge the gap between 2D and 3D gamers. And when you consider how new all this stuff was back in 1998, then maybe that was the best decision. That being said, Ocarina of Time does stumble a bit with its boss design at times, which is one part of A Link to the Past that I would say is definitively handled better than in Ocarina of Time. All the same, it's still rather impressive just how great Ocarina's general combat system is, even in spite of the sudden jump to 3 dimensions. And for that alone, I'd say it deserves high praise. After killing Queen Goma, the Deku Tree shall inform Link that, though his efforts to purge his curse have saved the forest, it was unfortunately too late for him. The infection has done too much damage to his body, and he shall soon die. In his final moments, the Great Deku Tree tells Link of the Triforce, the omnipotent artifact of the gods, and how the man who killed him did so in an effort to acquire it. He tells Link that he must never allow that man to find it, and gives him the Sacred Stone of the Forest, one of the 3 keys to the Sacred Realm, which he gave his life to protect. With this final request, the Great Deku Tree passes, and the Kokiri, and by extension, Link, lose their father. At this point, the player can now exit Kokiri Forest, though not before Link's best friend, Saria, gives him an ocarina to remember her by. We leave the forest, and that's it. Hyrule Field is now finally open to us. At this point, the player is allowed free reign to roam the overworld however he so pleases. That being said, there are a few parts of the map that won't be accessible right away. For example, you'll need a bomb bag to blow up the boulders blocking off Zora's river, and a letter from Princess Zelda to get past the guards gating access to Death Mountain. But of course, these progression gates aren't too different from the ones we've seen in previous games. The latter found in level 4 opened up large parts of Zelda 1's map, for example, and pretty much the entirety of Link to the Past's Dark World was cut off entirely by item requirements as well. So on the whole, how does Ocarina of Time's overworld hold up? Surprisingly, incredibly well. The simple N64 textures might lead you to believe that this world is quite empty at first, but Ocarina of Time actually manages to pack a surprising amount of content within this seemingly barren-looking field. If anything, the fact that it appears barren at first glance makes finding the many treasures held within all the more rewarding. There are little secrets everywhere in this game. It is by far one of the most stacked Zelda games in that regard, only rivaled by the original, of course. If a tree looks suspicious, chances are it is suspicious, and bombing the ground near it or rolling into the trunk will result in a reward of some kind or another. This is quite similar to Zelda 1's approach to exploration, where secrets were hidden in practically every area of the game, encouraging the player to leave no stone unturned. But exploration in and of itself can only hold a player's interest for so long. The rewards for said exploration, that is, the compensation a player receives for the time he or she invests in the game's side content, must be exciting enough to justify that sort of investment, and Ocarina of Time absolutely delivers in that regard. Heart pieces make their triumphant return, but there's 36 of them this time, as many as the last 2 games combined. And in addition to an increase in quantity, the quality of each piece of heart has been massively improved from the last 2 titles. Instead of there being 5 or 10 duds, there's only one, the stupid piece you get with Dampy, which is based entirely on RNG. But 31 out of 32 is still pretty damn impressive. Still, Ocarina doesn't simply reduce the number of duds, thereby fixing the mistakes of past Zelda titles, but also pushes the envelope in regards to the quality of good piece of heart locations. In the past games, heart pieces were mostly hidden throughout the map, with the only barrier to their acquisition being a missing dungeon item. For example, we had this piece of heart from Link's Awakening that was just sitting out in the open. There's no discovery to be had here, there's no interesting side quest to complete, you just need to beat the first dungeon, then come back and jump over these pits. Easy peasy. Alternatively, many of the mini-games would shell out heart pieces, like the chest guessing minigame from A Link to the Past, or the fishing minigame from Link's Awakening. These were usually fine, but their satisfaction often depended on the quality of the minigames themselves, rather than a sense of discovery on the player's part. Ocarina of Time hosts many of the same types of heart piece locations, yes, but there are 2 great additions to this system that vastly improve its quality. First, many of the item requirement heart pieces have been given greater depth. Take this piece of heart at the entrance of Zora's domain, for example. Sure, you could potentially see a piece of heart like this, figure that Link can't get to it yet, and then reasonably assume that you're simply missing an item. And yes, the very next dungeon, inside Jabu-Jabu's belly, will grant the player the boomerang, with which he can now grab objects from a distance. And so, like in past Zelda games, we simply need to backtrack and bam, you got the heart piece. Cool. But that's the traditional, rigid, 2D solution to this puzzle. Now, If you want to be a real guy, you could instead grab a cuckoo from downstream, carry it up with you to the waterfall, and fly on over to the platform. An out-of-the-box yet completely valid solution. The same rule applies to the piece of heart located in the Kakariko windmill. Yeah, you could enter the second floor from the graveyard in the adult timeline and platform your way over to it the way you're supposed to do it, or you can manually aim a boomerang shot in the child timeline and get it a bit early. Or this one, located atop Dodongo's Cavern. Sure, you could plant a magic bean, travel to the future, and ride this floating plant all the way to the top. You know, the way they want you to do it. Or you can do it the real man's way. Oof, that sounds like it hurt. Well, who needs kneecaps when you can get a piece of heart a couple hours early? Point being, in 2D Zelda, the solutions to acquiring the pieces of heart were always quite rigid, static, which in turn makes the act of collecting them feel exactly the same way on every new playthrough. But Ocarina of Time, as we already established, likes taking a more imprecise, physics-based approach to its puzzle solving. If you've played Breath of the Wild before, that probably sounds quite familiar to you. That game also grants the player great freedom in solving its puzzles with its rather robust physics engine. The difference is, Ocarina of Time does not allow so much freedom that the player can completely trivialize the game's puzzles, as is the case in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Rather, the physics and logic puzzles in Ocarina of Time simply serve as alternatives to some of the more straightforward solutions. It still takes effort on the player's part to come up with the idea of using a cuckoo to fly to this piece of heart, then drag one all the way up Zora's river and finally make the jump. If anything, it actually requires more effort to do it this way than the intended solution, but the reward is proportional to that effort. The player will acquire a piece of heart earlier than he would have otherwise, cutting down on backtracking and boosting the player's health pool earlier in the game, thus making future combat sections easier. It's not an exploit, but a trade-off. That's rarely the case in Breath of the Wild, where the simplest answer is usually the correct one, and has pretty much zero downsides associated with it. And as if the heart pieces didn't add enough content to fill out the map, there's a second set of collectibles to gather on top of that, the gold Skulltulas. In concept, these things are a bit like the seashells from Link's Awakening. There's 100 of them scattered throughout the map, and at certain milestones, in this case every 10 Skulltula tokens, you can return to the House of Skulltula and receive a prize. Each Skulltula location is unique. Many roam the game's dungeons, while others are located out in the overworld. Some require the boomerang or hookshot to acquire, while others rely more on the obscurity of finding their hiding places. They all have a tell though, the sound the Skulltula makes as it roams the environment, which is quite unmistakable. All in all, they're pretty fantastic collectibles. The rewards are worthwhile. 2 wallet upgrades, the Shard of Agony, 10 bomb chews, and a piece of heart. And the locations and the solutions to acquiring their tokens are quite varied and intricately designed, which is much more than I can say for Breath of the Wild's Korok seeds. Except, they do share one key similarity with Breath of the Wild's Korok seeds, one which I find to be quite unfortunate, all things considered. You see, the Skulltula house stops handing out rewards after the 50 token mark, as the cursed children whom you cure by hunting Skulltulas are all free by this point. But their father is not. He says that this is fine, that he is more than happy to see his children alive and well, and that you need not break his curse. But that won't stop completionists from trying to do exactly that. And unfortunately, this is where the questline falls apart, because you'll have to kill every single Skulltula in the game in order to break this curse. This means scouring the whole map over and over again in the endgame, looking for that final token you missed as that torturous 99 gold Skulltula count burns itself into your retinas. I have no idea why the Zelda staff did this. Why the hell couldn't you bring back the totally awesome decision from Link's Awakening to remove the final 6 seashells the moment you collected the necessary 20 for the prize? I'm not even suggesting that the game cut out the last 50 Skulltulas. No, all you need to do is demand a max of, say, 95. That's it. Just let the player miss 5 Skulltulas and we'd have no problem. It's so annoying to have to backtrack through the entire game world and several dungeons just to find the final 3 Skulltulas I missed. Why would you put this in your video game? Look, this obviously isn't as big a deal as Breath of the Wild or, God forbid, Tears of the Kingdom's Korok seeds. Unlike in those games, I'm not bored of collecting these things by a quarter of the way in. 100 Skulltulas is manageable. 1,000 motherfucking Korok seeds is not. But I did it anyway. Fuck you, Aonuma! And like I said, the Skulltula locations are actually quite interesting and varied. That's the advantage of smaller game worlds like Ocarina of Time. You don't have to pad out your 120-hour game with useless filler content. And the reward for collecting all the Skulltulas is quite satisfying. Freeing the father from his curse is genuinely rewarding because you build a relationship with him and his sons over the course of the game. And instead of giving you a literal pile of shit, he'll reward the player with unlimited rupees. Yes, literal unlimited money. Granted, there's not a whole lot you'll be looking to buy at the very end of the game, but still, that's an incredible reward. It just bothers me to see that this team struck absolute gold with the way they handled the collectibles in Link's Awakening, only to completely abandon that system here. And the sad thing is, we'll never see that mechanic utilized again in another Zelda game. At least, not at the time of this video's publishing. A real shame, considering just how badly Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom could have benefited from it. But that's where the negatives end for Ocarina of Time side content. Beyond the added creativity we see injected into each of Ocarina of Time's collectibles out in the overworld, the game also adds several robust side quests which reward the player with a wide variety of rewards, like heart pieces and other collectibles. In Kakariko Village, for example, you can help round up several lost cuckoos and return them to their pen, the prize for which is one of the game's coveted empty bottles. In Castletown, a woman will lose her prized puppy at night, and you'll have to sniff him out from amongst all the strays and return him to his master, who will then reward the player with a piece of heart. There's even a few side quests that span time itself, requiring that the player accomplish 2 parallel sets of tasks as both Child Link and Adult Link. There's 2 side quests in particular that I'm referring to here, one of which ends in an entire mini-dungeon, and the other is, well, it's the Lon Lon Ranch questline, my favorite quest from any Zelda game. I want to save discussing these 2 quests until later because they both deserve sections onto themselves, but in case you couldn't tell by how excited I sound, they're fucking amazing, and the rewards they provide for completion are nigh indispensable. Trading sequences also make a return from Link's Awakening. Like in that game, these are side quests meant to endear the player to several of the game's characters while rewarding thorough exploration of the game world and attention to character dialogue. There are actually 2 separate trading sequences in this game, the first of which is the Happy Mask Shop questline. There's this guy in Castletown who opens up a mask shop with the express goal of, quote, making others happy with his unique business model in which you borrow a mask with a set value, sell it, and then hope to God you can make a profit off the spoils. Basically, it's a multi-level marketing scam, but it works out just fine because you find a guy who's such a sucker that he overpays you by a ridiculous amount at the very end of the questline. So, just like in real life, the only way to escape a pyramid scheme is by roping another person into said pyramid scheme. The horrors of predatory business practices aside, this quest is actually quite fulfilling. The first trade is rather plain. A gate guard asks for a Keaton mask and we happily oblige, earning a meager 5 rupee profit. But the second trade is rather ambiguous. It's a skull mask, so you'll need to find a character who could be in need of such a thing. And sure enough, there is one skull kid in the Lost Woods who does not possess a Stalfos skull of his own, so he'll be quite pleased to buy it from you. The third mask is a creepy wooden one, which a kid who roams the Kakariko Village graveyard will buy off you to make himself look more scary. The final mask is a bunny hood, and it's the hardest one to sell, since you'll have to track down the Running Man, a guy who marathons across all of Hyrule Field, and follow him until nighttime, when he is resting and therefore willing to talk. But as a reward, he'll give Link a shit ton of money in exchange for the hood. So much money that it'll completely fill out your wallet with max rupees. This is the final trade, and the reward you get for it is the Mask of Truth, an item that allows the player to speak to Gossip Stones in order to learn interesting tidbits of world building and character information from throughout the game. All in all, it's a decent quest, but it's not nearly as robust as the second trading sequence, which we'll have to save discussion on until a bit later into the video because it relies on a few story beats we haven't quite gone over yet. All the same, Ocarina of Time hosts an incredible overworld for the player to discover. And shoot, that's just in terms of gameplay analysis. Story-wise, it's even more impressive. The world of Hyrule is so fleshed out, consistent, and detailed that it kind of becomes a character unto itself, which is a compliment that I can't really attribute to any other game in this franchise, or most video games in general. There's like 2. There's a lot of detail to go over when discussing this part of the overworld, so we'll save it for a bit later, after we've discussed some of the more pertinent details of Ocarina of Time's story. For now, just know that Ocarina of Time's overworld is absolutely one of the best from the entire series, masterfully pacing its collectibles, quests, and gameplay progression, while still permitting the player to step off and explore its wide array of side content freely. It's all great stuff. The first major location location we're directed to is Hyrule Castle, which in this game actually has an entire walled city lining its outskirts. Here lies Castletown, the largest settlement in Hyrule, and the main hub of the game in several respects. It hosts most of the world's commerce, entertainment, and gossip. In-game, that means that many of Ocarina of Time's story events, minigames, and shops are all located in this one city, which conveniently sits at the crossroads of the early game's three main settings: Death Mountain, Zora's Domain, and Kokiri Forest. As an individual location, Castletown is incredibly detailed and interesting. It's bright, colorful, and all of the many townsfolk have unique and interesting gossip to share. Of course, the greatest landmark of all is the castle itself, which is off limits to mere peasants like us. So to see Princess Zelda, we'll have to beat a little stealth section. And while I'm usually not a fan of forced stealth sections in otherwise action-focused titles, this stealth section actually works wonders because, well, Link's a child. Plus, we just started out on this journey. There's no way we could reasonably expect ourselves, much less Link, to kill scores of heavily armored adult men just to talk to Princess Zelda. Plus, there's zero motivation for us to do so. Sure, we need to see Princess Zelda because the Great Deku Tree tasked us with doing so in a bid to save Hyrule, but that clearly doesn't permit killing innocent people. And talking our way in won't be possible either, because the guards see Link as just a kid. They tell him to shove off, saying that the castle is no place for children. Even upon capture, the guards won't hurt Link or throw him into prison, as they would no doubt do to a normal trespasser, because they really don't take him seriously. A fact that fits in perfectly with the game's overarching themes. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Once we arrive at the castle moat, we'll find a large hairy man named Talon sleeping in front of a few milk crates, which presents a bit of a problem, since we need to use these crates to reach the sewage grate leading into the castle walls. But if you talk to his daughter, Malin, she'll give us a cuckoo with which we can wake up her dad. Once we enter Hyrule Castle's courtyard, we'll be presented with the second phase of the stealth section. This bit is much more intricate than the last, for while the outskirts of the castle were rather open, and thus granted the player a lot more flexibility in how he chose to sneak through to the end, the courtyard itself has several static guard patrols with very specific ways to get around them. This section is fine. Perhaps you could argue that it drags on a bit longer than it ought to, since we already snuck past scores of guards to get here, but at the very least, its more focused design adds some variety, and certainly fits in with the current plot and setting of the game. Once we make it past the guards, we'll finally meet Princess Zelda, who in this game is a child, same as Link. Apparently, she has also been having nightmares similar to our protagonists, and she believes them to be premonitions, rather than simple dreams. She believes that Ganondorf, a vassal of her father's, is trying to break into the Temple of Time to steal the Triforce, so that he may conquer all of Hyrule. And so, she decides to conspire with Link to acquire the other two spiritual stones, so that we can get to it first. She writes Link a letter, proving that he is her anointed hero on a quest to save Hyrule, then has her attendant, Impa, teach us the Song of the Royal Family, a melody with magical properties to it, before leading us out of the castle and officially setting us on our quest. Our first stop is Death Mountain, the second of the three major locations of Ocarina of Time's early game. Like all parts of the map, it has its own unique set of enemies, the primary ones being Tektites, who roam the road leading up to Goron City, home of the titular Goron species. One thing I love about Ocarina of Time's world design is its creativity. A Link to the Past used a much more generic outline of Tolkien's fantasy universe. Dwarves, elves, fairies, and even some of the more original species, like the Zora, ended up just being mindless monsters. The only character of interest being this one dude who sells flippers, but there's kinda no reason why he does this. It's strange that you can just cut down scores of his brethren, end up at his doorstep, and then, instead of getting mad, he's just like, "Hey, buddy, want some flippers? 200 rupees. Point being, though A Link to the Past was a really good game, its world design and writing lacked any real creativity or common sense, which hampered the game's storytelling capabilities. That, and of course, the history, bitches. Did somebody call me? Nope, we're not doing this again. Ocarina of Time, on the other hand, is a much more creative title. So creative was it that literally every Zelda game hereafter would simply copy and paste the world building of this one game with almost no new additions. Except for Skyward Sword. If there's anything nice I can say about that game, it's that it at least tried to do something different with its story and world building. The inhabitants of Death Mountain, for example, are the Gorons. Though they might at first appear to be your standard mountain-dwelling dwarf race from Tolkien's fantasy novels, you'll find that they actually have a much more diegetic reason for living beneath this mountain. They're rocks, and their diet consists entirely of rocks. Makes sense. And while they do have a few expert smiths and age-old tales of warrior bravery within their culture, the Gorons of the present are pathetically decadent, quite literally unable to bring themselves to eat any rock that is not gourmet enough for their sophisticated palates. It should come as no surprise, then, that the Kingdom of Hyrule has recently subjugated this land, indicated by the presence of Hylian guards sitting at the foot of the mountain, whom will have to show a letter from Princess Zelda herself in order to pass. But the Gorons are currently in a bit of a predicament. Ganondorf sealed off the entrance of Dodongo's Cavern, the cave in which the highest quality rocks are located, and used his sorcery to revive the ancient Dodongo species to make mining operations far too dangerous. This crisis means that Darunia, the leader of the Gorons and bearer of the spiritual stone, is unwilling to negotiate giving it to us unless something is done about his people's plight. But he's not even willing to hear our offer to solve the issue ourselves, and is instead insulted to see that the royal family has sent a child to help his people. Therefore, we'll first need to find a way to cure Darunia's foul mood and gain his trust. And by asking around Goron City, we can find out that the guy really likes the music he hears coming from the nearby forest. And so, by solving a little torch puzzle, we can bomb open a shortcut back to the Kokiri forest and search for the source of the music. Saria. She'll teach us her song, a tune which is beloved by the Kokiri and other creatures of the forest, and tells Link that he can use this tune to speak to her at any time. Essentially, if the player gets lost at any point in the game and needs a little nudge, talking to Saria via playing her song can usually provide a hint or two to get you back on track. With Saria's song in hand, we can put Darunia back in a good mood, and now having proven ourselves to be at least somewhat useful, he'll give the player a chance to earn the spiritual stone by raiding Dodongo's Cavern and killing the beasts which plague it. And in aid of helping us accomplish this task, he gives Link the Goron's bracelet, with which we can now pluck bomb flowers and use their explosive power to open the way to Dodongo's Cavern. Like Key Cavern from Link's Awakening, Dodongo's Cavern begins in a small room with the path forward completely blocked off, necessitating that the player pick up a bomb flower and use its explosive capabilities to open the way forward. This reinforces the dungeon's primary mechanic, making absolutely sure the player understands its main conceit, bombs, before proceeding any further. Dodongo's Cavern then opens up with a large central room. This dungeon is clearly built wide, in stark contrast to the Great Deku Tree. You can find the dungeon map in this room with a little bit of exploration, as well as a Deku merchant who sells extra Deku shields, which you may very well need since these things are quite flammable and Death Mountain is riddled with fire-type enemies. As the opening made rather clear, bombs are central to the majority of this dungeon's puzzles and progression. In this very first room, you'll have to pick a bomb flower and use it to blow up a wall leading further into the dungeon, and later we see a full-blown logic puzzle utilizing these same bomb flowers. There's a giant stone walkway in the center of the room, with a whole crop of flowers surrounding it. Blowing up a few of them does nothing, but by placing a bomb right in the center of them, it'll start a chain reaction, creating a new stairway with which you can now ascend to the second floor. Later, we get this neat little puzzle involving a bombable wall at the top of a ladder. You cannot simply place a bomb next to it, as we have with all the walls previous to this one, so you'll have to, instead, pluck a bomb flower, wait till just the right moment, and throw the bomb as it explodes midair. It's after solving this final bomb puzzle that we acquire the dungeon item, the bomb bag, allowing us to take the bomb flower's explosive properties with us wherever we go. This culminates in the final puzzle of the dungeon, which builds on the bomb throwing techniques the game just taught us. You'll have to throw a bomb from your bag into each of the Dodongo skeleton's eye sockets, thus opening the door to the dungeon boss. But before we talk about him, let's take a look at Dodongo Cavern's mini-bosses. Yes, plural, the Lizalfos. These guys present one of my favorite combat challenges in all of Ocarina of Time's early game, as they take great advantage of the environment to enhance the fight's difficulty. The battle takes place over a lake of molten lava, which will drain Link's health over time should he fall into it, forcing the player to fight each Lizalfos on one of the several small platforms which rise above it. As the fight drags on, they'll tag out with one another and retreat across the platforms. It's up to you to either pursue the wounded one you were just fighting, or continue your battle against the fresh foe. The Lizalfos themselves are quite agile, capable of jumping clean over the player's head and dealing out fast sword strikes. It's a dynamic, fast-paced fight that will truly test the player's combat skills, and it's one of my absolute favorite battles from the Zelda series because of that. By contrast, the dungeon boss, King Dodongo, is... well, it's a Dodongo fight. What did you expect? For it to be good? Okay, so if you've seen all my Zelda reviews leading up to this one, then you'll probably have noticed a pattern by this point. Dodongo is... kind of a shit boss no matter what you do with him. Link's Awakening tried something interesting by creating a sort of minigame out of the fight in Turtle Rock, and while it was intriguing, it still wasn't a good fight. Now, for what it's worth, Ocarina of Time does the absolute best job in designing a Dodongo fight so far. And actually, since this game represents the very last appearance of Dodongo as a boss enemy in any Zelda game, King Dodongo is actually the best Dodongo fight in the entire series. But I mean, that's an incredibly low bar to clear. So what does this fight do right? Well, Dodongo actually has an attack pattern this time, which doesn't simply involve running into you. So that's neat. He'll charge up a big ball of fire and shoot it down range, and this can actually be quite the deadly attack if you don't dodge it in time. On top of that, the fight actually takes note from the Hydrasaur battle from Link's Awakening and adds an environmental challenge to the conflict. The center of the boss chamber is filled with lava, forcing the fight to take place within a square-shaped outline of the room's edges. And following in Hydrasaur's footsteps, King Dodongo will actually charge the player with a giant rolling attack, instead of passively running into him like in previous versions of this fight. On paper, these improvements seem to suggest that this fight is actually rather good, isn't it? If only. No, I'm afraid the Dodongo King possesses two fatal flaws which entirely kill his threat level, first of which being that his roll attack is, well, it's pathetic. It doesn't even crush through blocks, watch. And if you happen to be thinking, well, maybe that's just how the shield works in this game. Okay, here's some footage of me trying to block a random Goron using the exact same shield. If a friendly NPC can be programmed to crush through blocks, then there's really nothing that should have prevented them from doing the same with King Dodongo. In effect, this rather easy to discover exploit will end up completely trivializing the boss's main attack, which is a massive blunder on the devs' part. The second key flaw of this boss is his weakness, which is the same as it always is with the Dodongo: bombs. But because the time frame for throwing a bomb into Dodongo's mouth is so generous, and it happens literally as he charges each of his fireball attacks, you'll most likely end up killing Dodongo without even experiencing a single one of his fire blasts. Hell, I had to purposefully not throw a bomb into his mouth just to get some footage of him using the attack on me. In normal gameplay, when I'm not recording for an audience, this fight would have been over in less than a minute. So yeah, in the end, the Dodongo King ends up being kind of a pushover. It's disappointing to be sure, but it at least has a few positives, so it's far from being an egregious boss battle, like Vitreous or Anglerfish. After killing King Dodongo, Darunia will congratulate Link on his bravery and offer to become sworn brothers with him, gifting us with the red spiritual stone as a token of our newly forged friendship. And with that, we have but one final stone to obtain before we can open the Door of Time and acquire the Triforce, located at the source of Hyrule's many waterways, Zora's domain. Like the Gorons of Death Mountain, the Zoras are more than just your generic Tolkien fantasy stand-in. An aquatic race, the Zora and their king hold court at the source of Hyrule's rivers and lakes, which essentially gives them control over the water supply of the entire region. As a result, the Kingdom of Hyrule has long maintained an amicable alliance with King Zora and his people, rather than domination or forced subjugation. Thusly, whereas the gates to Death Mountain were controlled by soldiers from the Kingdom of Hyrule, the entrance to Zora's domain is guarded solely by Zora's waterfall, which can only be traversed by the Zora people themselves or parted by one playing the song of the royal family. The domain itself, unlike the rapids leading up to it, is full of calm water which the Zora spend their daily lives in. Though their king acts as the secular authority over the domain and its people, the true ruler of the Zora is their living god, Lord Jabu-Jabu, a large whale-like deity who lives in Zora's fountain. As a sign of piety and humility, the royal family has assigned their eldest daughter, Princess Gerudo, to prepare meals for the god personally, but she has recently gone missing, putting the king in much distress. And so, in order to get the final spiritual stone, we set out to find Princess Gerudo and bring her home. Beyond just world building, Zora's domain also has a lot going on from a gameplay perspective. One of the more difficult torch puzzles in the game is located here, and this time, it's optional. You'll have to lead a flame from King Zora's court down the stairs, then rush to light all the torches on the bottom floor before anyone loses its flame. The last two torches are hidden behind a waterfall, a clever hiding place, but one that also adds a bit of a challenge, since guiding the flame while keeping it dry will be quite difficult. Completing the puzzle nets a treasure chest containing a piece of heart, a great reward for a great puzzle. There's also a diving minigame where the player will have to gather 5 rupees underwater within a 50-second time limit. The prize, beyond monetary profit, is the silver scale, which will allow Link to dive underwater much deeper than he could before. With this new ability in hand, we can now utilize the 2 shortcuts found in Zora's domain, one of which leads back to the Lost Woods, while the other leads to Hyrule's largest body of water, Lake Hylia. In many ways, Lake Hylia serves as an an extension of Zora's domain, both in terms of the story, since it is the natural endpoint of Zora's river, and the gameplay, since it's an aquatic-based setting with a great deal of side content. There's a rather robust fishing minigame located here, whose mechanics have been upgraded quite a bit since Link's Awakening. You'll have to eyeball the largest fish in the lake, then find a way to bait it with your lure using some combination of the A button and joystick movements. Once he latches on, you'll need to reel in hard and pull in the opposite direction that he's pulling. It's really fun. Honestly, it's a very relaxing and well-implemented minigame, giving the player a much-needed reprieve from the normal grind of combat and exploration, while also providing a sweet reward for catching the biggest fish in the form of a heart piece. This is exactly what a minigame should accomplish. For real, the only future game in the series that'll improve on its fishing mechanics is Twilight Princess, so I think Ocarina of Time deserves high praise for making something fun out of a simple side mechanic like this. There are other oddities and secrets to explore here too, many of which won't pay off until a bit later in the game, but the most immediate reward is an empty bottle found near the north shore of the lake. Except, it's not completely empty. Inside is a letter from Princess Gerudo, saying that she was somehow swallowed into Lord Jabu-Jabu's belly and needs immediate assistance. And so, upon returning to King Zora with this information, we are tasked with saving the princess by infiltrating the third dungeon of Ocarina of Time, Lord Jabu-Jabu. Like the first dungeon, Jabu-Jabu also takes place within the insides of a guardian deity. But since the Great Deku Tree was a plant and Jabu-Jabu is an animal, the two dungeons, despite sharing the same initial concept, look and feel completely different from one another. The Deku Tree's infection was one of rot, subtle, but not overly putrid or gross in the way that an animal's sickness might be. But Dungeon 3 is quite impressive with its tone, as the very first room is the literal mouth of the creature, and to open the way forward, you'll need to shoot the uvula. It's gross, but that's the point. The setting is rather diegetic. It truly feels like you're exploring the insides of a giant sickly fish the entire time. And that's because, well, you are. And so most of the dungeon's puzzles and enemies will reinforce that image. It won't take long for the player to find the princess. She's actually not too deep into the creature, but unfortunately she refuses to leave. In fact, she seems generally uncooperative towards Link in general, insulted and, frankly, surprised that we've even come to rescue her, seeming to completely contradict the attitude displayed in the letter we read earlier. But she has a reason for staying. Lord Jabu-Jabu ate the Zora's spiritual stone, which her late mother had entrusted her with, and she wants it back. But she's also kind of incapable of doing anything on her own. And so, our task is to carry Princess Gerudo while solving all the dungeon's many puzzles. At first, Gerudo will seem like a burden. You'll have to rescue her from a pit and carry her across several hazards, such as this lake of saliva, stomach acid, something unpleasant, I'm sure. To do this, the player will need to throw Gerudo to the other side, then push a pressure plate to increase the water level, thus allowing you to swim across. But soon enough, you'll find that Gerudo will actually prove useful, since the next room introduces weight-sensitive pressure plates that will need constant pressure to operate, and Princess Gerudo provides the perfect solution. A dynamic way of utilizing a secondary character in Zelda dungeon design. Dungeons in later games that share this same concept will not be able to pull this off so gracefully, but the idea is extremely clever since it works as both a gameplay mechanic and a ludonarrative storytelling element, as the very act of solving these puzzles and otherwise traversing this dungeon with Princess Gerudo will endear these two characters to one another, a fact that shall become quite relevant in the game's future plot. The first room will open with the help of Gerudo holds the boomerang. Like the slingshot, the boomerang is a ranged weapon that can damage enemies from afar, but unlike its predecessor, it also stuns many foes who are otherwise immune to ranged attacks, and doesn't run out of ammo. This often leads players to assume that the boomerang is a straight upgrade from the slingshot, causing many, myself included, to discard the old weapon and only use the boomerang for the rest of the playthrough. But as I discovered on my second run through this game, which was where I picked up on many of the game's intricacies in regards to combat, the slingshot still has its uses after this point. After all, the boomerang is much slower and cannot be fired in rapid succession like the slingshot. Plus, its range is rather limited, so the slingshot is much better kept as the main ranged weapon, while the boomerang takes on the role of a utility item, since its most useful function is the ability to grab items from a distance and bring them to the player, or to stun certain foes who cannot be killed by the slingshot. The boomerang can first be used to kill the parasitic worms inhabiting Jabu-Jabu's belly, thus opening the way further into the dungeon where we find the spiritual stone. Gerudo will grab it, but not before a mini-boss shows up. The Big Octo. Hey, that's me! Aw, hell yeah, you guys know me, I just love Octoroks. These cute little guys have been a staple of the Zelda series since the first game, so I can't wait to see what they did to my fellas in 3D Zelda. What the fuck is that thing? Kill it! Kill it with fire! The fight with the Big Octo is pretty much just a 3D version of the Hydrasaur battle from Link's Awakening. There's a giant obstacle in the center of this circular room, and the Octorok will charge Link in a circle. You'll have to use the boomerang to stun him, then strike him in the behind. It's pretty much entirely copy and pasted from Link's Awakening, but that's totally fine, because the Hydrasaur was an awesome boss, and he works just as well in 3D. The dungeon boss, Baronade, on the other hand, is a completely original fight, and totally kick-ass on top of that. He's got 3 phases, the first of which is your standard puzzle-like section of the fight, where you'll need to figure out that the boomerang can be used to dislodge his tentacles, all whilst dodging his electric cannons. But doing so only makes the fight harder. Now that he's free, Baronade will reveal that he's actually rather fast, spinning around the room with a shield of electric baris to protect him while simultaneously dishing out damage should they strike the player. You'll have to throw your boomerang at just the right moment to get past Baronade's shield and strike his fleshy center, which will stun him. You can then take the opportunity to kill his minions, thus making future boomerang tosses much easier, or you can just wail on him and repeat the same process as before. For his final phase, Baronade will get desperate, firing shot after shot of electricity without relenting. The only way you'll be able to dodge these attacks is with expert use of the sidestep, which I most certainly did not have mastery over on my first playthrough. As a consequence, this was the first boss fight in the game that actually managed to kill me, which I think says a lot about the quality of its design. It's a tough, dynamic, and well-constructed battle, and it's easily one of the best from the 3D era of the Zelda series. A perfect way to cap off the first act of Ocarina of Time. Upon killing the dungeon boss, we'll be reunited with Princess Gerudo, who will comment on how cool Link looked as he fought. Which, after a fight as badass as that one, yeah, that makes sense. When we ask for the spiritual stone, she reveals that it's customarily only given to the betrothed of the current heir to the Zora throne. Her father gave it to her mother, and now it's hers to give to her own future husband. So, naturally, after squeezing out of a tough situation like that, courtesy of a cute little badass like Link, she is more than happy to give it to him. With that, we now have all 3 spiritual stones needed to open the doors to the Sacred Realm, but upon making our way back to Hyrule Castle, we are greeted with a familiar scenery. Princess Zelda is whisked away from Hyrule Castle on horseback, with Ganondorf following in pursuit, but he stops when he sees Link. He questions the young boy, who looks unsure of himself, like he might be deathly afraid, as he was in his nightmares at the beginning of the game, only this time. Perfect character development, conveyed without a single word of dialogue. And why should it have to be? We saw how Link was at the beginning of the game, a frightened little boy with little strength or self-respect. But over the course of the last 3 dungeons, he's grown, and the player has felt that. He's shown courage, gathered strength, and garnered the admiration of others. Saria, Darunia, Gerudo, Impa, and of course, Princess Zelda, they all believe in him. And Link's response in this moment, to pull out his sword and face Ganondorf head-on, communicates that growth perfectly. Link is a character in this game. I want to emphasize that point especially because one thing the Zelda series has lost sight of in the last decade and a half has been character writing, Link's in particular. In the very best Zelda games, think Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, or Spirit Tracks, just to name a few. Link is not simply a silent protagonist with no soul, but an actual character with thoughts, feelings, and agency. Even some of the more poorly written games in the franchise, like Wind Waker or Skyward Sword, still managed to nail down some semblance of character writing for our green-cloaked hero. But Ocarina of Time does it better than any other game, because Link's character writing is intrinsically tied to the central theme of this game's story. And that theme is growth. More specifically, the process of outgrowing one's childhood and budding into adulthood. Perhaps it's fitting then that at such an important apex of Link's development, a moment which easily showcases just how much he's grown over the course of his entire journey, that we are finally able to accomplish our goal. We take the Ocarina of Time, open the door of time, and find the legendary blade, the Master Sword, sitting at the center of the temple. But upon pulling the blade of Evil's Bane from its pedestal, we see this. Ganondorf is victorious. Okay, so this is the part of the game everyone knows about, the time skip. In a game titled Ocarina of Time, it shouldn't come as any surprise that we do, indeed, travel across time. 7 years into the future, to be exact, but in a grown-up body. Link's external figure now matching his internal growth in maturity. But regardless of your knowledge of these events prior to their happening, the execution is what really makes this bit of the story work. There's a lot of layers to dissect here, so let's start with the most pressing of these and work our way from there. So, Ganondorf wins. That's kind of a big deal, considering that we undertook this whole journey in the first place in an effort to stop that very possibility. What we learn in this cutscene is that Ganondorf knew of our intentions and purposefully allowed Link and Zelda to gather the spiritual stones for him. There's a couple great things about this twist. First, it tells us something about Ganondorf's character. Throughout the game, he'll sometimes be referred to as the King of Thieves, a title that the character of Ganon held back in A Link to the Past. There's a connection here. Foreshadowing aside, the interesting thing about this title is that, at first glance, Ganondorf does not appear to be much of a thief. He's a capable sorcerer, after all, and a monarch, and a vassal to the king of Hyrule. So what about him earns such a negative reputation? But the answer to that question lies within the game's subtext. You just need to search for a bit, and the answer becomes clear. Throughout the game, Ganondorf is consistently characterized by the underhanded, nigh-cowardly tactics he employs in order to get his way. Cursing the Deku tree with rot, starving the Gorons with a cave-in, infecting Lord Jabu-Jabu with a parasite, and of course, his plan to use Link and Zelda as his personal agents in gathering the keys to the Sacred Realm. Okay, so that matches up with his character, but the question then becomes, where did all this come from? At what point in our journey did we start working for Ganondorf without even knowing it? How could the player have failed to notice this? But this twist doesn't simply come out of nowhere. Subtle clues throughout the experience hint at Ganondorf's invisible hand influencing us, guiding Zelda and Link to this shocking resolution. Remember that letter from Princess Gerudo in which she tells us where she is and asks for a rescue? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. It's such a minor plot point after all. But recall Gerudo's reaction to seeing us for the first time. Quote, "What? Are you saying my father asked you to come here to save me? I'd never ask anyone to do such a thing. Letter in a bottle? I have no idea what you're talking about." In isolation, and at a moment when the player isn't yet aware of Ganondorf's plans or Gerudo's character traits, this dialogue seems rather innocuous. Perhaps Princess Gerudo is simply playing the tsundere card and refusing to acknowledge her own pleas for help. Except her side of the story, that she willingly entered Jabu-Jabu to find her swallowed pendant, and has been doing so harmlessly for years now, completely contradicts the tale told in the letter, a letter whose prose sounds almost nothing like the headstrong, haughty princess standing before us. Plus, I mean, how the hell would she even get the letter out of Jabu-Jabu in the first place if she's really stuck in there? And where did she get the pen and paper from? With some critical thinking, it becomes clear that Gerudo could not have been the author of this letter. And combining that knowledge with the revelation of Ganondorf's plot, it becomes clear that he is our ghostwriter. He has been manipulating the events of the game leading up till this point in a bid to open the door of time, all without ever having to risk exposing himself as a traitor. For real, 10 out of 10 villain writing right here. Ganondorf represents a lot. He's a symbolic villain in so many ways, but he's also a character on top of that. His reasons for becoming such an envious, greedy man who uses underhanded tactics to get his way are genuinely human. We'll explore them a bit later when we actually visit his homeland and are, therefore, able to put these pieces together for ourselves. But for now, just on the face of things, Ganondorf's plan makes perfect sense, and so it's completely believable that he ends up being victorious. Compare that to A Link to the Past, where Ganon's actions and motivations made absolutely no sense at all, and it becomes all the more shocking to see just how sharp an increase this game was in terms of Zelda's storytelling quality. But Link's Awakening proved that this team was capable of telling great stories when Miyamoto wasn't the one writing them, and I think Yoshiaki Koizumi and Kensuke Tanabe deserve big credit for their respective roles in creating this incredible setting and the stories associated with it. Speaking of which, our end goal going forward has shifted massively due to these recent plot developments. We've crossed over from a world where Ganondorf was the underdog, and we were simply trying to prevent his rise, to one where the forces of good are on their last legs. The Seven Sages, yes, the very same ones mentioned in A Link to the Past, built the Temple of Time and crafted the Master Sword to act as the key to the Sacred Realm, but Link was too young to handle such a power, and his spirit has drifted through time for the last 7 years, awakening now in an adult body. Ganondorf found the Triforce, escaped the Sacred Realm, and has spent the last 7 years consolidating his power. 6 of the ancient sages have died trying to fight him. Only one remains, Rauru, the Sage of Light, who has dutifully watched over Link's body for the last 7 years. He tasks us with finding those destined to be sages, each of whom are locked away in Hyrule's ancient temples, and save them so that their combined power can be used to stop Ganondorf. And so we have our new quest. We exit the Sacred Realm and leave the Temple of Time to find that the world has changed. Ocarina of Time is a game about loss. Specifically, the loss of innocence, optimism, and joy that comes with age. It's a story about growing up, and the pain associated with it. I've waited this long to the video to discuss these themes because, while the setup is certainly all there from the very beginning of the game, we don't really see these ideas come to fruition until the second act twist. That is, the added context provided by the game's future plot points is necessary in order to understand the deeper meaning of these earlier scenes. So with that in mind, let's look back over the course of Ocarina of Time's story and take a deeper look at some of its subtext. Link begins his journey as a frightened child. Sheltered away from danger, he and his siblings in the Kokiri forest are allowed to live a safe, isolated life away from the horrors of the world, and from responsibility. It's no coincidence that the clothing of the Kokiri take after Peter Pan's own wardrobe. Kokiri Forest is like Neverland, a fantasy world inhabited entirely by a race of children who never grow up. Their every needs attended to by their father, the Great Deku Tree, as well as his servants, the fairies of the forest. But parents only live so long. It's easy to think, as a child, that your own father is immortal. It often feels that way because, to a kid, a father often feels like an imposing, indomitable force that you don't want to mess with. This false impression keeps children disciplined, but it also makes them feel safe. A good father often feels like your very own Superman. But adults know better, and the truth is, all men must die someday. That is why, upon sensing that he is at death's door, the Great Deku Tree summons Link and tasks him with an actual duty for the very first time in his life. And to facilitate this duty, the frightened, sheltered boy is awakened by Navi, his very own guardian fairy. To the Kokiri, a guardian fairy like Navi is essential to considering oneself a true Kokiri, and the children of the forest comment that Link is now a real man, or truly one of us, because he now has one. It's easy to tell, then, that Link is sort of an outcast in this society, and it clearly bothers him. His home lies on the outskirts of the village, high up in a tree, and at its base is a carving of Link fighting a Dodongo from Zelda 1. A neat little Easter egg, to be sure, but also a clear indication that the boy hungers for adventure, for responsibility, to feel like a man, and now, his father finally gives him the chance to prove himself. Link buys a shield, finds a sword, and answers affirmatively that he has the courage to purge the Great Deku Tree's rot and save the forest. As a father, the Great Deku Tree is satisfied to see that his son has grown to be so capable, and leaves him with what little aid he has left to provide, but all the same, he dies, and the forest children lose their great protector. Kokiri Forest represents early childhood, the part of a young boy's life where he is free from any worry or fear. But what shatters that illusion? A particular traumatic event, perhaps. In that case, the death of a parent would no doubt be a trigger for such growth. The death of the Great Deku Tree shatters the Kokiri's safe, illusionary world. Kokiri Forest was always meant to be a safe space, but the problem with safe spaces is that they don't last forever. No matter how comfortable you are, no matter how stable a place you may find yourself in life at the present moment, Chaos is always waiting around the corner, ready to jumble up your life and challenge your worldview. It's a natural part of living. Nothing lasts forever, so change is, therefore, a natural part of life. Change can be terrifying, yes, but it's also a necessary part of one's growth. If we never changed, then we'd all still be terrified, useless children, unable to create new things or make the world a better place for our children. And so, Link grows. He leaves Kokiri Forest, as well as the sheltered childhood it represents, and ventures into the unknown. He meets new people, experiences new things, and forms new bonds. But in spite of all this internal growth, externally, he still appears to be but a child, and that's how people treat him. Throughout the game, the dialogue will reinforce this idea. The helplessness of being small and powerless. The very first person you meet upon exiting Kokiri Forest, for example, is this talking owl. He offers unwarranted advice about your adventure, then asks if you got all that. And when you say yes, he responds, "Oh, you're a smart kid." Like, what the fuck, dude? He's such an asshole. As an adult man, I'm playing this game constantly wanting to choke this motherfucker out for talking to me like I'm 9 years old. Then the camera recenters on my character and I realize, oh yeah, I am 9 years old. And this simple fact is reinforced throughout the entire game. As I mentioned earlier, the Hylian guards protecting Hyrule Castle won't jail or hurt Link. They'll just call him a stupid kid and throw him off the premises. When you wander the streets of Castletown at night, the guards will ask why a kid like you is out so late and not in bed. When you win the Cuckoo minigame at Lon Lon Ranch, Talon will ask if you'd like to marry his daughter. And if you actually answer yes, he'll laugh and tell you that it was just a joke, commenting that you're both way too young for that. As you can see, it's not even just Link who's being made to feel insignificant because of his age. This attitude blends into the other child characters as well. When we confront the gate guard at the base of Death Mountain, he'll write Link off as just a child and tell him to get lost, which is to be expected. But even when you present him with a letter from Princess Zelda herself deeming Link to be a champion on a mission to save Hyrule, he laughs. He literally laughs at his own monarch's child, his future queen, because, you know, she's 10. Not even lineage can supersede the emphasis adults put on age. And that applies in the real world as much as it does in the world of Hyrule. But over the course of this game, we begin to earn the respect of those around us. Even some of the adults, like Darunia, who, while at first writing Link off as just a useless kid, begins to show him mutual respect and even brotherhood because of the weight of our deeds. Look at how he words the task he's assigned to us just before giving Link the Goron's bracelet. If you want it so badly, why don't you go destroy the monsters inside of Dodongo's cavern and prove you're a real man? This incessant need to prove oneself to be an adult, to be a real man, as so many characters put it, is a consistent motif in Ocarina of Time, as well as a common desire for young boys entering adulthood. Even going beyond gender, the desire for a human being to feel like he or she belongs in the wider social circle of the community is ubiquitous. It's a desire we can all relate to. We're social animals, after all. We live and die by the bonds we form over the course of our lives, and it's only through the very deepest of human bonds that we can create new life. Perhaps it's fitting then that the final spiritual stone sees Link experience the very first sparks of this particular kind of bond. Romantic love. As we just discussed, the third dungeon sees Link saving Princess Gerudo from inside the belly of a great beast, an age-old tale that almost always ends in a lifelong romance. Take Perseus and Andromeda, for example. It should come as no surprise then that such a journey sparks feelings of romantic love in Gerudo, though this love is not quite as developed as adult love. That shall come at a much later part of the story, as you should probably expect. But this all circles back to Link's manhood. When Gerudo first comments on Link's heroism, she says, You looked cool. Cooler than I thought you would, anyway. Just a little. Link's reliability in a tough situation awakens something in Gerudo. Romantic feelings, one of the final complex emotions children will begin to feel as they grow into the first stages of adulthood. Of course, at the present moment, Gerudo's feelings only scratch the surface of what love truly means, and that's the point. Those feelings, as we'll soon see, will have grown over the course of our time skip. In fact, every major character relationship Link has is representative of an associated part of his development into adulthood, and will tie back to the story's main themes of growth and decay. But themes can only get you so far in storytelling. What matters more than anything else is execution, and Ocarina of Time absolutely nails it in that regard. The contrast between Castletown as we knew it and what's left of it in the future is heartbreaking. It immediately conveys just how horrible Ganondorf's reign has been for the wider world of Hyrule, and ties in with the game's themes of decay. The once colorful, innocent-looking world of our childhood has become dark, depressing, and lifeless by comparison. But this rather shocking revelation is only the first sign of troubled times. Kakariko Village has become a refugee hub, housing whatever inhabitants of Castletown managed to survive Ganondorf's violent conquest. The many natural environments of the world, Kokiri Forest, Death Mountain, and Zora's River, have become twisted and horrifically altered in unnatural ways, with strange beasts and even stranger weather patterns terrorizing the region's few remaining inhabitants. Several characters are just straight up dead. Some of these deaths are explicitly mentioned, like with Dompy the Gravedigger, but most are implicit. The gate guard we met earlier, the one who made fun of Link and Zelda and even bought a Keaton mask from us to give to his son, well, he and his family are nowhere to be found, and their house has been taken over by one of the refugees from Castletown. And since this man was a soldier, and literally none of the soldiers from 7 years ago are still alive in this new world, well, it's safe to assume that he died fighting Ganondorf, and that his wife and child either fled or, more likely, perished without him. The world of Hyrule is shattered in so many ways. Man's relationship with nature has been completely thrown off balance. Thousands of soldiers have perished in the fight against the King of Evil, and the people have generally lost their colorful personalities and optimistic outlooks on life. It should come as no surprise then that the majority of side quests, minigames, and story beats from this point onward shall also lose their colorful presentation and happy endings. When Link was a child, most of his quests, no matter how screwed up they might have been, had a happy ending to them. Sneaking through Hyrule Castle to meet a little girl would constitute a horrible crime as an adult, but as a kid, it comes off as just a fun little game of hide and seek. The Gorons are a bit malnourished, sure, but only because they refuse to eat low-quality rocks. They're not actually starving here. They're just being a bunch of babies who refuse to eat lower quality food than they're used to, or, God forbid, actually do something about their own problems. So in spite of all their melodramatic monologues about how this could mean the very extinction of the Goron race, in reality, they're fine. It's only from the perspective of a naive child, like Link, that we could even possibly dupe ourselves into thinking that this is actually a high-stakes situation. All the same, it's one which has a lighthearted ending. But seeing this same world as an adult is, well, everything's different. It's technically the same place, but it's grayer, duller, and emptier than before. People you used to know are just straight up gone for one reason or another, and the world feels lesser because of that. These colorful little frogs in Zora's River that you used to play songs for in exchange for rupees, they're not here anymore, and neither are most of the childlike tales of wonder from that time period. Cuckoos are gone, so you can't fly around with them anymore. The Happy Mask Shop is gone, so you can't peddle cute little masks to the many characters of this world either. And the Skull Kids of the Lost Woods now attack you on sight, no longer seeing Link as a fellow child and friend, but as a dull, responsible adult. Growing up has brought with it an unwelcome side effect: pessimism and the loss of childlike wonder. Though our childhood innocence might be gone, that's not to say that the game world is now devoid of content. The devs over at Nintendo are quite conscientious about not letting story elements ruin the moment-to-moment gameplay, after all. Still, the side quests available in the adult timeline are much more serious than before, less fairy tale-esque and more gritty high fantasy than anything else. Take the side quest we find in the ruins of Hyrule Castletown, for example, Big Poe hunting. There's a character called the Poe Collector who resides here, and he'll offer to buy any Poe souls the player brings to him. Scattered throughout Hyrule Field are several Big Poes, who the player can hunt down after receiving the fairy bow and a horse. There's 10 in total, and the player will receive 50 rupees per Poe, as well as the final empty bottle of the game after turning in all 10. It's a great side quest, adding new content to a previously explored region of the game, while simultaneously cutting down on needless backtracking with the increased mobility that the horse provides. There's a second trading sequence as well, which expands on the simple idea of tracking down specific characters in the overworld by adding several time trial races, usually with the goal of delivering an ingredient before it spoils. These are actually pretty fun. They reward exploration, since the player can use his knowledge of the map structure to plan out the quickest possible route, and they aren't ridiculously long or anything like that. 3 minutes for the first 2 races and 4 for the last. The reward is sick as all hell too. The Bigoron sword, the strongest weapon in the game, which deals 4 times as much damage as the Kokiri sword and twice as much as the Master Sword. It has greater range as well, but you can't use a shield at the same time since it's two-handed, so there is at least one drawback to using it. But it's absolutely still worth the effort, at least for me. I'm more of a DPS tuck and roll kind of guy personally. But of course, the absolute best side quest in all of Ocarina of Time is located at Lon Lon Ranch. The quest spans time itself. If you visit the place as a child, you'll find that Malon and her father Talon live a happy, carefree life on their farm. Malon sings a song her mother composed to the horses, which you can learn learn by pulling out the ocarina and following along, while Talon lazily handles the chickens and delivers his ranch's milk to Castletown. But trouble is brewing just beneath the surface. If you visit the stables, you'll find the ranch's one employee, Ingo, is dissatisfied with his place in life. He believes that he deserves to own the ranch because he does all the hard labor, while the owner, Talon, does nothing but loaf around all day. Never minding the fact that this is categorically untrue, since we've actually seen Talon do physical labor, Ingo feels this way because he's self-absorbed and prideful, referring to himself as the Great Ingo, or Ingo-sama in the original Japanese. This is an incredibly high-minded and immature way for an adult man to refer to himself, and indicates a sense of entitlement and self-importance on his part. So, it should come as no surprise that Ganondorf took a liking to Ingo and gave the estate to him after seizing Hyrule Castle. There's an ulterior motive to this supposed generosity, obviously. Ingo is expected to gift the King of Evil with an excellent horse in exchange for the ranch, and as a way of proving that he can produce better results than its previous owner. This constant pursuit of maximized productivity only ends up making the ranch and its inhabitants miserable. Talon is driven out, and Malon continues to live there as an employee, since she couldn't bear to leave her home and the animals she helped raise her entire life. Ingo is so cruel that he'll even mistreat the horses should Malon ever disobey him. In other words, her life is a living hell. In stark contrast to the once vibrant, happy child she was just 7 years ago, the Malon of the present is chronically depressed and always overworked. But if you visit the ranch at night, you'll hear a familiar tune. Malon, through it all, still finds the time to sing. And if you play her mother's song for her, she'll open up about what she's gone through over the last 7 years. How Ingo was always so nice but seemed to change overnight into a vicious, greedy person. But the player knows that this is a false perception of hers, a rose-tinted picture of who Ingo truly was. He's always been envious, greedy, and self-absorbed. She just never noticed it. The player can participate in a race against Ingo, at first betting money, but when he loses, Ingo will eventually bet his best horse, Epona. After this final victory, Ingo will try to stop Link from leaving, but the player can jump the fence leading out of the ranch and acquire Epona permanently. In the aftermath of these events, Talon will return to the ranch, Ingo will regress into being a simple employee again, and Malon will rejoice over this turn of events, saying that Ingo stressed over the lost horse for days before suddenly becoming a kind person again. Now, you could take this tale at face value, like Malon has, and assume that Ingo was mind-controlled by Ganondorf or something childish like that. But let's not kid ourselves here. Ingo knew Ganondorf would deem him to be useless the moment he learned of this humiliating loss and figured that his best chance at survival, since, you know, Ganondorf kills people who displease him and all, was to give the ranch back to Talon and, therefore, let the blame fall on him for the lost horse. But Malon unquestionably believes this almost fairy tale version of events because her emotional development was stunted, her childhood taken away from her by Ingo's cruelty, and so she's grasping at straws to fabricate simple good versus evil explanations for the bad things that have happened in her life. It's sad, but at the very least, we were there to protect her. She recognizes Link as the fairy boy from her childhood and rejoices at their reunion. There's clearly a romantic undertone to her feelings, somewhat backed up by a Gossip Stone's rumor which states that she hopes a knight in shining armor will come and sweep her off her feet someday. It's cute, and the available racing minigame you unlock afterwards reinforces the sense of normalcy and peace the player has brought back to this once happy farm. This quest holds a very special place in my heart, as I'm sure it does for many of Ocarina of Time's player base. It's set up to be the very first side quest most players will run into upon being thrust into the future, due to Lon Lon Ranch's dominant, looming figure within the overworld. It nets an incredible reward, Link's now ubiquitous horse companion, Epona, and provides a unique section of gameplay on top of that. But perhaps most crucially, Lon Lon Ranch perfectly encapsulates the game's themes regarding the cruel march of time, endearing the player to a colorful, cheery girl who you become friends with, only to show how dull, sad, and oppressive her life has become in adulthood. When I first entered Lon Lon Ranch and heard the distant, sweet sounds of Malon singing, that was the moment I first felt the magic of Ocarina of Time. I'll never forget it, and that's why this is my favorite side quest in the entire Zelda series. The main quest from here on out has a very simple objective which should be familiar to those who've played A Link to the Past. Find the 5 remaining sages and use their combined power to take on Ganondorf. Fittingly, seeing as how Link just became an adult, the game actually opens up to some non-linearity here. You can tackle the next 3 dungeons, dungeons 4 through 6, in any order you so please. Once you've done the 6th dungeon, you can enter the 8th. Once you beat dungeons 4 through 6, you can enter the 7th. The structure of the game's story and moment-to-moment pacing is now entirely dictated by the player, which not only adds to the game's replay value by adding a great deal of player choice and freedom, but also fits in with the game's themes about growth and the responsibility that comes with adulthood. Link's guiding adult figures, the owl, Impa, and the great Deku tree, are long gone, and now he has to carve his own way through life. Though, even in the darkest of times, you are not completely alone. A young warrior named Sheik offers guidance, pointing the player in the direction of Kakariko Village, where we can find the hookshot, and tells us that one of the sages waits for us in the forest. Sheik will be a recurring character throughout the second half of the game, providing warp songs that can be used to fast travel to several locations across the map. You can follow her advice and head straight for the Kokiri Forest, or, as I said earlier, do one of the many other dungeons the game has to offer first. For the sake of structure, we'll analyze each dungeon in the order Sheik suggests we do them, starting with the Forest Temple. It's fitting that the very first dungeon of the adult timeline, the Forest Temple, is also this game's first non-linear dungeon design. Like all good dungeons of this category, it has a large, central room sitting at the crossroads of each of its many branching paths, allowing for quick and convenient retreads of previously explored areas. Which is vital to the design here, since the main objective of the dungeon is to hunt 4 Poe Sisters to open the elevator leading to the final boss room. Do that, and the dungeon's pretty much over. But herein lies the challenge, because to even get to these 4 Poe Sisters, you'll first need to unlock the many doors blocking off access to the dungeon's main hallways, and that, in and of itself, requires a scavenger hunt for several small keys scattered around the dungeon. There are several paths the player can take from the very start. If you acquire the small key hidden near the dungeon's entrance, you can begin to make your way through the west wing of the temple, or you can explore the courtyards, where giant Deku Babas and Skulltulas roam the temple grounds. The atmosphere of this dungeon is palpable. Overgrowth seeps into the main entrance and the temple courtyards, indicating the long absence of its previous inhabitants. All the same, the stone hallways of the interior remain pristine, as if they were built to last a millennia. There's a hidden switch within this courtyard that drains the temple sewers, which can be accessed via the twin wells, and it's here where we find another of the dungeon's small keys. In contrast to the freeform exploration afforded by the open design of the temple courtyard, the northern wing contains but a small room hosting a mini-boss fight against Astalphos. This enemy possesses strong defenses, and his lunge attack covers a lot of range while dishing out some pretty decent damage. All in all, he represents a large jump in combat difficulty compared to the enemies we fought as a child. But this is hardly the zenith of the dungeon's combat difficulty. This room holds the third and final key of the dungeon's first half, and upon proceeding through to the dungeon's midpoint, we'll have to fight another 3 of these guys. The second phase is particularly difficult because if you don't kill both knights at the same time, they'll revive, encouraging the player to switch between foes in order to take them down simultaneously, just like in the Chanbara choreography the game's combat was modeled after. Genius. This is where we acquired the dungeon item, the fairy bow, with which we can finally get to hunting the 4 Poe Sisters. The first 2 of these ghosts are located in twin stairways adjacent to where we found the bow. You'll have to shoot arrows into the paintings the Poes are hiding in to force them out, then kill them with your sword. The bow will also have to be used to solve a few standalone puzzles. To acquire the dungeon key used to enter the boss room, you'll first have to hit a hidden eye switch that will, in turn, twist one of the temple's hallways around, allowing you to access new areas of the dungeon. Later on, you'll encounter another switch like this, which is frozen over. But if you align Link with the room's sole torch, you can light an arrow on fire in order to thaw the ice and hit the switch. This puzzle takes earlier lessons regarding thermodynamics that we witnessed as Child Link, the ones from all the way back in the Great Deku Tree, where we had to burn away these cobwebs with a torch, and combines them with a brand new dungeon item that is, in effect, just an upgrade of the one we got all the way back in that very same dungeon. It's brilliant game design. This leads to the third Poe Sister, who changes things up by possessing several painted blocks instead of a single painting. painting. You'll have to push the blocks together into a single image to summon her. Once she's dead, the fourth and final sister will appear back in the main hub of the dungeon, leading to a third and final mini-boss fight. This battle is more puzzle-focused rather than presenting an actual combat challenge, which is fine, since the Stalfos already provided that for us earlier. This Poe will split herself into 4 copies, and you'll have to discern which ghost is the real one. I'll be honest, replaying this game for the footage, I was able to make short work of her because of the rather obvious tell, which is that she does a little spin before each phase of the fight. That being said, my last couple playthroughs were almost a year apart from one another. Jesus, I've been working on this video for a long time. And on both of those runs, I couldn't figure it out for the longest time and just guessed over and over again. So the quality of this boss fight kinda comes down to whether or not you're a dumbass like me, and if you're not, it'll be easy as all hell. It's certainly not the most creative boss battle, I know, but luckily for the Forest Temple, the Poe sisters are not the final dungeon boss. No, that title goes to the patron ghost of this temple, Phantom Ganon. This boss combines the puzzle-solving elements of the Poe sisters with the mechanical challenges of the Stalfos Knights we fought earlier. This fight takes place in a large circular room with 6 identical paintings surrounding it. The Phantom will begin the battle by disappearing into one of these paintings, then re-emerge out from another to let out a devastating magic blast. He'll also summon 2 decoys, so you'll have to not only locate the bastard, but then shoot the right one. This is a huge upgrade from the Poe sister fight we just had, because you're on a pretty tight time limit and you can't see all the copies at once. You'll have to quickly discern which Ganon is the real one, indicated by a slight difference in color, then shoot the moment he exits the painting. It's damn tough getting this just right, and messing up can be devastating due to the Phantom's raw attack power. Once you hit him with a couple arrows, the Phantom will shift to a second phase, where we play a game of energy tennis. Now, I've said before in my Link to the Past video that energy tennis is generally a really bad foundation for a boss fight, and I stand by that assessment for the most part, as you'll see soon when we get to the Ganondorf fight near the end of the video. That being said, Phantom Ganon actually presents a pretty decent challenge while utilizing this otherwise dogshit mechanic. One of the main problems with energy tennis in general is that it's super slow because the pace of the fight is dictated entirely by the enemy AI. But Phantom Ganon is actually quite mobile, and the player is allowed to bet on his own reaction time by getting up in Ganondorf's grill and engaging in the fight at close range. Compare an exchange from far away with one up close. The problem with Aghanim, the harbinger of energy tennis, was the randomness associated with his attack pattern. Sometimes he would just throw dud after dud without any opportunity on the player's part to goad him into a real attack. The player would just have to sit on his hands waiting for the guy to throw an actual energy blast that could be knocked back. It sucked. But Phantom Ganon will always throw a serious attack, and the farther away the player is, the more reaction time both he and the Phantom will have. So by risking it all and engaging in a close range battle, the player can dictate the pace of the fight, cutting down on excessive wait times and generally making the battle more exciting. It's a great fight. God, with a battle as kick-ass as that against a mere phantom of the Prince of Darkness, I can't imagine how awesome this fight will be with the real Ganondorf. Am I right? Anyways, killing the Phantom results in us saving the Sage of the Forest, Saria, and instead of giving us a fucking history lesson the way the sages did in A Link to the Past, this reunion is so much more personal. For starters, this is a character we actually care about, Link's childhood friend, his oldest personal relationship. Saria does not talk about the fate of the world or the history of the Triforce, but rather expresses sadness over the fact that she and Link can never be together, that their respective worlds can never collide. Because Link is not a Kokiri, he's a Hylian, and he, therefore, can never live in the Kokiri forest again, much in the same way that a Kokiri like Saria cannot leave the forest without dying. They must part. That's simply the way things have to be. Saria represents childhood, the part of our lives we most idealize, most fondly remember, but can never go back to, no matter how much we may desire to do so. In this moment, Link is forced to part not only with his oldest friend, but a living embodiment of his memories of sweeter days, a time before he knew pain, suffering, and responsibility, because those are the burdens adulthood brings with it. Saria will always be with us in spirit, just as childhood memories can fuel the passions and imagination of an adult, but we can never return to who we once were. Every temple's associated sage carries this type of symbolic weight to their personal relationship with Link, which we can see quite clearly with our next dungeon, the Fire Temple. In the 7 years since our disappearance, Ganondorf revived a dragon from beneath Death Mountain called Volvagia, and is planning on feeding the entire Goron species to it as a warning to the other races of Hyrule, essentially committing actual genocide to maintain his control over Hyrule and its people. This is a true crisis, a real existential threat to the Goron people, and Darunia plans to do something about it. Link's bravery and friendship had a profound impact on him. He even named his son after us. And rather than wait around till someone else helps his people, this time, Darunia decides to actually do something about it. When you enter the Fire Temple, Darunia can be found just outside the boss room, preparing to take on Volvagia. He asks you to help him by freeing his people while he fights the beast. The very first Goron prisoner is in this very same room, and he introduces the main concept of this dungeon quite deftly, saving him nets a key and a piece of advice, both of which will facilitate the player's forward momentum through the dungeon. Speaking of which, the Fire Temple structure is much more linear compared to that of the Forest Temple, but there is still a decent amount of exploration to be had here. Nay, it's all but necessary in order to free all the Gorons. And the temple is so large, sprawling, and has so many floors to it with big, wide open rooms, that it can almost feel like the dungeon isn't actually linear at times, even though it technically is. Take the first room in the dungeon's east wing, for example. The first thing the player will notice about it is that it's big. Like, really big. There's a clear path forward to take, but the door at the other end is locked, as is another door located just a little ways further into the dungeon. It's on the player to search this room for the imprisoned Gorons who hold both of the keys. The first of these prisoners is rather easy to find. Just hop over some pits of lava and follow this hallway to free the prisoner. But the second Goron is hidden rather deviously. There's a bombable wall that leads to his prison cell, but there are no cracks to indicate its location. But this is where the Goron's hints come to the rescue, because the one we just freed will give some relevant advice. A wall that you can destroy with the Goron's special crop will sound different than a regular wall if you hit it with your sword. There's two great design aspects going on here at the same time. One, we're building on the use of bombs, the very same dungeon item we acquired under Death Mountain as a child. It's fitting then that the adult dungeon located in this same region builds on that same item, introducing more complex and varied puzzles utilizing an old mechanic. It's fantastic game design. Secondly, we're being taught about sword dowsing in the very dungeon where that mechanic finally becomes relevant. This was a gameplay element which existed in the past 2 games, but neither A Link to the Past nor Link's Awakening actually took the time to teach it to the player. In fact, I found an interview from Miyamoto back in '93 where he was like, yeah, we put this one mechanic in the game, but I'm pretty sure nobody knows about it. Which sucks, cause it's actually a super awesome mechanic. It's just a shame that neither of those games made use of it in any capacity. But not only does the Fire Temple actually take the time to teach the player how to douse, but the mechanic is now actually relevant in normal gameplay. Because while the bombable wall this third Goron is hidden behind may not have a visual tell to it in the same way that a cracked rock might, it does have an auditory one. Simply strike the wall with your sword and you'll hear it. And now, with this knowledge in hand, the player can free the third Goron and progress further into the dungeon. For the most part, the rest of the Fire Temple's design quality follows this same pattern. A concept is introduced, like, say, these time switches that can be hit to disable traps, and now the box solution, hinted at by a Goron, will be required to solve it. In this case, rather than hitting the switch with your sword and racing against the timer, the best solution is to climb to the objective first, throw a bomb, and wait as the explosion hits the switch from a distance, allowing the player to easily climb to the top before the trap resets. The Fire Temple, for the most part, does a great job with spacing out its puzzles in a way that facilitates proper incremental difficulty and growth on the part of the player. But there is one big issue I have with this dungeon, and if I'm being completely honest, I'm not sure how it slipped through the cracks. That problem is the platforming. The Fire Temple has several sections throughout where the player will have to traverse mechanical gauntlets, edging along thin platforms or jumping over pitfalls, all while simultaneously avoiding enemies who, I would remind you, inflict some serious knockback. Now, that might actually sound pretty fun for a second, and in a well-designed platformer with buttery smooth, pinpoint precise controls, like Super Mario 64, it would be. But Ocarina of Time, as I previously mentioned, is a game that's focused more on the world of Hyrule than it is on the character of Link, and that extends to the controls as well. You can't manually jump, nor can you move through the air like an acrobatic wonder the way Mario can. Instead, the game's controls are limited to combat and exploration, which is totally fine. I love Zelda for those precise reasons. There's no need to turn these games into complex platformers or fucking vehicle builders of all things. Seriously, what the fuck was Tears of the Kingdom going for? But As a consequence, the level designer has an obligation to make sure that the dungeons in this game don't conflict with that rather limited moveset, and unfortunately, the platforming sections in the Fire Temple do just that. Take this climbing section, for example, where you will have to carefully straddle the edge of this fence and jump onto the proper platform after making your way up here. Why? Why would you put this in the game? Link can't make intuitive, precise movements in Ocarina of Time. That's why literally every other dungeon doesn't have platforming in it. Why the hell would you do this to the player? Or how about this part on the 4th floor, where if you don't get the jump down perfectly, you'll fall right back into the isometric boulder maze you went through earlier and be forced to waddle your ass all the way back. Or how about this part, where if you fall down this extremely thin walkway, which be sure to note how windy and difficult to navigate it is, you'll fall all the way back to the 1st floor and be forced to hike your ass all the way back up again. The problem here isn't the dungeon's puzzles or layout. Those aspects of the temple are great, and that deserves some praise because those are usually the hardest parts of a Zelda dungeon to design. The problem here is that the designer clearly didn't build the level layout around the player's moveset, but rather some messed up vision he had of how this dungeon ought to be played. Funnily enough, the Shadow Temple will end up adding a few platforming challenges of its own, but these are totally fine because the dungeon actually gives the player a new tool to enhance Link's movement, which makes those platforming sections more than doable. The Fire Temple does not do this. Instead, its dungeon item is the Megaton Hammer, which is situationally useful at best. In this dungeon, you can use it to create a couple shortcuts back to the start and open a couple doors, but out in the overworld and in future dungeons, it'll end up being practically useless for the most part. At the very least, its application in the fight against the dungeon boss is actually quite nice. For one, there's a decent amount of lore built up over the course of the Death Mountain section about the dragon Volvagia and the Megaton Hammer. Apparently, an old ancestors of Darunia once used the hammer to kill the beast, which you'll find is definitely the best way to do things here. Volvagia will burrow into one of 9 lava pits and re-emerge to let out a blast of fire. You'll have to smack him with the hammer first and then strike him with the sword. As the fight goes on, he'll fly across the room and cause a cave-in, raining down boulders from the ceiling and forcing the player to manage 2 threats at once, a fantastic escalation. But while the hammer won't be able to help you out during this phase, the player can still try hitting the dragon's head with the bow or strike at him with the sword when he swoops down, giving you the option to play aggressive and dictate the pace of the fight, instead of mindlessly waiting for him to pop his head out of the ground. It's a pretty good fight, all things considered. Upon defeating Volvagia, we'll meet up with Darunia, who thanks Link for his help and, more importantly, comments on how great a man he's become after all these years. He tells Link that he is proud to call him his sworn brother and offers to help him in the coming fight against Ganondorf. Darunia represents friendship, the kind of bond we form with others not out of obligation, as we might do with our family or those we remember from childhood, but instead by choice. That's what being a sworn brother means to the Gorons of Death Mountain, to find another whose soul resonates with your own and whose friendship and respect is earned through your shared adventures. So great was Darunia's respect for Link that he not only named his son after the man, and clearly told the boy tales of the one whose name he bore given his idolization of Link, but he also changed for the better because of him. When we first met Darunia, he was the leader of the Gorons, and yet, what was his response when his people were threatened by Ganondorf? To sit around and wait to be saved by the King of Hyrule. Darunia, like his people, had become decadent and overly reliant on outside support, but it was through his friendship with Link, a boy who showed more courage at 9 years old than any Goron had in their entire lives, that he changed for the better. He brought up his son on tales of Link's heroism, and when a real crisis finally came for his people, when Ganondorf attempted to wipe out his entire race, this time, Darunia actually does something about it. He travels to the Fire Temple and takes on Volvagia all by himself, stalling for time as Link frees the prisoners and retrieves the hammer. Friendship, in its most optimal form, is a mutually beneficial relationship. Friends will watch each other's backs and challenge each other's worldviews so that, together, they might grow into better people. And that's exactly the kind of effect that Link, that the player, has on Darunia. Because of his friendship with Link, he becomes a brave warrior willing to charge headfirst into danger, and even rises to become the Sage of Fire. Though rose-tinted days of carefree youth may pass us by, one thing we never lose is the ability to make new friends, to seek out new bonds and forge them with individuals who make us better people in the long run. That's who Darunia is to Link, a friend, a brother, and a guiding force on his journey into adulthood. The 6th dungeon is the Water Temple, but as the name might imply, it sits at the bottom of Lake Hylia, which presents a bit of a problem, since the player won't be able to open the door leading inside whilst also diving. So we're going to have to search for some other way in, which Navi suggests we may find in Zora's domain. But once we arrive, we see this. the entire domain has been frozen over, and none of the Zora remain. Lord Jabu-Jabu is also gone, and a new cavern is available for us to explore due to the platforms of ice which have formed in his absence. This cavern is actually a bit of a dungeon unto itself. In fact, it's one of 3 mini-dungeons this game hosts. That's right, in addition to the game's 9 main dungeons, there are an additional 3 smaller dungeons. The first of which is mandatory, yes, but the other 2 are actually optional. Granted, one of them does hold a particularly useful item, the Lens of Truth, but while the game does highly suggest that you find it, you're technically able to beat the game without it, and can do it at any time and in any order you so desire. And no one tells you where these dungeons are either, so really, they feel like absolute surprises once you run into them. And beating them really feels like a treat because they accomplish so much with very little space. The Ice Cavern is a great start in this regard. The atmosphere of this dungeon is palpable, the visuals are stunning, even a quarter century after release, and the music is just perfect. The dungeon design itself is also fantastic. We start out in this wide, circular room with 4 Friezards and a trap that circles around the entire area. These are our first Ice-type enemies in the game, and they're a pretty massive escalation in difficulty compared to previous foes, since Ice attacks will not only freeze Link in place, but also drain his health over time. Once you kill all the Friezards, the path forward will finally open up, and we'll be greeted with a brand new mechanic altogether: Silver Rupees. These things will pop up every now and again throughout the rest of the game, but essentially, the idea is that the player will need to search a given room for 5 Silver Rupees, and only upon collecting them all will the forward path open. There's a blend of both exploration and mechanical skill needed in collecting these, but they're pretty mild challenges for the most part. Eventually, we run into a room housing blue fire, making its return from Zelda 1, with which we can melt a few specific blocks of ice to open up more of the dungeon. Some of these sections are optional, like this little bit containing a heart piece and a gold Skulltula, but the mandatory path forward is also gated off by some of this ice, so the blue fire will be necessary to make our way further into the cavern. The penultimate challenge of this dungeon is a block pushing puzzle. You'll need to guide an icy block to the end of this room in order to climb up to the final hallway, but because the ice is so slippery, the block will just fly forward without stopping. And because there are several bottomless pits lining the room, you won't be able to just feel your way through this one. You need to solve the puzzle in your head before actually executing it. It's a pretty decent challenge, and a good way to cap off the puzzle solving section of this mini dungeon. In the final room, we're treated to a mini boss fight against the Ice Wolfos. Aw, hell yeah, this is gonna be a kick-ass fight! Huh. Okay, so what just happened here? Well, the Wolfos is normally a pretty tough enemy, capable of dishing out great damage while blocking most frontal assaults, but it also has an exploitable weakness. If you dodge enough of its attacks, it'll eventually expose its back, and a well-placed jump strike will fell it in one slash. Honestly, they're great enemies. Like I said earlier, the combat in this game is robust, and I absolutely love that the devs gave each and every opponent some sort of weakness that the player can discover and exploit. The problem with the Ice Wolfos, though, is that the devs just took a normal enemy who has an exploitable weakness and simply roided him up a bit, but they didn't even bother to take away that normal enemy's exploitable weakness. It's okay to give the trash mobs in your video game specific weaknesses because there's usually so many of them, but for boss fights, this kind of shit just feels anticlimactic. This is how the boss battle is supposed to look, but for a guy like me who's played through this game like 10 fucking times in the last couple years alone, it's an absolutely nothing fight. It's a very unfortunate oversight, but hey, at least the reward is great. The Iron Boots. These things allow you to sink to the bottom of any body of water, and combining them with the Zora's Tunic, which you can either buy from a Zora merchant or receive as a gift for unthawing King Zora, will finally allow the player to tackle the 6th dungeon of Ocarina of Time, the Water Temple. The Water Temple is the best dungeon in the entire Legend of Zelda series. That statement alone is probably enough to cause a riot within the Zelda community, so let me explain my position. Zelda's underlying design philosophy has always, and should always, be squarely focused on player freedom. Zelda 1 is, subjectively, my favorite game in the series because it perfectly encapsulates that design philosophy better than all the others. Breath of the Wild also deserves an honorable mention in that regard, at least in terms of how it handles its overworld and main story progression. But there's more to designing a Zelda game than just the overworld. Dungeon design is just as, if not more important than world design. And this is where Ocarina of Time fucking nails things, with the Water Temple in particular serving as the crowning achievement of the game's amazing level design. From the moment you enter this dungeon, the atmosphere is palpable. The music slowly creeps in as you ascend from the depths of Lake Hylia, only to find that the temple itself is also flooded. There's a large, square-shaped room sitting at the temple's heart, with 3 main floors and several hallways which split off into further parts of the dungeon, some of which are locked, but most are completely free for the player to get lost in. Not including the entrance, there are 7 possible paths to take at the start. This place is a fucking labyrinth. It requires a keen mind, capable of mapping out the interiors, while not forgetting which hallways you've been in before. Most of these paths will utilize the water which is currently flooding the temple as a central mechanic. For example, we have these pillars with hookshot targets on them that will only rise if you find a way to increase the water level. The logical beginning of this puzzle is a simple room with a pressure plate, where pressing it will increase the water level and thus open a path forward. In later rooms, we'll see several of these pillars used to create hookshot mazes, where you'll have to alternate between the water levels just to progress. But this isn't the only way water is utilized in the dungeon's traversal challenges. The flow of water, something that has been introduced to the player before out in the overworld, is used to create traversal challenges within several of these rooms. Take this one with its whirlpool, for example. It makes normal traversal via swimming rather impossible, but by combining the iron boots with our hookshot, we can stand in place and shoot ourselves through the exit without a fuss. Lots of puzzles in this dungeon require lateral thinking like that. Instead of using just one rigid dungeon item that's simply handed out to the player at the midpoint of the dungeon, the water temple instead demands that we comb through our inventory and see what works and doesn't work while exploring these rooms. The iron boots, for example, are not just a way to allow Link to sink to the bottom of any given body of water, but also a means by which to keep him planted firmly in place when faced with strong currents like these. What all of these paths share in common is the dungeon's central theme: water. And yet, each one feels distinct with its own challenges and puzzles, which not only serves a great gameplay purpose, but also makes memorizing each of these paths easier on the player, which is vital in such a labyrinthine dungeon. All of that's to say that the Water Temple is truly one of the most clever dungeons in all of video game history. It does not insult the player's intelligence at any point, instead demanding the opposite. Navigating its wide breadth of branching paths is an absolute treat, with small keys and secret discoveries around every corner. For my money, this is the pinnacle of Zelda dungeon design, and all of the future games that take notes from this dungeon in particular end up creating fantastic imitations in their own right. We'll get to those one day, in the Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess reviews, respectively. But this was the origin of that design ethos, and for that, the Water Temple shall always remain my personal favorite dungeon in the entire Zelda series. At the end of one of these paths, the eastern one on the second basement floor, we will find Princess Gerudo, who is now all grown up. She tells Link that he's a horrible man for having kept her waiting for so many years, but says that now is not the time to discuss love. The freezing of Zora's domain was the doing of the creature who currently lurks in the depths of the Water Temple. She asks Link to help her defeat it, then fucks off for good. I think it's a little strange, both in the Fire and Water Temples, that they introduce a character who is explicitly there to help you fight the boss, yet doesn't actually show up again to do just that. Gerudo does end up giving you a verbal warning about the boss while you're fighting it, but she's not actually in sight and doesn't do anything. Based on some context clues surrounding this game's development, as well as the dialogue in these scenes, I assume the devs originally planned on giving the sages active roles in helping you fight the bosses, kind of like what they did in Tears of the Kingdom, but couldn't figure out a way to make that work, and so just scrap the idea partway through. It's unfortunate that they couldn't find a way to implement a supporting character into any of the dungeons beyond Jabu-Jabu's belly, because that was great from both a gameplay and ludonarrative perspective, but also, I've played Wind Waker, so I know just how bad that concept can be if executed improperly, so maybe this was for the best. It's after reuniting with Gerudo that we find the dungeon map, which is absolutely essential to navigating this labyrinth, and are then introduced to the central dungeon mechanic of the Water Temple, these stone slabs which can raise and lower the water level, thus allowing the player to explore further sections of the dungeon. You see, you can't open doors while underwater, so you'll have to lower the water level in order to explore certain paths on the basement floor, but you also can't reach the second or third floors without raising the water level again. As a consequence, you can only fully explore one floor at a time, which effectively means that the only way to comb over the entire dungeon is to constantly raise and lower the water levels, all while collecting several small keys along the way. Flat out, Love this. It's not often that a Zelda game manages to completely nail its massive, non-linear dungeons like this. A lot of future games in the series, as you'll come to see in my subsequent videos, will end up progressing into a more linear type of design, with even the conceptually maze-like ones actually railroading the player down very specific paths with incredibly straightforward solutions. But the Water Temple is truly labyrinthine in a way rarely seen in video games. Diving into this dungeon and exploring its many paths for small keys, the compass, and eventually the dungeon item truly feels like exploring a long-forgotten ruin, since submerged in the depths of Hyrule's deepest lake. It blends the very best of Ocarina's gameplay and atmosphere to create the absolute best dungeon in any video game ever. No joke, I absolutely mean that with 100% seriousness. Speaking of atmosphere and gameplay melding perfectly, Dark Link. Holy shit, is this not the best mini-boss in the entire Zelda series or what? After clearing your way through floor after floor of this twisting labyrinth and crossing a great chasm with your hookshot, Link enters an endless dimension of shallow water, with nothing but a lone tree, the exit, and his own reflection to look upon. But then, as you pass the halfway point, even your reflection vanishes, replaced instead with a shadow of Link. Throughout the game, Z targeting an enemy and pressing the C button will cause Navi to analyze the foe and give the player advice on how best to defeat it. But if you try asking her for advice now, all she has to say is this: Dark Link, conquer yourself. Navi can provide no help for you here. After all, who could possibly know Link better than you, the player? You've been playing as him the entire game, after all. It's you who will now have to defeat him. Defeat yourself. This fight takes its initial concept from Zelda 2's final boss fight, which was also against Dark Link. But unlike with that game, where you could literally just stand in the corner and whack away at the guy, there is no simple exploit here. Seriously, even if you look up ways to cheese this fight online and give them a try, they don't really work. You might get a couple hits in, but nothing's guaranteed, and that's because there is no exploit. You just have to fight him and win. Dark Link will copy your sword swings, and if you try stabbing, he'll straight up hop on the end of your sword as if to insult you for even trying. Jump attacks and great spin attacks are easily evaded as well, and he'll dodge all of your projectiles. The solution, then, is to simply duel the man on equal footing and pray to God that you can kill him before he kills you. Using spells like Din's Fire can also help, if you found it when exploring the overworld, that is. And the larger your health pool, the more mistakes you're allowed to make, but that's all the help you'll get from your extended arsenal. After a minute or two, he'll stop toying with the player and begin striking whenever he has an opportunity, and the more damage he takes, the more aggressive he gets, foregoing simple mirroring of your techniques and instead attacking with his own wrathful style. Legit, this fight has killed me every goddamn time I've played this game before writing this script. It is that fucking hard, and for all the right reasons. In fact, this footage you're seeing right now constitutes my very first playthrough where I managed to beat him without dying at least once, and I was so proud of it. But then the fucking emulator crashed and I had to do it all again. Man, fuck Project N64. This is the greatest boss fight in all of Zelda. Nay, it may be the greatest boss fight of all time. It nails everything: atmosphere, flexibility, and gameplay challenge. Prepared players who explore the overworld for health and magic upgrades will have an easier time with this, and skilled players even more so. But no matter how ready you think you might be, it's safe to say that Dark Link will forever remain in the player's head as one of the most intense fights in all the Zelda series. It's that fucking good. And a reward for beating him is fittingly kick-ass: the long shot. I'll be honest, the hook shot in this game always felt way too short for me, to the point where, on my first playthrough, I was very disappointed with it. Turns out, that was done on purpose, because the long shot, by contrast, is absolutely massive and can pull Link across huge distances. This will allow the player to explore the rest of the dungeon uninhibited. We already used the hook shot to pull ourselves up through the temple's central tower and across the earlier chasm which led to the fight with Dark Link, but now we can use its increased range to access the rest of the dungeon, where we'll eventually find the boss key, with which we can finally face down the master of the Water Temple, Morpha. Alright, so compared to the Dark Link fight we just went over, this one's pretty lame. Yes, there's an exploit involving a corner and a lot of whacking, but it's actually quite difficult to pull off. Trust me, I've only managed to do it once off camera. But even if we play out this fight the way it's intended, it's still not that great. For one, Morpha's attacks are mostly cinematic, with him just sticking a tentacle out from the water and trying to grab at the player. If he does, a long-ass animation plays where he damages Link for like 2 fucking hearts and then throws him across the room. And that's it. That's his one attack. It might actually be the lamest boss fight in the entire game, more so than even King Dodongo, because the way you kill him is rather frustrating. You need to hookshot his core and then whack at it, but it's so fucking tiny and the long shot is so fucking slow that the process ends up being rather long and tedious. It's not the worst boss fight in the series, or even in the 3D games for that matter. Jesus Christ, I can't wait till we get to the Wind Waker review. But it is disappointing, especially considering that the rest of the Water Temple was all so incredible. After defeating Morpha, we'll get a moment alone with Princess Ruto. She tells us that her actions have saved the Zora, and that she would expect no less from the man she chose to be her husband. She offers her eternal love, but suspects that she cannot give that to Link. There's a double meaning to this. On the one hand, she has to stay behind to guard the Water Temple as one of the 7 sages, but the more subtle message she's conveying here is hinted at through her follow-up question. And you're searching for the princess, Zelda. Ha! You can't hide anything from me. Princess Zelda. She's alive. I can sense it. So don't be discouraged. The way she says this, the hesitation as she talks about Zelda, you can tell that she's coming to accept that Link is in love with someone else. Ruto represents romantic love, the most advanced of human emotions that we, as children, begin to develop as we bud into adulthood. As Sheik said to us all the way back in the Ice Cavern, time passes. People move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. A childish mind will turn to noble ambition. Young love will become deep affection. Ruto's feelings for Link, which had only begun to bud when we first saved her as a child, has now deepened into true romantic love. But Link has eyes for someone else, and she sees that now. Thus, Ruto is faced not only with the joys of love, but its sorrows as well. For one cannot truly understand love without first understanding both its extremes, love's joy and love's sorrow. They are two halves of a greater whole that we call romance. Through Ruto, both the player and Link himself will witness the twin natures of love, and so we now truly understand it. Now, all that's left for Link is to find the one whom he truly loves. So a quick note before going any further. I ran into a problem with Project N64 where the game would keep crashing after the Kakariko cutscene, which we'll be going over in a minute. Mind you, I began working on this video well before the decompilation part of this game was finished, so I had to emulate it in order to record this footage. One slight problem, this crash happened at the absolute worst possible time, after beating 2 dungeons, several side quests, and collecting some 20 gold Skulltulas. So I pretty much lost something like 6 hours of progress. And then it happened a second time. So, after working close to 2 years on a project riddled with frustrating issues just like this one, I did what any sane man would do in this scenario. I cheated. I used cheat codes to regain all my progress and lost Skulltulas, and that ended up getting me back to where I was in only about half an hour. Problem, I accidentally broke the game's code or something, and so I then had unlimited maps, compasses, and keys in every dungeon from this point onwards, even after turning off the cheats. All of that's to say that you might see a couple oddities every now and then when we're in the dungeons from this point onwards, like a minimap at points where I shouldn't have one, and odd numbers of small keys in the bottom left-hand corner. But regardless of these cosmetic issues, the final stretch of this game was played legitimately. Okay, back to the review. Assuming you've beaten the 3 temples at this point, the last 2 dungeons will now be open for the player to tackle in any order he so pleases. If you visit Kakariko Village again, a little cutscene will play out where we see that the town is on fire and an ancient evil escapes from the bottom of the village well. It'll throw Sheik around and Link will pull out his sword, ready to defend against the shadowy menace. When we come to, Sheik will explain that Impa is currently trapped in the Shadow Temple, battling an ancient evil long since sealed beneath Kakariko in a bid to stop it from consuming the entire village. The stakes are raised. If we fail, it isn't just a single sage who will die, but the entire village. A village which houses most of Hyrule's population, now with Castletown being utterly destroyed. If this ancient evil re-emerges from the temple, we can expect that Kakariko will end up looking just like Castletown. But first, we're going to need a little assistance if we want to accurately traverse the Shadow Temple. We need the Lens of Truth, which sits at the bottom of Kakariko's well. The catch is that we can only enter this well in the child timeline. Thus, we will have to regress back into our old child body, with all of its many weaknesses and limitations, in order to progress through the adult timeline. This will become a recurring theme for the rest of the game, the switching between child and adult Link. And it's a really fantastic way of showing just how far the player has come, while also adding in some much needed late game difficulty difficulty, because the player won't be able to use the Master Sword or access all of his new items while in Link's child body. In other words, you'll be fighting adult timeline enemies and solving adult timeline puzzles while only having access to your childhood gear. As you should no doubt expect, the devs are going to leverage that newfound sense of helplessness to create more advanced late game puzzles and combat challenges. The bottom of the well is the second mini dungeon in Ocarina of Time, but unlike its predecessor, it's entirely optional. One, because we technically don't need the Lens of Truth to beat the game, although boy is it helpful, and two, because it's completely non-linear, meaning that the player could potentially end up exploring the entire dungeon before acquiring the lens, or you might end up accidentally finding it in the first 5 minutes, before you've even managed to meaningfully explore the area. To facilitate its non-linearity, the dungeon hosts a large central room, like all good labyrinthian dungeons do, but begins with this little false wall you'll have to walk through in order to progress. It's subtle, but the deliberate design choice here is brilliant. It immediately communicates the main conceit of the dungeon without having to say a word, because false walls and false floors just like this one litter the entirety of the well, leading to both great treasure and terrible traps. In fact, this exact same mechanic will also come to define the entirety of the Shadow Temple, our very next dungeon. How smart is that? Connecting a mini dungeon and its associated main dungeon through a single central mechanic. In lesser Zelda games, a MacGuffin like this would only serve to open the front door of the dungeon, arbitrarily gating off progress without a solid reason, and then forever being discarded thereafter. But not only can the player technically ignore Sheik's suggestion and visit the Shadow Temple regardless, but this item is actually used to navigate the entirety of that dungeon. It isn't a simple one-off item like you'd usually expect a dungeon key to be, but an actual useful piece of gear that will serve as the foundation for that very same dungeon's puzzle solving. Like I said at the beginning of the video, Eiji Aonuma hasn't always had a positive influence on the Zelda series in his capacity as director and producer for these games, but as a dungeon designer, he was fucking unmatched. Boy, I wish he had stayed in that role. To acquire the Lens of Truth, the player will need to lower the water level, an extension of the previous dungeon's central mechanic. Again, genius. And it is here where we face the dungeon boss, Dead Hand. Holy fuck. I already praised the Water Temple for its incredible dungeon design and great sense of atmosphere, so I'm probably starting to sound like a broken record by this point, but legit, this shit is scary as fuck. I genuinely feel unnerved when I'm exploring this dungeon. Like, I just want to get the fuck out of here as quickly as possible. And the Dead Hand, as the dungeon boss, epitomizes that fear better than any other part of the dungeon. Now, gameplay-wise, it isn't the best fight ever, since he's rather slow and hitting him before he hits you is quite easy, but it's definitely a step up from the Ice Wolfos fight back in the Ice Cavern, since the Dead Hand can't be one-shotted, and his many hands serve as an interesting environmental hazard that you'll have to avoid as you're fighting him. Our reward for taking down the Dead Hand is the Lens of Truth, with which the player can now see through false walls, floors, and even treasure chests. As I alluded to earlier, this simple item is actually rather robust in its application. Not only will we be using it throughout the Shadow Temple, but it'll also prove super handy in the Gerudo Desert, both for the final mini-dungeon and in progressing to the Spirit Temple. Finally, there's a chess-guessing minigame in Hyrule Castletown with a piece of heart as its main prize, and the easiest way to win is by using the Lens of Truth to scout out each of the chests beforehand. All in all, it's a pretty decent dungeon item, revealing many in-game secrets and having some sort of application in every dungeon after this point. The rest of the mini-dungeon is technically optional, but there are a few collectibles you'll probably want to bag up here. 3 gold Skulltula tokens, a gold rupee, and even the rare Bomb Chews consumable. Most of the keys you'll need to unlock these areas with are hidden in rooms that are only accessible via false walls or by carefully navigating around false floors, which will serve to teach the player how to use the Lens of Truth. Other than that, there really isn't much to say about this place. It's a mini-dungeon in the best sense of the term, providing a short yet terrifying dungeon crawl that will prepare the player for the game's many later challenges. Speaking of which, the Shadow Temple is, in many ways, an extension of the bottom of the well, both in terms of level design and ludonarrative storytelling. Starting with story, one thing I really appreciate about Ocarina of Time, and something it does unequivocally better than all of its successors, is its ability to make each and every one of its locations feel like a real, diegetic part of the game world, with its own history and purpose that ties into its surrounding peoples and environment. The Forest Temple, for example, is hidden deep within the Lost Woods. As a consequence, it is characterized by overgrowth, with its enemies either being strange perversions of local fauna and flora, or the undead who once worshipped there. Satoru Takizawa, one of the game's main character designers, stated in a 1999 interview that the Forest Temple was once home to a religious cult, who were cast away from the rest of Hylian society for their heretical beliefs and since hid themselves in the Lost Woods. And you can really tell. Honestly, we probably didn't even need him to tell us that in order to figure it out for ourselves. The temple's environmental storytelling truly speaks for itself. After all, the Lost Woods will turn Hylians into Stalfos should they stay in the forest for too long, and, well, taking that much into account, it becomes rather clear as to what fate befell the followers of this temple. In that same vein, the Shadow Temple is also a product of both its people and environment. Kakariko Village, while these days a refugee hub for the many displaced subjects of Hyrule, used to be the heart of Sheikah culture. Before they all died out, that is. You can see what they got for the many generations of dedicated service to the royal family of Hyrule. A massive graveyard dominates the northern section of the settlement, a clear consequence of the recent wars for Hylian unification that the king was said to have waged in the years prior to the game's start. It was in these wars that Link lost his mother, and was thus given to the Great Deku Tree to be raised as a Kokiri. It was a bloody, awful conflict, but one which the young and foolhardy have no memory of. The Shadow Temple is, thusly, a monument to the kingdom's past sins. It should be no surprise, then, that it is hidden deep underground, away from the judging eyes of the public. As the ghosts within the temple will tell you, here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. The entire dungeon takes this underworld theme and runs with it. The Shadow Temple is full of undead, with the first floor housing an entire catacomb which the player will need to explore to find both the dungeon map and the mini-boss of the temple, the same dead hand whom we fought at the bottom of the well. I'm not usually a fan of repeat boss fights like this, but considering the thematic and geographical connection between the two dungeons, and the fact that this fight effectively conveys the increase in strength that we, as adult Link, have earned over the course of our journey, I'm willing to give it a pass in this scenario. Killing him will net the dungeon item, the hover boots, which allow Link to hover for short amounts of time, allowing us to cross wide chasms, like the one at the very start of the dungeon. As you might have noticed, this is a markedly different structure than not only most other dungeons in Ocarina of Time, but the Zelda series in general. The Shadow Temple starts by handing out the dungeon map and the dungeon item, rather than dealing these things out halfway. This was a rather deliberate design choice on Aonuma's part. You see, the Shadow Temple is completely linear, in stark contrast to our last dungeon, and so you're not going to be doing any backtracking the way you would in, say, almost every other dungeon in this game. The reason why most Zelda dungeons hand out a brand new item at the halfway point is because they want to give the player a reason to look at older parts of the level design in a brand new way, which is a godsend for any dungeon that necessitates backtracking. In the Great Deku Tree, if you'll remember, there was this group of Skulltulas who blocked our way leading up to the third floor, forcing us to explore the second instead. But when we came back to this room later, after finding the slingshot, we were now able to dispatch them from a distance and, thus, ascend to the third floor. In other words, the brand new abilities afforded to Link by the dungeon item forced the player to look at prior rooms in a completely new way. But the Shadow Temple is entirely linear, therefore it cannot pull off this same trick. So to compensate for this change in design philosophy, the player instead receives the hover boots at the beginning of the dungeon. That way, the level design can take full advantage of creating interesting puzzles and challenges throughout its entirety using this brand new item. And lo and behold, that's exactly what it does. For example, the door leading further into the dungeon lies across a great chasm which cannot be crossed, but by equipping the boots and running off the edge, we'll be able to reach the other side and progress further into the temple. As we head deeper into the dungeon, we'll soon see this giant chamber filled with guillotines and bottomless pits. Platforming through all this would have been a nightmare before, but by equipping the hover boots, we now have a much wider margin for error when clearing each of these gaps. This is also where we'll begin to encounter some of the dungeon's more linear challenges, and they're all quite good, introducing new concepts before incrementally increasing their difficulty over the course of the dungeon's runtime. For example, in this room near the start, we have to find 5 silver rupees in order to acquire a small key, but there's this massive, swinging dual scythe in the center of the room, forcing the player to take note of his surroundings during the search effort. And then later, we come across another one of these rooms, only this time, it's strangely empty, but you can still hear the scythes. If the player makes the logical connection and uses the lens of truth, he'll see that there is, indeed, a giant spinning scythe in the center of the room. It's just invisible. It's a neat trick, because a lot of players, myself included, will see a big empty room and just start exploring it without a second thought, which will end in disaster. It's pretty smart. We're combining 2 separate mechanics, the silver rupees and the lens of truth, to create one greater challenge. That's exactly the kind of dungeon design you want to see out of a linear dungeon, one that fully takes advantage of its linearity by incrementally upping the difficulty throughout its entire run. Another great design choice about the Shadow Temple is in how not afraid it is to demand that the player utilize Link's back catalog of items from past dungeons, with these hallways filled with fans. On my first few playthroughs of the game, I got really frustrated here, assuming that I just had to wait for them to stop and then run through them. But turns out, that's the fucking barbarian way of doing things, and I was just being a plain idiot. What you're actually supposed to do here is equip the iron boots in order to weigh Link down and just walk through the fans like it's nothing. That is so smart and subtle. Think about it, the dungeon has been demanding that you switch to the hover boots boots throughout its entirety, creating an almost subliminal impression in the player's mind that he'll have to switch to a new pair of boots to solve the dungeon's many traversal challenges. And what's the opposite of the light, floaty hover boots we've been using up until this point? The iron boots, the very same item we just used to clear out the previous dungeon. It's such smart, subtle game design, so subtle that I didn't get it till like my 4th playthrough, but like I said, that's a me problem, and that's exactly the kind of thing you want to see from a Zelda game's puzzles. You want the solution to give you that aha moment, where everything suddenly clicks and you feel like all your past failures were your fault, not the game's. Finally, the fairy bow actually sees a fair amount of use as well, first as a means to set off some distant bomb flowers to destroy this pillar and thus create a bridge with which we can cross to the boss room, and then in the fight against the dungeon boss himself. Bongo Bongo. This is genuinely one of the best fights in the whole game. It absolutely whooped my ass on a couple earlier playthroughs, that's for sure. One great thing about this boss is that he actually uses the environment to his advantage. Technically speaking, most dungeon bosses in Ocarina of Time will interact with the environment in some capacity. Goma climbs onto the ceiling, Phantom Ganon will disappear into the surrounding paintings, Morpha is literally made out of water, etc. But Bongo Bongo, like Volvagia, has the distinction of actually weaponizing the environment, rather than simply adapting to it. The whole floor is one big bongo drum, which you'll constantly beat, thus throwing Link up in the air. You can't attack when you're like this, so you have one of two options. Use the hover boots to keep yourself in place, or try to pop a shot off as quickly as possible. The second of those two options is a lot harder to pull off, but the hover boots will make it quite difficult to dodge Bongo Bongo's attacks or to follow up on your arrow shots, so either way, there's a trade-off. To beat Bongo Bongo, you'll have to shoot each of his hands, then hit him in his now exposed eye to stun him, allowing you to wail on him for a bit. This is actually a lot harder than it sounds. One, because he's a moving target, constantly circling around the player and never giving you a clear shot, and two, because his charge attacks are super quick. You have a very small time frame to get a shot in here, so you need to be quick and accurate if you want to hit him before he hits you. On top of that, you have to actually hit the palms of his hands, not the knuckles, in order to stun him, so if he looks like he's about to punch instead of slap, run. Other than that, there is no trick to the fight. You just have to dodge well and aim better. And if you don't have the big Oron sword, like I didn't on one of my most recent playthroughs, then holy hell are you in for a legendary battle. After defeating the boss, Impa will appear and tell Link that he has grown into a fine hero. Though, unlike with our previous encounters with the sages, this conversation is less personal and more detached, almost professional in nature. Impa does not praise Link for his actions. Rather, it is more like she expected him to do this. Impa talks about Zelda as if she is someone whom we must both serve, the one who tasked Link with saving Hyrule all those many years ago. It is not for personal reasons or individual growth that we are on this journey, according to her, but because it is our responsibility. Impa represents duty, the expectations that society puts on adults. Duty is usually one of the more bittersweet parts of growing up. Children oftentimes long for it, believing it will grant them the proper respect that adults get, but eventually, you'll begin to feel enslaved by it. The need to survive, to maintain one's house, to pay taxes, to force yourself to work so you have enough money to put food on the table. These are worries that adults have, not children. It's fitting, then, that after coming to terms with lost days of childhood, friendship, and young love, that Link finally learns about something more adult. He comes to understand responsibility, doing something not because you want to, but because you have to. It was Impa's duty, as a Sheikah, to seal away Bongo Bongo and save Kakariko if she could, just as it is our duty, as Zelda's appointed hero, to fulfill our promise to her and save Hyrule. In pursuit of accomplishing that rather monumental task, we will now be heading to the final location of this game's vast overworld, the Gerudo Desert. This is the one part of the game that you actually cannot visit as a child, at least not legitimately, and that is because the border will be closed off by a couple Gerudo guards. But 7 years in the future, the bridge that once connected the desert with the rest of Hyrule is in shambles, so we'll have to use the long shot to cross instead. In fact, it's actually only technically possible to beat this dungeon before the Shadow or even Forest and Fire temples. As I mentioned previously, the adult timeline marks the point in Ocarina of Time where the game world will stop holding your hand, as should probably be expected given the game's themes of growth and responsibility, and this applies to quest order just as much as it does to, generally, NPCs no longer bossing you around or treating Link like a child. So even though there is a suggested dungeon order as communicated to the player by Navi, you can actually tackle them completely out of order. Beating the Water Temple, for example, nets the long shot, and that's literally all you need in order to start making your way over to the Spirit Temple, though the Lens of Truth will be extremely helpful for first-time players. So technically speaking, you could do the dungeons in an order that goes something like this: Water, Forest, Spirit, Fire, then Shadow. The Shadow Temple is definitely the most restrictive of these dungeons, only available after completing the first 3 temples, but that's for a deliberate reason. As I just detailed, the Shadow Temple designs its many challenges with the player's back catalog of items squarely in mind, the Fairy Bow, Longshot, and Iron Boots most principally. As a consequence, it is necessary for the level designers to gate off access to this dungeon until the player acquires all the requisite equipment needed to actually complete it. That's just another reason why I love this game. The fact that it gives the player so much agency in how he chooses to traverse the overworld and tackle the game's many tasks, while also maintaining some semblance of structure and incremental difficulty. Gerudo Desert itself is a vast, arid, nigh inhospitable land sitting far beyond the mountains of southwestern Hyrule. It stands in stark contrast to the rest of the overworld, almost foreign and even alien at times. Nothing grows here, and there isn't a single drop of water to be found outside of the massive canyon which marks the territory's border. It should come as no surprise then that the largest settlement in the region, Gerudo Fortress, is situated rather close to this river. But without any arable land to grow their food or raise their livestock, how do the people of this land live, much less thrive, in such a barren wasteland? The answer to that very question is what defines the Gerudo as an ethnic group. See, the Gerudo are a very unique race of people, the kind that takes genuine creativity and brilliance on the part of an ambitious writer to come up with completely from scratch. Their species is made up entirely of females, with them only giving birth to a single male Gerudo once every 100 years, who is, by law and tradition, to be their king. Currently, that man is Ganondorf, the King of Thieves turned King of Evil. Neither of these nicknames are actual official titles, but rather insults attached to the King of the Gerudo by the Hylian public. But is this reputation as a King of Thieves actually warranted? Are the Gerudo truly just a misunderstood but proud people, forced to suffer unfair stereotypes levied at them by those who have never even visited their homeland, much less understand their culture? Not even remotely. You see, the Gerudo are, in fact, actually a race of thieves. This isn't because they're genetically predisposed to being bad people, or a result of an evil curse cast upon them by some monster we have to slay, or even because of the bad influence of Ganondorf. Rather, the Gerudo are, like all the many different races of Hyrule, a product of their environment. To recap, the fair-skinned, fair-haired Hylians come from the temperate, grassy, and, most importantly, highly fertile lands of Hyrule. They are, thusly, both the most populous and powerful of the game's many races. This has resulted in a fair amount of arrogance on their part. They believe themselves to be closest in relation to the gods, for example, and have even created entire narratives to back up this claim, like how they supposedly possess long ears in order to hear the voices of the gods. Likewise, the Gorons of Death Mountain are a race of rock people who eat rocks. They are highly resistant to fire, and as a result of their territory being a literal mountain of food that only they can consume, have become incredibly decadent. After all, they have literally zero threats to deal with on a daily or even generational basis. No food shortages, no invaders, not even monsters. It seems that all of their troubles are long in the past. It's perhaps even likely that Darunia's ancestor, the one who slayed Volvagia with the Megaton Hammer, did so not to defend his people, but in a bid to conquer Death Mountain from its previous inhabitants, likely the very same ones who constructed the Fire Temple. This would explain why the ancestors of the Gorons were such brave warriors, since they did not always live in the safety and security of Death Mountain, and why they have since degraded into such a slothful people, unwilling to so much as lift a finger to deal with their own problems. It should come as no surprise, then, that they willingly submitted to the King of Hyrule's domination over their lands, likely with the guarantee that he would not interfere in their affairs or colonize their lands, a promise that seems to have been kept, given the border patrol which keeps Hylian subjects from encroaching on their territory. In contrast to these two extremes, the Zora are a bit of a mixed bag, as it were. On the one hand, they live in absolute security at the source of Hyrule's greatest lake, providing them with unmatched defensive and logistical advantages. On the other hand, they do not subsist off their geographical setting alone, the way the Gorons do, nor can they simply grow their food the way humans can. As a consequence, they must constantly hunt and fish to sustain themselves. On top of that, a river, unlike a volcano, will undoubtedly be host to a great many competing life forms, including monsters and the rising regional power that is the Kingdom of Hyrule. Thus, despite the Zora being able to take great advantage of their geography to provide some semblance of security from the outside world, they are still forced to defend their home from potential threats and work to feed themselves and their families. As a result, the Zora have become great warriors, mastering the spear and aquatic warfare. Hyrule has, thusly, decided to ally themselves with Zora's domain rather than outright conquer or vassalize them. The Kokiri are the strangest of Hyrule's races, seeing as how they're entirely made up of children who never age and, unlike any of the other races, do not mend or shape their environment to their will. They live inside of the forest's many trees and pay no mind to agriculture or defensive planning whatsoever. The only reason they can afford to be so nonchalant about such vital matters of survival is that their father, the great Deku tree, takes care of all that for them. They are literal children, unwilling and unable to care for themselves, but with divine favor and the forest itself on their side, they are more than capable of surviving and even thriving within the otherwise hostile Lost Woods. In that sense, the Gerudo got the short end of the proverbial stick that is environmental determinism. Their desert is completely devoid of life, minus the deadly and incredibly annoying levers that stalk anyone foolish enough to wander into it. Therefore, the Gerudo are forced to loot and steal from the other four races simply to survive. The stereotypical behaviors of this group of people are not the result of some natural predisposition towards evil, but rather a product of their environment and culture. And how was that culture first shaped? By generations of behavior that was, originally, determined by their environment. The Gerudo these days have a robust and unique society. They believe all men, minus their king, are useless, because their race is made up entirely of women. They are all thieves and value skills such as stealth, cunning, and wit more than any of the other races, because those are the very traits that allow a Gerudo to best survive in their most cruel desert. They love horsemanship, but their horses are all stolen. If you approach the Gerudo who runs the horse archery minigame, she will not ask about Epona's genealogy or breed, but rather where we stole her from. Rounding these many cultural elements out is a rather interesting consequence of their biology. In order to breed more Gerudo, they need to find men from other races and, well, you know the rest. In other words, the Gerudo have to steal in order to survive, both as individuals and as species. There is quite literally no other way for their race to live on. Putting all of this into context does wonders at explaining Ganondorf's motivations as a villain. Think about it. He is the king of the Gerudo. He has seen his people wallow in poverty and misery his entire life. And even worse, the king of Hyrule took what little power and freedom he did have by subjugating his kingdom and forcing him to bend the knee. Is it any wonder how such a man, cursed to be unfairly scorned as a king of thieves by the comparatively privileged people of Hyrule, could possibly turn to evil? How a king of vultures and sands could be tainted by envy and greed when he sees that his neighbors have so much while his people have so little? A lot of Zelda reviewers, from what I've gathered over the years, like to credit Wind Waker with expanding Ganondorf's character because of this single line where he admits, verbatim and without any prompting whatsoever, that he coveted the winds of Hyrule. And look, if you played through Ocarina of Time on speed read without taking the time to look into the subtext, then I suppose I could understand how one might take this line at face value as being the only time Ganondorf is given proper motivation for his actions. But it's literally not. It's already here, in Ocarina of Time. All of the setup is in the game. Wind Waker didn't really add anything, it just repeated what Ocarina of Time already said, but without any of the subtlety. In fact, the reason this game deliberately saves this part of the overworld for last, after you've already met all the other races and have visited every other part of Hyrule, is because the designers wanted to create a stark contrast between the Gerudo and the other races of Hyrule. The Gorons and the Kokiri are literally taken care of by their environment. The Zora and Hylians live blessed lives in fertile lands. But the Gerudo, they are doing their absolute damnness to simply survive in this cruel land they've inherited, because that's the hand they've been dealt with in life. All of that being said, this isn't a valid excuse for Ganondorf to start conquering his neighbors without so much as issuing a casus belli. In fact, while it is true that Ganondorf's original motivation for coveting the fertile lands of Hyrule was fairly justified, his actions since then have not been in the interests of his people. Rather than use his newly acquired wealth and power to improve his homeland or move his subjects to the fertile valleys of Hyrule, he has instead built a giant, luxurious castle for himself and left his people to continue to wallow in poverty. Plus, the underhanded way he conquers Hyrule, his unquenched desire for power, and his general treatment of the people living under his rule all points to him being a pretty bad guy, regardless of any genuine grievances his nation might have had towards the Kingdom of Hyrule. We'll put a pin in storytelling for a bit and get back to analyzing gameplay. So, from a gameplay perspective, how does the Gerudo Desert fare? Well, it is definitely the smallest of the game's many primary regions, at least in terms of content, consisting of the Gerudo Fortress, the Haunted Wasteland, and the area just outside the Spirit Temple. The order in which we visit these locations is linear, so let's start with the first of these areas and move on from there. Gerudo Fortress. Gerudo Fortress. This is the part of the game I've been dreading talking about. When reviewing what is, perhaps, the most important video game ever made, and what legitimately might actually be the best video game ever made, it is so hard to pinpoint parts of it that are unabashedly shit the way I have for previous Zelda games. But the Gerudo Fortress is absolutely the one major pitfall of Ocarina of Time, which really sucks because I actually like the concept here. As I just went over, the Gerudo are an integral part of this story, since understanding their homeland will reveal the origins of Ganondorf's insatiable greed and envy. So creating a section where we navigate through their society and learn about their culture is a fantastic idea. But the execution is the real problem here, because Gerudo Fortress is, unfortunately, a mandatory stealth section, and as will become tradition in all titles going forward in the series, mandatory stealth sections in Zelda games are always complete shit. Okay, so remember how I went over the stealth mission we had assigned to us near the beginning of the game at Hyrule Castle? Now, what worked about the setup for this little bit was the fact that A, Link was a child, and therefore could not be expected to murder adults, and B, these people were simply trying to protect Princess Zelda, and therefore were not our enemies. So the motivation to just rush in and kill the guards is simply not there. It would create a huge sense of ludonarrative dissonance for us to start killing a bunch of decent people who are otherwise on our side, simply to advance our own personal goals. If we did, then we'd be no better than Ganondorf. On top of that, the stealth section itself was rather robust, and even came with a checkpoint halfway through, so you wouldn't have to restart the whole thing from square one just because you got caught in the courtyard. It was short, sweet, and ultimately added to the early game's Ludo narrative. Gerudo Fortress, by contrast, is incredibly frustrating and nothing else. It begins with us getting captured by the Gerudo, who cannot be fought. Link will just throw up his hands and the game will take control away from the player as he is imprisoned against his will. Thus begins a stealth mission. From here on, we'll have to free 4 captured carpenters from their prison cells. I know, it's honestly a bit random, but essentially, they wanted to become thieves but were imprisoned by the native Gerudo instead because they're men. If you figured out by this point how the Gerudo are supposed to procreate, then you can probably guess what they have planned for these guys. On second thought, are we sure they want to be saved?
I volunteer as tribute!
You cannot fight the Gerudo guards whatsoever. If they spot you, Link will just surrender like a pussy and you'll have to start the section all over again. You can technically knock them out with arrows or a sword strike, but you can't, actually kill them. Now, look, I understand that the Gerudo are already riding a fine line as far as racial sensitivity goes. The game is already doing its damnness to present these people as victims of their environment while simultaneously confirming that most of the stereotypes about them are true. That's a thin but brave line to walk, and I love this game for actually having the balls to take on social commentary like that. It's way more than the Gerudo in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom got. Seriously, what the fuck are these things they're calling Gerudo in the modern games? These ladies are jacked. Is this a race of thieves or the fucking Amazons? So with all that being said, I know that the reason the devs don't want the player to just go around killing Gerudo is because doing so would completely destroy the story they're trying to tell here. It would tip the balance just a little too far into demonizing these people, rather than presenting them as nuanced human beings worthy of redemption. So I understand why, from a ludonarrative perspective, the devs would decide to turn this part of the game into a stealth mission and disallow killing any of the Gerudo. I get it. But from a gameplay perspective, this is incredibly frustrating, and I cannot get over my inherent urge to plunge my Begoran sword straight into the heart of these desert-dwelling thieves whenever they throw me back into this stupid fucking prison. I actually had 2 completely different experiences back-to-back while playing this section. During my note-taking playthrough, which was played natively on my N64, I constantly got caught and spent half a fucking hour trying to stealth my way around here, whereas my recorded playthrough for footage was easy peasy lemon squeezy. In fact, the 2 times I got captured were on purpose, simply to demonstrate the mechanic for you, the viewer. And looking back, I think I now know the reason why there was such a massive discrepancy between these two playthroughs. A great many of these guard patrols, when indoors anyway, are deliberately designed to be unnecessarily cruel. For example, if you walk into this room near the end of the fortress, and if you decide to run ahead or even, God forbid, carefully look around the corner, a Gerudo will pass by almost immediately and catch you. Hell, hanging back and waiting for her to pass doesn't work either. You either need to quickly rub up against this wooden crate to hide from her, or knock her out as she passes with a quick arrow shot. Now, here's a question. How in the fuck would a first-time player know to do any of that? This is why my most recent playthrough was so much more successful. My last two playthroughs of the game were back-to-back, so I remember the absolute rage I felt while playing this section and thus had all of their patrol patterns memorized. But for first-time players, I can only imagine the absolute frustration they must feel as a random guard rounds a corner, spots Link, and immediately resets your progress because the devs decided that killing people was wrong just this one time. Even stranger is the fact that you do fight for the Gerudo, the sword ladies who pop up each time you try to free one of the carpenters. The ensuing fight is mostly decent, aside from the fact that, you know, she has a one-shot kill move that will instantly win her the fight and force the player to start the section all over again. Just a minor inconvenience, obviously. Now, look, I understand, reluctantly, why we have to just give up and not fight back when the Gerudo find Link. These are human beings who, as I previously established, we are supposed to sympathize with, not demonize. So killing these people isn't a valid solution. I get that. But if you're going to put the player in a position where he can finally fight back against his captors, why would you give them a one-shot spin move that knocks Link out cold and forces us to start from the beginning again? Because now I'm questioning how the Gerudo are capable of knocking out Link in one move, but ancient eldritch horrors like Bongo Bongo aren't. In fact, why the fuck is Ganon using monsters as the main basis of his army when these chicks are capable of one-shotting us with simple spin attacks? In fact, why is he turning them into iron knuckles? They can't one-shot us, but the Gerudo can. Why is that? We know the actual reason why. The devs wanted to create a stealth mission with tangible consequences for failure, but they didn't earn any of that. They didn't set up a proper motivation as to why Link is surrendering so readily to these women who, need I remind you, have kidnapped an entire cohort of carpenters simply based on their gender. Here's a solution. Why don't we have a cutscene where, upon entering the Gerudo Valley, Link is surrounded by dozens of Gerudo who easily outnumber us? Enough to where surrendering actually feels like a diegetic choice that our character would make in this scenario. Even better, you can give the player the option of not surrendering, but you would make the fight so one-sided that he would lose anyway and it would show the cutscene of him getting dragged off. Kind of like the end of Halo Reach. Our sword, shield, and all our other items are confiscated and we're thrown in prison like normal. After a few hours of shooting the shit with Navi about our current predicament, one of the carpenters comes by and informs us that he managed to escape, but that all of his friends are still imprisoned. He offers to help us on the condition that we free the other carpenters, throwing down a single piece of gear that he managed to snatch from the Gerudo before escaping, our long shot. And bam! We now have a means through which to escape our prison, but we don't have any proper weapons to fight with either. Therefore, we are forced to sneak around the fortress, freeing all the carpenters, until we finally accomplish our task and the Gerudo comment on our skills and give us back our stuff like normal. As for the Gerudo fights, just cut them. Seriously, cut them. Do we really need 4 identical mini-boss battles in the middle of our stealth section? Seriously, either commit to the stealth bit, or just make this a normal dungeon. This is easily the weakest part of Ocarina of Time. I don't think it's even a debate at this point. Anyone who says the water temple was more frustrating than this bullshit must have been playing with their brains turned off, because seriously, the water temple was actually the result of some proper game design. Every dungeon leading up to it was building to that moment, whereas the Gerudo Fortress just comes completely out of nowhere. Gameplay variety is nice and all, and I appreciate that the devs wanted to do something new and original with the 3D setting, but Metal Gear Solid debuted 2 months before Ocarina of Time, and it does an infinitely better job at action stealth gameplay than fuck any other video game from before the turn of the millennium. And you know why? Because that's literally the main conceit of the game. Unless you're actually going to take the time to develop the mechanic, then stealth should really have no place in the Zelda series. God, I just hope they don't try to shove this into any of the future games. Why did I suddenly feel the wind shift? After freeing all 3 of the carpenters, a Gerudo thief will come out and comment on our skill, saying that she thought all men besides Ganondorf were useless, but that our actions have caused her to rethink that belief. She hands us a Gerudo membership card, which gives us free access to the services of the fortress, and that's pretty much it. There are 3 surfaces in total this opens up to us. First, the gate guards will now let us pass into the haunted wasteland, beyond which lies the spirit temple. Secondly, we can participate in a horse archery minigame, which is a surprisingly fun and challenging section that can be played for both the heart piece and the final quiver upgrade. Finally, and most notably, we can enter the Gerudo training grounds, the 3rd and final mini dungeon in Ocarina of Time. The Gerudo's training ground is a very unique dungeon in several senses. First off, it's entirely optional, which, while yes, the bottom of the well was also technically optional, its reward, the Lens of Truth, is all but necessary to beat the game without looking up a guide or having memorized the level design by heart. In contrast, the training grounds hold nothing necessary for beating the game, and are rather easy to miss on top of that. Secondly, the actual layout and goal of this dungeon is quite a bit different from any other dungeon in the Zelda series, which makes the act of tackling it rather refreshing. The dungeon begins by presenting the player with 3 paths, with the eastern and western ones leading to 2 separate gauntlets of linear challenges to take on, while the middle one leads to the treasury. Here lies the main conceit of the dungeon, a giant labyrinth gated off by locked doors, which necessitate finding the requisite small keys to open. This labyrinth will, eventually, lead to the dungeon's final reward, but in order to get it, the player will need to find a minimum number of small keys, 7 to be exact, because while this dungeon technically holds a total of 9 small keys, an enterprising player can actually complete this maze in such a way that only necessitates finding 7 of them. This is necessary if you haven't yet beaten 1 or 2 of the game's main dungeons, since you actually need all of the dungeon items to explore this entire area. We'll start with the western path, since that's the one that I chose. It begins with a small challenge room that'll force you to kill 2 Stalfos in 1 minute flat. If you remember these things in the forest temple, they'll quickly revive if you can't manage to kill both of them within 10 seconds of one another, so only getting a minute to do this in can be quite challenging if you aren't taking care to whittle their health down simultaneously. We also get our first small key for completing this challenge. The next room is a silver rupee puzzle, and honestly, this might actually be the best one in the entire game, as it is both the most creative and the most challenging. All 5 of these rupees are spread throughout this large, multi-tiered room, which hosts many slopes with giant boulders rolling down, firewalls that hide themselves until you get too close, and several hookshot targets that you'll need to utilize in order to avoid all of the room's many traps. And with only a minute and a half to collect all of the rupees in, you'll likely be cutting things very close by the time you find all 5 of them. Needless to say, this is a great evolution of the silver rupee mechanic we saw introduced all the way back in the Ice Cavern, and that's exactly what I'd expect from an optional endgame dungeon like this. The third room of the western wing is kind of the gatekeeper room if nothing else. There are 4 Wolfos enemies lying in wait here, including 2 Ice Wolfos, but the real kicker here is this giant block, which can only be moved if you have the silver gauntlets, the dungeon item that we'll acquire in the spirit temple. The subsequent room houses a couple like-likes who guard the second small key. Now there's the eastern wing to talk about. This final room of the western wing connects to the eastern wing, so we'll be going through this part of the dungeon backwards. The third key can be found right up on this ridge, leading into a small room with nothing in it. This one's just a freebie. In the lava room, however, there's a neat little puzzle that'll require that you shoot out all the statue's eyes in order to summon the chest containing the 4th small key. Unfortunately, the game kinda just gives you the answer here, and that completely kills the fun of this puzzle. See, each room gives you instructions as you enter, which makes sense. This is the Gerudo's training ground, after all. I'd expect there to be a trainer physically present who guides the player and provides the rules for each challenge. But while this sort of thing may work for the combat rooms, it doesn't work so well when the challenge is based entirely on puzzle solving, because now, having been told what it is I ought to do here, I have to wonder, what is actually supposed to be the challenge of this room? Shooting the eyes? That's the easy part. It's figuring it out that should be the challenge. The same can be said for the 5th key, since the trainer once again spoils the challenge by telling us to, quote, find a secret passage in this room. If we hadn't been told this little tidbit, then it would have been up to the player to investigate his surroundings and find a way to shut off the flames guarding the chest. But now, it no longer feels like my accomplishment. Instead, because the game tells me that there was a secret passage, I now feel like I was simply following an objective marker rather than actually exploring the environment for clues. Luckily, the 6th key is much better in this regard. It's another silver rupee room, this time taking place over a lake of deadly lava and without the hard time limit from before, but that's more than fine, seeing as how this is only the prelude to the real challenge. You see, collecting collecting these rupees opens an offshoot room with a giant reservoir in the center. There's a whirlpool effect and several shellblade enemies in here, and you'll have to collect another 5 silver rupees while underwater to summon the chest containing the small key. A significantly greater challenge, seeing as how Link's moveset is severely limited while submerged. The 7th key is located in our final challenge room, or the first if you chose to follow the eastern path from the start. This is a simple combat room, much like the first one, but our opponents aren't Stalfos but rather Dynalfos, essentially just roided up versions of the Lizalfos we fought all the way back in Dodongo's Cavern. The fight also adds a bit of an environmental obstacle through these firewalls surrounding the arena, which you can see me getting my ass kicked by in this footage. But other than that, it's pretty tame. And that's pretty much it. The last 2 keys aren't actually in challenge rooms. One sitting on the edge of the lava room from earlier, which you can reach either by taking a dummy path in the key labyrinth or by playing the Song of Time, and the final key is located in this secret room on the 2nd floor that you'll have to use the Lens of Truth to find. So, after all that, what is our reward for trekking through this final mini-dungeon? Okay, so, funny story, there's these things in the game called Gossip Stones that you can talk to using the Mask of Truth, that item you get for completing the Happy Mask Shop questline we went over earlier. And for the most part, they offer one of 2 things to say: extra story and world building info, or hints towards a couple of the game's more obscure secrets. Well, the stone sitting just outside the Spirit Temple, which comes after this mini-dungeon, will have this to say. They say that the treasure you can earn in the Gerudo's training ground is not as great as you would expect given its difficulty. There are more than a few hilarious implications to this, the principal of them being that the devs knew the reward they put at the end of the Gerudo's training ground, one of the game's final challenges, was underwhelming, yet didn't do anything to fix the issue, instead putting a tongue-in-cheek joke in the game referring to it being disappointing. Now, look, I'm sure most players would agree with the game's assessment that the ice arrows are, indeed, a terrible reward for beating this dungeon, especially given its heavy item requirements and difficulty. And if I had to judge the quality of this reward based on the number of times I've actually used the ice arrows before writing this review, which has been 0 times over the course of like 9 playthroughs, then yes, this is absolutely a shit reward for such a hard dungeon. And yet, I can't help but like both this dungeon and its reward. First of all, the Gerudo Training Grounds itself, when analyzing it purely on the basis of level design, is a kick-ass dungeon. Seriously, a linear progression of combat challenges and puzzles with a beginning choice that dictates the order in which you do said challenges in, and with some actually difficult rooms that test the player on his accumulated knowledge about the game's mechanics from over the course of its entire runtime. Honestly, I'd say this dungeon is a reward enough on its own, given how fun it is to tackle on a first or even 10th playthrough. But on top of that, I actually have to admit, the ice arrows are not as useless as I, or the game for that matter, first thought they were. If you recall my comments from the ice cavern, freezing attacks do massive amounts of damage to the player, and this same rule applies to enemies. I found that using ice arrows actually ended a lot of fights quicker than they would have otherwise. Frankly, I think my aversion to using them, as well as the rogue dev who wrote this line of dialogue, has to do more with the fact that they cost magic points, and to an OCD-riddled brain like mine, that fucker better be at max value at all times, even though it's literally there just to be used. But that's my fault, not the game's. I'm certain that plenty of players who aren't me have made great use of the ice arrows, which are, objectively, pretty badass. All in all, the Gerudo's Training Ground is a fun little romp that perfectly caps off Ocarina of Time's mini-dungeons and side content, encapsulating the best of the game's level design and combat challenges from over the course of its long runtime to create a truly unique experience. Alright, that was the last bit of side content this game has to offer, and we're only 3 hours into the video, Jesus Christ. Now onto the game's penultimate dungeon, the Spirit Temple. But first, we'll need to cross the Haunted Wasteland. Essentially, this is just a small section where we first have to follow some wooden post markers leading to an outpost, then use the Lens of Truth to follow a Poe all the way to the Spirit Temple. It's not really necessary. I feel like, if anything, it's more here to gate off players who haven't yet beaten the second mini-dungeon, though, as I've already mentioned, you can technically get past this part if you feel your way through the desert instead, or use a guide. But I suppose it does answer why, from a story perspective, no one ever visits the Spirit Temple, and thus why orders from Ganondorf's second-in-command, Nabooru, don't come from her directly. The Spirit Temple itself utilizes a pretty unique central mechanic, which is that it requires that we revisit the area as a child in order to actually progress through it. You see, there's a hole leading further into the dungeon's west wing, but adult Link cannot fit through it, so we'll be forced to leave. Sheik will then appear and teach us the last of the fast travel songs, the Requiem of Spirit. This will allow us to travel back to the area just outside the temple at any time, including as a child. So we head back to the Temple of Time, return the Master Sword, use the Requiem of Spirit to fast travel back here, and finally we can tackle the last mainline dungeon in Ocarina of Time, the Spirit Temple. The Spirit Temple begins in a very different manner than all the other dungeons, and not just because of the whole timeline switching thing we just had to do. We return to see a lone Gerudo woman inspecting the small passageway that we cannot fit through as an adult. This is Nabooru, the exalted second-in-command to Ganondorf, except her attitude seems to be completely different than what we would have expected. Through her dialogue, we learn that she's here to foil Ganondorf's plans, not to aid in them, and she asks that we help her by crawling through this tiny hole and retrieving the silver gauntlets, an item that grants its users superhuman strength. Basically, it's the power bracelet from the 2D games. In return, she offers to, quote, do something great for Link should he retrieve these gauntlets. So it's into the Spirit Temple we go. This child timeline part of the Spirit Temple takes place almost entirely in the western wing of the dungeon, and it's an absolutely fantastic start to the level design. First off, as Child Link, our available pool of dungeon items has been significantly reduced, as well as our potential damage output. The Spirit Temple takes great advantage of this, pitting the player against adult timeline enemies such as the Stalfos, Dynalfos, and eventually the Iron Knuckle. As for puzzle solving, the Spirit Temple takes great advantage of Child Link's arsenal, forcing the player to remember lessons from earlier dungeons and apply them to this one. Take this first room, for example. It starts with a fight against a Stalfos, yet even after killing him, nothing opens up. Instead, we are presented with a single gate blocking a switch. Try as you might to shoot at it with a slingshot, it'll do nothing. The gate blocks all of your shots. As adult Link, this puzzle would be completely impossible to solve. But as a child, we have access to a long dormant item that adult Link does not, the boomerang. So, throw your boomerang a little to the left and watch as it comes back, and oh look, now there's a bridge. This dungeon generally does a great job of forcing the player to utilize Child Link's back catalog of items while simultaneously injecting greater challenges into the mix. Like, a couple rooms later, we have this torch puzzle that you're supposed to solve using this Deku stick and these already lit torches. Unfortunately, I don't have footage of me doing this because I decided to just use Din's fire instead, but hey, that's a completely valid way to complete this puzzle. Actually, the same can be said for another of this dungeon's many enemies, the Anubis. This is a creature that copies all of Link's movements and can only be killed with fire. The room we find him in provides the player with a solution in the form of this switch, which activates a little fire trap that you can guide the Anubis into. Or you could just use Din's fire, or even the fire arrows, once you've returned to this temple as adult Link. These are great logic puzzles, giving the player out-of-the-box ways of solving a problem, but without completely trivializing the original challenge. Heading further into the temple, we enter a room containing nothing but a sundial, a cracked wall, and a switch. Upon hitting the switch, a chest will appear containing bomb chews? What the hell are these? Okay, so the bomb chews are an optional item, asterisks, that the player can buy from 2 select merchants or find in very specific places out in the overworld. Actually, I already mentioned them once before when going over the bottom of the well, since they appear in that dungeon as an optional reward for exploration. But beyond the bomb chew minigame played in Hyrule Castletown, which actually provides you with the necessary bomb chews regardless, there isn't a single puzzle in the game that requires that we use these things. Except for this one. This is strange for 2 reasons. 1, Ocarina's level design does not generally thrust items and puzzles onto the player without some semblance of build-up to them. And 2, this is literally one of only 2 times in this entire video game that you have to use these bomb chews. We won't be using them again in this dungeon, so I have to ask, what is the purpose of this puzzle? It should be to introduce the actual central mechanic of this temple, the sundials, which activate upon being exposed to the sun. But this bomb chew bit is strange and somewhat detracts from the actual purpose of this puzzle. At the very least, the very next puzzle room follows up on this sundial mechanic by demanding that the player push a block with the sundial on it into a ray of sunlight. This will open the door leading forward, but we'll also need to solve a torch puzzle to get a small key. This one can't be trivialized with Din's Fire, because it's actually the hardest torch puzzle in the entire game, which is fitting, seeing as how it is the very last one we'll have to do as Child Link. The torches are hidden pretty well, and are spread out across this big room with several traps, which creates an absolute traversal nightmare. It's genuinely difficult, and I almost never get it right on the first try. We could pick up the dungeon map from the Spirit Temple Central Room before moving on, but other than that, our final challenge will be a mini-boss fight against a brand new enemy, the Iron Knuckle. This is actually one of the best mini-boss encounters in the entire game, edged out only by Dark Link, obviously. There's a couple great design choices on display here. One, the Iron Knuckle practices a very different combat style than most other humanoid enemies, wielding a ginormous battle axe capable of crushing through blocks and even destroying the environment around us. That leads to the second great design choice, environmental interactions. By goading the Iron Knuckle into destroying the throne and pillars that litter the room, a heaping load of hearts will pop out of them, which will be quite useful given that this thing's axe hits like a fucking truck. Third, this fight is actually designed around being an encounter that both Child and Adult Link will have to contend with, and as such, Child Link has a couple advantages that Adult Link does not. Because Link is so tiny as a kid, you can actually duck under the Iron Knuckle's attacks and keep relatively safe. Just be sure to get the spacing down right, or that'll be a big mistake. Upon defeating the Iron Knuckle, the player will emerge from the Desert Colossus and find the Silver Gauntlets. This is the first of the Spirit Temple's 2 dungeon items. Yes, 2, and it will allow Adult Link to finally progress further into the dungeon. But then, surprise! The Talking Owl, a character we have not seen in quite some time, finally returns, telling Link that he's all grown up now and that he's not sure old men like him have a place in the world anymore. All the same, he tells us that he's proud of our growth and that the fate of Hyrule is now in our hands. I guess now is the time to mention this. The owl is Rauru, the Sage of Light. This isn't mere speculation on my part. One of the Gossip Stones pretty much says this verbatim, he kinda looks like the owl, and they have the same eyes. Plus, Hyrule Historia later confirmed this much, though in all fairness, I don't consider any of the shit in this book to be strictly canon to the older games, or even the future ones for that matter. Regardless, this is an important revelation for us to consider, because otherwise, Rauru would have been a pretty nothing character in this story. After all, we only talked to him like once in the entire game. But by recontextualizing the owl in this way, we now see that his character is so much more. He has been a guiding force for the player, and a surrogate father figure of sorts for Link ever since the death of the Great Deku Tree. He is perhaps a bit heavy-handed in his advice, but hey, aren't all fathers? Mine certainly is, and actually, Raru's unsolicited advice and long-winded lectures remind me a lot of my own father. Maybe that's why I can't help but like him, even if his advice becomes grating at times. Sorry if you're watching this, Dad. But that's exactly what I love about this character. He comes off like a real person, with quirks, flaws, and actual character goals. He isn't just a sad husk of what some writer thinks a Sage of Light ought to be like. He watches over Link throughout his entire journey, more so than he lets on, and provides aid whenever he thinks we need it. But as Link buds into adulthood and leaves the nest, the owl never shows up again. Until the Spirit Temple, where we see that he has continued to watch over us, even in adulthood. Even if he doesn't talk our ear off as often as he used to, or doesn't have the opportunity to aid us as directly as he did when we were a child, Rauru is still there for us. It's an analog for fatherhood. Rauru represents family, the part of our lives that paradoxically gives us life, yet must be abandoned as we grow into adulthood and carve our own place out in the world. Every young boy growing into a man will come to desire the chance to outstrip his father, to become the master of his own household. While fathers often, and rightfully should, desire for this to happen, there's still a serene sadness in seeing one's children leave the nest and move on with their lives. That's why fathers will still offer unsolicited advice or try to fix things even when their children have grown into full adults, because there's a great sense of loss at the prospect of losing one's place as the man of the household. Rauru, through this piece of dialogue, is coming to accept that Link has already far outgrown him and that he has no further advice to offer. No way to help Link that he cannot already do by himself. This isn't just conveyed through dialogue, but through actual gameplay as well. For example, the owl provides one of the early game's most direct forms of diegetic fast travel, flying the player from Lake Hylia to Castletown or from Death Mountain to Kakariko Village. Yet, the player will almost certainly have forgotten about that by now, because the songs that Sheik teaches us are vastly superior, teleporting us to all of these locations and more. But Rauru is still waiting for us at his usual spots should we ever need him. We won't, and that's what's so sad about it, but all the same, he's there for us. Call your parents, kids. The second bit of story information we get at this point is a quick cutscene showing Nabooru getting kidnapped by two witches, who then retreat into the Spirit Temple. In order to save her, we'll have to return to our adult body and continue on with the second half of the dungeon. Using the silver gauntlets, we can finally move the giant block gating our path and advance further into the dungeon. First, we're treated to an almost identical split hallway to that of the western wing. One of these rooms, the one on the left, is optional and holds the compass. The path on the right, on the other hand, holds the necessary small key we'll need to advance further into the dungeon, hiding behind a challenge room full of silver rupees. Once we get past that, we enter a room with 4 sundials and a massive mirror that we can turn to focus the sun's rays on each of these dials. 3 of these are dummy dials. One spawns a wall master, while the other 2 spawn a couple small chests, but the 4th one will open the way forward. This puzzle isn't complex, but it's here to evolve the sundial mechanic we ran into in the first half of the dungeon, namely by introducing mirrors that can reflect sunlight. This was revolutionary stuff for 1998. As I mentioned all the way back in the first dungeon, Ocarina of Time introduced a lot of insane ways for the player to interact with the game's environment, and this is just one more example of that. Next, we circle back around to the temple's central room, where we found the dungeon map during the child half of the dungeon. Assuming you didn't pick it up back then, you can get it now, and there's also a switch that'll open a shortcut back to the dungeon's entrance, should you need to leave halfway through for some reason. Besides that, we can collect a small key from one of the statue's hands and move on to the next part of the dungeon. There's another 3 Anubai here to kill, and from there we can head on to the second Iron Knuckle fight. Things will be easier this time in that adult Link can deal a lot more damage than child Link, but harder in the sense that we're also a much bigger target. Other than that, this fight's pretty much the same as before. Beating the Iron Knuckle will net us the second dungeon item, the Mirror Shield, with which we can deflect sources of light. This can be used in one of the previous rooms to deflect some sunlight onto a sundial in order to open a path further into the dungeon. Again, we're building on the central mechanic of the Spirit Temple, this time using our brand new item. It's good game design, if a bit straightforward. You've probably noticed by now, based on the monotony of my commentary thus far, that this entire dungeon is rather railroaded. After all, at no point in my analysis have I mentioned a stepping off point where the player can explore the dungeon freely, like the ones we see in the forest or water temples. And that's because there is no stepping off point. This dungeon is completely linear. But unlike the Shadow Temple, which embraced its linearity by creating a palpable sense of atmosphere and a series of incrementally paced puzzles that got harder as the dungeon progressed, the Spirit Temple instead attempts to masquerade as something it's not. It uses clever tricks, like separating 3 doorways, only one of which actually leads anywhere, in order to create the illusion of non-linearity. Yet, as I've thus far demonstrated, the actual path you have to go through to complete this dungeon is entirely straightforward. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with linear dungeons. Half the dungeons in this game so far have been linear, and I've clearly had no problem with it up until this point. But I do take issue with how inefficient the Spirit Temple is at using its limited space to create incremental challenges. We acquire the Mirror Shield, for example, at the very end of the dungeon, and then only use it thrice. Once to open the first door, then a second time near the end where we essentially just move around some mirrors and burn away the mask of the statue, and then one final time during the boss fight. We'll get to how shitty that is in just a moment. It just feels like there was supposed to be more to this dungeon than there currently is. I have a theory about this. This isn't based on anything concrete, seeing as how Nintendo is rather tight-lipped about the development process, so take this with a grain of salt. It's widely assumed that one of the adult timeline dungeons was cut from the final release of Ocarina of Time, that being the Light Temple, which is the place Rauru is holed up in at the center of the Sacred Realm. Basically, it's that giant pyramid from A Link to the Past that we fought Ganon in at the end of that game. I know, there's a lot of connections between these two games that we'll get to talking about in just a bit. This information is based on developer interviews as well as context clues, like the fact that the hookshot is acquired somewhat randomly from the Ghost of Dampy, when it probably would have been the dungeon item of the Light Temple instead, and the fact that Rauru basically just gives us his medallion for nothing. I therefore posit, and I am far from the first person to theorize this much, that many of the proposed mechanics for the Light Temple were reused for the Spirit Temple, including the sundials. That would explain their rather underwhelming usage in this dungeon, and the fact that at no point does this temple explore the theme of spirit. What do I mean by that? Well, just to recap, The Forest Temple is plagued by overgrowth. The Fire Temple is entrenched in lava. The Water Temple is completely flooded and utilizes rising and falling water levels as a central mechanic. The Shadow Temple is shrouded in darkness, full of undead, and tells a story about the bloody history of Hyrule. By contrast, what actually makes this a spirit temple? Because we travel between bodies? I mean, kinda, but it's very vague. Point being, the dungeon feels unfocused. Don't get me wrong, I actually had a lot of fun playing this level, and it isn't abysmally designed, like the Face Shrine from Link's Awakening, or terribly unbalanced, like Level 7 from Zelda 1. But compared to the previous 4 dungeons, it feels like a step down, both in terms of level design and atmosphere. Don't get me wrong, if this is the worst dungeon in Ocarina of Time, then that would mean that Ocarina's worst level design far outclasses the very best of Wind Waker or Breath of the Wild. In fact, the Spirit Temple is far from even being a bad dungeon. I love the child timeline part of it. Tying in the time travel mechanic and forcing the player to deal with adult enemies and puzzles as a child lends to some great gameplay and ludonarrative storytelling. All I'm saying is, it's a bit of a shame that the Spirit Temple couldn't manage to perfectly stick the landing, considering that it is the game's penultimate dungeon. It's unfortunate, but, well, no game is flawless, I suppose. Moving on to the dungeon boss, the Spirit Temple actually does something a little strange in that it uses more than a few cutscenes to tell a cohesive story. We walk in on the witches from earlier, Kotake and Koame, who command their minion to attack us on their behalf. We fight a third Iron Knuckle, but once we tear off her armor, gasp! It's a woman! Nabooru has been brainwashed by Kotake and Koame using their black magic. That's why Nabooru was known as a ruthless second-in-command to Ganondorf in the adult timeline, but why she was an independent revolutionary with a burning hatred for her king just 7 years ago. This pisses off the witches, who kidnap Nabooru one last time before retreating to their convenient boss chamber. So begins our final dungeon boss battle. Aw, hell yeah! Let's do this! Yeah, unfortunately, it kinda blows. The first phase of this battle is against the twins, and they'll alternate shooting at Link with their respective elements. And that's it. That's literally all they do. Can you guess how you're supposed to beat them? I mean, I already showed you, but even if I didn't, a child could figure this out. Just do what you've been doing for the entire last half of the dungeon and reflect their elemental magic back at the other sister. You know, I would have been willing to give this fight a pass if you were able to use your elemental arrows instead. How cool would that be? You spent the whole game doing side content, managed to find the fire arrows, cleared the Gerudo fortress, and earned the ice arrows. And now, you get to use your optional gear to end this fight quicker and on your own terms, rather than lamely waiting to reflect the witch's magic at just the right moment. But nope, this game just had to be lame this one time and make it so that arrows have no effect on either of the witches, even though they're supposed to be weak to their opposing element. This actually makes no sense. This game usually is so good about allowing the player to solve logic puzzles in logical ways, using Din's fire in lieu of the Deku sticks, or freezing an Armos to get him to stay on a pressure plate. It's so frustrating that they didn't apply that same kind of thoughtfulness here. Almost as if the devs had it in their mind that this boss fight was literally just a showcase for the Mirror Shield, and by god, you better play it the way they want you to. And the second phase is somehow even more painful. Kotake and Koame combine to form Twin Rova, a witch who uses both ice and fire magic. And can you guess how you're supposed to beat her? You know, I actually wanted to showcase this fight a little more when recording the footage for this video, so I was going to purposefully fuck it up in order to show the mechanics off. Because the way this fight is supposed to go, you have to catch one of the elemental attacks 3 times to overcharge your shield and shoot the magic back at her. If you catch the opposite magic instead, it'll reset the charge and you'll have to start all over again. Problem, which spell Twin Rova decides to use is randomized at a 50-50 chance, so depending on your luck, you'll either be waiting forever as she keeps using different spells, or you literally won't have to do anything because she'll just keep spamming the same element over and over again, which is what happened to me. She used her fire spell 3 times in a row, then used her ice spell 3 times in a row, and that was game. All in all, it's one of the weaker fights from the entirety of Ocarina of Time, only beat out, maybe, by Morpha. It's an unfortunate end to an otherwise middling dungeon. Upon defeating Twinrova, we'll meet up with Nabooru in the Chamber of Sages. She tells us that Ganondorf had been using her to command the loyalty of the Gerudo for the last 7 years, but now that she's free, she's more than happy to fill the role of the Sage of Spirit, aiding us in taking down the King of Evil. She gives us our final medallion, but then says, "If only I knew you would become such a handsome man. I should have kept the promise I made back then." So you might have noticed, or perhaps you didn't, that Nabooru tends to talk in innuendos a lot. That is because she, as our final sage, represents the last great barrier to adulthood, sexuality. Nabooru represents sexual love. Obviously, her character design somewhat speaks to that. There's definitely a sultry nature to the way she dresses and looks, at least as much as the N64's graphics could manage. But this whole dungeon represents that journey, Link's awakening, as it were. Not that one, a very different kind of awakening. In the fight against Kotake and Koame, for example, after combining into Twinrova, they become much younger and more sultry. They even give this little wink to Link, and look at him blush. Link has never done something like that prior to this moment, and he's had plenty of opportunities. Gerudo is straight up naked the whole game, and the fairies honestly ain't much better in the whole clothes department. In fact, throughout the early game, there were moments where characters would talk about adult things, like duty and love, and the narration would explicitly say that you being Link, don't understand what he or she is talking about. But by the time Link becomes an adult, we don't see that message pop up anymore, almost as if Link is finally at an age where adult things no longer confuse him. Yet it's here, at the Spirit Temple, where we finally see an adult reaction from Link. He is now keenly aware of his own sexuality, and Nabooru represents that by making passes at Link. Just ignore the fact that she started flirting with him when he was like 9. We'll just chalk that up to harmless teasing, I hope. Regardless, that was our 6th sage, the last element of adulthood for Link to tackle. Now, all that's left is to find the 7th and final sage, the one of royal blood. Once the player's beaten all 5 adult timeline dungeons and saved the 6 sages, Rauru will contact Link directly and inform him that someone is waiting for him at the Temple of Time, and that we should see this person before facing down Ganondorf. So, heading back to the Temple of Time, we are met by Sheik, who handily comes to plug up the game's one major plot hole. Okay, so I didn't mention this before because it's kind of predicated on your knowledge of A Link to the Past storyline, but in a nutshell, the biggest plot hole from A Link to the Past story was the fact that Ganon had managed to acquire the Triforce, which was established as an omniscient and omnipotent source of power, yet couldn't find a way out of the Dark World, or couldn't just use it to kill Link, for that matter. If you remember that particular plot point, then you've probably been wondering the same thing I was by this point on my first playthrough. Why doesn't Ganondorf just use the Triforce to smite Link? After all, he has it, does he not? Well, that's been the assumption. As it turns out, Ganondorf did not manage to get his hands on all 3 pieces of the Triforce, but only one. Remember, the Triforce has a will of its own. This was established back in A Link to the Past, and it's very picky about whom it serves. It's a sacred triangle that balances the 3 forces which created Hyrule: Furore's courage, Din's power, and Nehru's wisdom. If the one who holds it does not have an understanding of all 3 forces, then he or she will only be granted one piece, the one which represents the force they value the most, while the other 2 will choose masters who are destined to best represent their own forces. The purpose of this split is to create an inevitable conflict between the 3 destined candidates, so that the victor might prove himself to be most worthy of the 3. Surprise, one of them chose us. We possess the Triforce of Courage, and honestly, this doesn't feel like an ass pull. Rather than just telling the player that he's the chosen one just because, we've played the entire game by this point and now fully understand why we were chosen. Really, who else would have gotten it instead? Link is absolutely the most courageous man alive. After all, it was Link who saved the 6 sages. He who took up sword and shield and purged the rot from the great Deku tree, all the way back at the beginning of his journey. It makes total sense. So then, who did the Triforce of Wisdom go to? Zelda has been here the entire time, guiding us, watching over us, fighting alongside us. Every step of the way, she's been there for Link. This is genuinely one of the best plot twists in any Zelda game. There's a reason why people still remember this moment fondly even a quarter century after its release, because Zelda is actually a person in this game. She was the one who started all this. By tampering with fate, meddling in affairs she did not yet understand, she inadvertently caused the rise of the very man she was attempting to thwart. Zelda is a character in this game, with goals, flaws, and actual character growth. She was a helpless little girl when we first met her. Now, after the death of her family, the loss of her home, and 7 years on the run from Ganondorf, she has emulated the heroism she saw in Link and become a fighter herself. She, like Link, has grown over the course of her journey. Zelda's character writing has probably been the most inconsistent aspect of the Zelda series as a whole, which is really saying something considering the roller coaster that is Zelda games' quality over time. I actually made a whole video on this subject back when Tears of the Kingdom came out, but to recap, Zelda was just a plot device in Zelda 1 and 2. She only appeared at the end of those games as a way of providing the player with some semblance of narrative closure. In A Link to the Past, she was kind of a character, although we're really stretching the limits of that term, let's be honest. She didn't really have any personality in that game, and mostly just served as a damsel in distress. Twice, even. But Link's Awakening provided some insight into the potential of Zelda's character writing. Really, it's the missing link between the quality of this game's storytelling and Zelda 3's. Though Zelda doesn't appear at all in that game, we are introduced to a brand new female lead instead, Marin. If you want to hear me gush about this character for 2 hours, then you can just watch my Link's Awakening review. But to summarize, Marin felt like an actual woman with thoughts, feelings, and dreams of her own. She wasn't just a plot device. In fact, the game begins with her saving Link, rather than the other way around, and she was genuinely useful throughout our journey. In fact, take her out of the game, and we would have never been able to escape Koholint in the first place, because it was her agency as a character that allowed Link to learn the Ballad of the Windfish, to locate the Angler Key, and eventually find the strength necessary to move on with his life after the destruction of Koholint. So now we arrive at Ocarina of Time, the pinnacle of Zelda storytelling. And how do they treat Zelda this time? Well, she's an actual character with thoughts, feelings, and a character goal. But she plays a much more active role in this game's story than even Marin did. As I already mentioned, it was her plan to retrieve the Triforce that eventually led to Ganondorf's rise. It was a stupid idea, dreamed up by a stupid little kid who didn't know any better. And now that she's an adult, Zelda is riddled with guilt over having been responsible for Ganondorf's rise, just as the player no doubt is. The reason she now fights on the front lines is partly out of necessity, but mostly out of guilt for her own role in creating the horrible world we now inhabit. In other words, Zelda isn't a mere plot device, she is the plot. She's just as important to this story as Ganondorf or Link. That's way more than I can say for literally every Zelda game following this one, except for Spirit Tracks. I'm telling you, that game's a hidden gem. Unfortunately, our heartfelt reunion does not last. Ganondorf uses his sorcery to capture the princess, revealing that the whole reason he let us wander around freeing the sages was to draw out Zelda. Again, great setup, great payoff. Ganondorf's been hunting this woman for 7 years, and he needs her in order to obtain the Triforce of Wisdom. It's easy to imagine that he would assume that Zelda's affection for Link would eventually draw her out. It's essentially the same strategy he used to get us to open the Door of Time, only this time, he actually had to sacrifice something in exchange. Because now, we're ready. We've freed the 6 sages, and with their combined power, we can finally take on the King of Evil himself. Ganon's Castle, a classic for the Zelda series, going all the way back to A Link to the Past. Strangely, it's actually a pretty short dungeon in this game. In fact, in some ways, I'm not entirely sure it truly qualifies as a dungeon. Maybe? It doesn't have a dungeon map or a compass, so mechanically it's more like a mini dungeon than anything else. Regardless of whatever category it falls under, Ganon's Castle is a fantastic way to end the game, so let's go over the level design on display here and see what works and, admittingly, doesn't work about it. This area hosts a blend of linear and non-linear dungeon design. Non-linear in that it presents 6 paths for the player to follow, all within a single central room, and linear in that each of these paths are entirely straightforward, presenting presenting either a series of smaller rooms with puzzles and enemies, or just one big challenge room. The order these are done in is mostly up to the player, though the fire and light paths are gated off until you receive the dungeon item, the golden gauntlets. Yes, these are just a slight upgrade from the silver ones. I feel like the only purpose of this was to gate off the Great Fairy who sits just outside the castle until the end of the game, seeing how she gives Link a permanent damage reduction that is essentially the equivalent of doubling your heart count. But other than that, these things are useless, and I'm not entirely sure they needed to be in this game. The main conceit of this dungeon is that we need to make it to the end of all 6 of these paths and destroy the source of each magic barrier, which is keeping us from ascending further up the tower. Each of these paths correspond to one of the 6 sages, as well as their associated temple, so you would guess, based on that description, that each of these paths builds on the puzzles presented in each of their respective dungeons. Right? Well, kinda? The Path of Spirit, for example, does just that. It begins with the Silver Rupee room, followed by the second and final Bombchu puzzle of the game. Lastly, it concludes with a final sundial room. So all in all, yes, it's definitely building on the concepts we saw introduced back in the Spirit Temple, just as you'd expect. The paths of Shadow and Fire also follow this same pattern, the former of which requires that we navigate across this giant chasm, using the Longshot, Hover Boots, Lens of Truth, and Megaton Hammer in order to get to the other side. It totally builds on the multi-item type of level design we saw back in the Shadow Temple. The same goes with the Path of Fire. Big room, lots of lava, need a Goron tunic to stay in here indefinitely, it's all great stuff. But then we have the Path of Water. Rather than taking notes from the Water Temple, it uses the Ice Cavern as its inspiration, which, hey, ice is technically water, and we did have to complete this mini dungeon first before moving on to the Water Temple, so it isn't completely disconnected from that part of the game, I suppose. On top of that, the block pushing puzzle in this section is actually a step up from the one we saw back in the Ice Cavern, so this isn't exactly a dud or anything like that. It's just a bit strange that, rather than taking notes from its associated dungeon like the previous 3 rooms did, a dungeon that, need I remind you, is the best one in the entire Zelda series, they instead opted to use mechanics from a mini-dungeon instead. The Path of the Forest is even stranger in that regard, because it begins in a way that implies it's going to use concepts from the Forest Temple. Wolfos enemy, torch puzzle that utilizes the bow, it's perfect. Then we enter the next room and what the fuck is this? Suddenly, we're interjecting elements from the Shadow Temple into what's supposed to be the Forest Temple's moment to shine. Why? Could they really not think of a way to integrate some of the Forest Temple's puzzles into this part of the dungeon? The Path of Light suffers the most from this lack of focus. Remember, this was the dungeon that allegedly got cut early in development, so what we get here is, well, completely without a central purpose. The first room has us kill some invisible enemies to acquire a small key, then the next one has us just play Zelda's Lullaby. That's literally all you have to do here. Like, what? Then we have a Silver Rupee room, but honestly, compared to the Path of Fire Silver Rupee challenge, or even the Gerudo training grounds, this feels like a fucking cakewalk. And that's it. That is literally it. At least with the Path of Forest, there was at least some semblance of the Forest Temple in there, but you can really tell just how hard the Path of Light got hit by the loss of its associated dungeon. My point in laying all this out is to say that Ganon's castle is definitely not the best endgame dungeon in the series, at least in terms of actual level design. It's also far from being bad. It's actually pretty good, all things considered, but compared to the sheer focus on display in Zelda 1 or Link to the Past's endgame levels, and in contrast to the masterpiece that is Twilight Princess's final dungeon, Ganon's castle in Ocarina of Time is not the greatest endgame dungeon we'll see in the series. But that doesn't mean the ending isn't the greatest. Far from it. Because at this point, the actual dungeon part of this dungeon ends, and the final ascent up Ganon's tower begins. Our ascent begins on the ground floor, with several fiery keys flying around. You can either kill or avoid them, but the next floor shall not be so kind. You will be locked in a room with 2 Dynalphos. Kill them, and the path forward shall open. We continue our ascent up the tower, and at this point, you may begin to notice that the music is slowly getting louder. It begins muffled. You can hardly make it out, but if you played A Link to the Past, you might recognize it as Ganon's theme. But with each floor we ascend, the song is increasing in volume. On the next floor, we encounter 2 Stalfos. Kill them, and we not only open the way forward, but also receive the boss key. Continuing on, our final challenge is against 2 Iron Knuckles. They are the last line of defense before we finally reach Ganon's chambers. By the time we reach his bedroom door, the music is almost ear-piercing, and upon entering, we finally see why that is. Listen, I understand that this is an entirely superfluous detail for me to focus on, but the fact that Ganondorf literally plays his own theme as you ascend his tower is not only kick-ass in its own right, but actually adds a lot to his character. Like, so many villains in media are often characterized by their evil deeds and not enough by, you know, who they actually are as people. Most evil people in the real world had actual hobbies on top of doing whatever evil things they did. So the fact that Ganondorf really enjoys Gothic architecture and playing the organ makes him feel extremely human. You see what he does with the excess wealth he's accrued from his conquest of Hyrule, and frankly, that does a better job at convincing us that he's a villain than anything else could have. Yes, the King of Hyrule was also a conqueror, but he used his wealth to better the lives of his people. Castletown was bright, happy, and booming, and even the rural settlements were quite well off. The spoils of his conquests went to the people just as much as they did to the king. Ganondorf, on the other hand, has extracted every last bit of wealth he can from his subjects in order to erect this sick perversion of a palace on the ruins of the once bustling capital of Hyrule. His rule only benefits himself. He's not interested in unifying the people of Hyrule, but rather dominating them. The fact that he spends his days at the top of his tower, playing his own theme on an extravagant organ, tells you all you need to know about his kingship, and why we must end it. As soon as he notices us, the King of Evil will turn to face Link, remarking that the pieces of the Triforce, now united, can finally grant him his wish. With our Triforce of Courage, his domination of the world shall finally be complete. But first, he'll need to take it from us. Ganon's magic will prevent Navi from getting anywhere near him. In other words, she won't be able to help us in this fight. This is a mechanical challenge as much as it is a fitting thematic ending to our journey. Remember, Navi is a symbol of our childhood, more specifically of our dependence on guiding adult figures. She was given to Link as a guardian and mentor, and throughout the game she guides our actions, providing advice, enemy information, and even a literal auto-lock feature. Yeah, remember Z-targeting? That feature which is instrumental to the game's combat system? That's her doing. Like the Lakitu Bros in Super Mario 64, she is a living representation of an actual in-game mechanic. It took us 3 hours to get to this point in the video, which I think is a record for Ocarina of Time reviews, but the most common complaint about this game is Navi, more specifically, how annoying she is. Now, I know this is going to be a hot take, and I'm probably going to have to turn in my Mario Club card for saying this, but I think Navi's reputation is entirely unwarranted, primarily because her advice is absolutely necessary for first-time players, especially back in 1998, when the rules for 3D action-adventure games had yet to be established. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the only reason so many people feel this way is because they've played this game so many times that Navi's advice becomes superfluous. But let us not forget that Navi serves an important ludo-narrative purpose as well. She is our guiding adult figure, after all, but in this instance, in our final showdown against Ganon, the moment where Link proves himself, once and for all, to be a real man, she is no longer present. You have to defeat Ganondorf all on your own, without the help of an adult. That is such a lovely little way of tying up the game's themes of growth in a nice little bow. I would happily trade a few instances of superfluous advice from a guide character in exchange for such perfect ludonarrative storytelling. This is so much more than I'll be able to say about any other Zelda game's guide character, except for the best one, obviously. So let's appreciate this while we can. As for the fight itself, it's Okay, let's start with the positives. First, I like how this battle takes advantage of the terrain. As the fight goes on, Ganondorf will smash his fist into the floor and destroy large parts of it, effectively reducing the amount of room the player has to maneuver in. Also, if you jump onto his platform, Ganondorf will use this same attack to knock Link off. As I've mentioned a few times already, bosses who can actually take advantage of their terrain to throw the player off balance are always a welcome addition. On top of that, the song choice here is just badass. It's actually based on the Prince of Darkness from A Link to the Past, the boss theme for Ganon, which is one of the best battle tracks from the entire Zelda series, in my opinion. Okay, that was everything nice I had to say about this fight. Now let's actually start talking about it. It's bad. Really bad. If this alone was the extent of the finale, and the game just ended with Zelda kissing Link and calling him a true hero right afterwards, you know, like they did in the original Zelda games, then it would actually be enough to knock this game down a peg. I'd probably have to give it, like, a 9.5 out of 10, maybe a straight 9, because this fight in isolation is so mind-numbingly boring that it really does almost kill all the tension we've been feeling up until this point. So what sucks about it? Well, it's energy tennis. That's it. That's the whole fight. I know we talked about this like almost 2 hours ago, but remember the second phase of the fight with Phantom Ganon? It's the same concept, except without the ability to dictate the pace of the fight, plus an added step where you have to shoot him with the light arrows within a 4-second time frame, and that's it. This battle is even more hilarious if you have the Bigoron sword, because the fight will end well before Ganon starts changing up his attacks, a fact I only discovered on my 10th playthrough, the last one I did before writing this part of the script, where I purposefully used the Master Sword just to demonstrate the fight for recording purposes. It was here where I discovered that he'll actually use his second spell after taking enough damage, and it was legitimately a joy to see this. Imagine you're in my shoes. You've been working on a review of Ocarina of Time, on and off, for almost 2 years, playing this game over and over again, taking notes, doing research, and at the very end of your final playthrough of this game, you see the final boss pull out a move you've never seen before. And then you realize that the only reason you've never seen this attack before is because the boss is so easy that the only way you would ever witness such a thing is by, say, deliberately throwing the fight because you're recording for an audience. And let's be honest here, even if the devs decided to fix this problem by buffing Ganondorf's health, the fact of the matter is that this second attack doesn't really add any substance to the fight anyway. In fact, it's easier to counter this spell since it cuts out the energy tennis bit entirely, allowing you to just shoot Ganondorf directly instead. In summation, this fight completely blows, because it continues the horrible tradition within the Zelda series of giving penultimate boss battles a phase involving energy tennis. A tradition which A Link to the Past started and Breath of the Wild, thank God, finally ended. So we beat Ganondorf so bad at tennis that he starts to cough up blood and then he dies, but not before casting one final spell. And not one of those tennis ball spells we deflected earlier. This time, he decides to bring the whole fucking castle down on our heads. Why couldn't he have used a spell like that during our duel? This leads into a final timed escape section, a la Metroid, where we'll have to descend Ganondorf's wizard tower in less than 3 minutes. I absolutely love this bit. Not only is it a genuinely tense section due to the short time limit and the many enemies we'll have to fight along the way, but it also includes a fantastic bit of ludonarrative character writing for Zelda. She will escape alongside the player, and although she's a tad bit slower than Link, which, in all fairness to her, she's wearing a dress, so that should be expected, she also plays a vital role in our escape. She uses her magic to open all of these barred doors, which is a really fantastic way of showing how powerful and useful she is. An obstacle like this would usually be impossible for Link to overcome on his own, requiring that the player search for a switch or solve a puzzle. But Zelda just lifts the damn thing up with her magic. It showcases just how powerful she's become over the course of the last 7 years. We knew she had an affinity for magic when she was a child, but this is on a whole new level. It exceeds the pitiful fire blasts, warping magic, and shield spells that Link learned over the course of the game. I think that's a brilliant bit of ludonarrative storytelling. And on top of that, this whole escape section will endear the player to Zelda personally. A shared journey like this feels so much more intimate when you can actually see the principal characters interacting with one another. Zelda has been there for us behind the scenes, teaching Link warp songs and providing invaluable advice, but to actually escape the final dungeon alongside her, instead of merely rescuing her the way we have in previous titles, and even future ones, it makes the relationship feel that much more personal. Plus, I love the little gasps she does whenever Link gets hurt. The actress did a great job with this. It genuinely sounds like she's horrified to see the man she loves get hurt. Speaking of which, there's this fun little bit partway through where a couple Stalfos trap her behind some fire and you'll have to kill them to free her, and afterwards, this happens. Like, how adorable is that? I love little ludonarrative flares like that, when a game takes its actual mechanics and blends them with the story. Zelda literally swoons so hard for Link that recovery hearts spontaneously erupt around her, and we can actually use them to heal up after such an intense fight. Man, do you see why this game's so brilliant? They literally don't make games like this anymore. Upon escaping from the crumbling tower, Link and Zelda take a moment to revel in their victory. Zelda, after 7 long years of seeing her kingdom crumble before her, finally breathes a sigh of relief. But it doesn't last. This is, perhaps, the greatest cutscene ever made for a video game. At the very least, it's absolutely the best boss introduction ever put in a game. The lighting, the music, the atmosphere, and the most subtle part of all, the name drop. I don't know if you've noticed this, but every single boss we fought in Ocarina of Time has 2 separate name drops. First comes their title, Parasitic Armored Arachnid, Subterranean Lava Dragon, Great King of Evil, then comes their names, Goma, Volvagia, Ganondorf, etc. But when Ganon reveals himself, when we finally get confirmation that this is, indeed, the same demon we fought in every mainline game before this point, there is no title. The game just drops his name, as if to say, you already know who this is, bitch. Because with an intro like that, Ganon needs no title. His mere presence is intimidating enough. Thematically, this is the greatest boss battle in the entire Zelda series, maybe even the greatest boss battle of all time. The way Ganon's massive figure silhouettes across the battlefield, how the only sources of light are that of the raging fire around us and the lightning which dances across the skies, and my favorite part of all, the absolute best scream ever recorded for a video game. I want you all to remember this name, Jun Mizusawa. That is the name of the original seiyuu for Zelda, providing voice work for this character all the way up until Super Smash Bros. 4. Granted, she did not voice Zelda in every game between that time. Wind Waker and its sequels had a different actress, as well as Skyward Sword. But all the same, this woman is solely responsible for the female voice acting in this game being as good as it is. Like, literally, she plays all the female characters who have voice lines in this game. But this scream, this sounds like the horrified wailing of a woman who genuinely believes, for but a mere moment, that the man she loves is about to die. I'm being completely serious here, this one sound adds so much tension to this fight. I genuinely feel awful whenever I get hit by Ganon, not because I think I'm gonna lose, but because I don't want to scare Zelda. I know she's not real, but goddamn, that scream sure as hell is. Oh, and the fight! My God, the fight! We lose the Master Sword. This is a perfect opening to the battle, because let's be honest, everyone who plays this game has the exact same weapon in mind at the beginning of every fight. The sword. It's the default weapon in Zelda, the first weapon, and the one you rely on the most. So to take that away from the player at the very end of the game, it makes you feel naked, helpless even, like you're a child again. But the sword never made the man. Link, or more pertinently, the player, has gotten this far not by wisdom, not by power, but by courage. That might sound like superfluous rhetoric on my part. What are you talking about, Octo? My sword killed the enemies and my brain solved the puzzles. What good did courage do for me? A fair question, and one that the Zelda community often likes to pose. People make fun of the Triforce of Courage a lot. After all, what good is courage in the face of something more practical, like power or wisdom? But let me ask you this. How many times did you die while playing this game? Hell, any Zelda game. 2, 3, 30 times maybe? That's where the journey ends for a lot of people. They encounter a puzzle that's too complex or an enemy that's too tough and say, fuck it, I quit. And that's the end of their journey. But what about the players who made it this far? Who made it to the end of the game? What did they do whenever they hit a roadblock? They got back up. They tried again and again and again, no matter how many enemies they faced, no matter how difficult a puzzle might have been, no matter how many times the stupid fucking emulator crashed while I was making this video. They got back up and tried again. That's the power of courage. And that's exactly the kind of power we need to fell Ganon once and for all. Let's fucking go. Ganon's body is immune to all forms of damage. Try as you might, no simple frontal assault can hurt him. However, that does not mean he is completely invulnerable. He has an Achilles heel, or an Achilles tail, more like it. The target is big, but the real challenge comes in getting behind him. Get too close, and he'll strike you with his massive swords. Try to circle around him, and he'll just turn his body. Thus, you have 2 choices. Shoot him in the face with a light arrow, thereby stunning him for a short time, or roll under his legs and quickly strike before he can turn around. Your choice in weaponry is anything, really. Bombs, arrows, the Megaton hammer, and even the Bigoron sword if you earned it. I'll admit, using the Bigoron sword kind of trivializes the theming of this fight, so I kind of wish they had taken that away from the player too, but I also understand that the player did indeed earn this weapon and should therefore be able to use it. Regardless, no amount of preparation can trivialize the theming of this fight. It is badass with a capital ass. They even added in some environmental elements. The barrier of fire encircling the battlefield is genuinely something you'll have to watch out for. It snuck up on me a couple times, as you can see in this footage. You can also goad Ganon into destroying parts of his old castle, thereby revealing consumables like bombs and arrows. It's absolutely brilliant. Once he's taken enough damage, Ganon will fall and the fire barrier will disappear for a short time. This will give the player a moment to retrieve the Master Sword, the only weapon capable of cutting through Ganon's evil magic. We continue the fight as normal, except this time, Ganon is much faster, and the player has likely run out of magic by this point. If you've been relying on the light arrows up until now, it's likely that you'll have to switch tactics and begin rolling under him instead. Regardless of your methodology, with enough effort, Ganon will finally fall, and Zelda will use her magic to hold him in place. It is therefore up to the player to deliver one final blow, to press one final button before the end of this long journey. In his moment of weakness, the sages trap Ganon in the Sacred Realm and leave before sealing the door shut forever. With his final breaths, Ganon curses the sages, curses Zelda, and curses Link, vowing that, one day, when the seal of the 7 wise men is broken, he shall return to exterminate their descendants. We cut to Zelda and Link, who finally share a quiet moment together to reflect on their journey. Zelda admits that the tragedies of the past 7 years were entirely her fault, that in her haste to stop a prophesized evil, she unwittingly brought it about. Zelda laments that Link must return to his original time, and hesitantly takes the Ocarina of Time from his hands. Despite how aged this game's graphics are, I have to commend just how much love the animators put into this moment. You can literally see the tinge of pain Link feels as he returns the instrument to Zelda, knowing that this is goodbye. Zelda plays her lullaby one final time and sends Link home. God, the hesitation in that final note. Koji Kondo, you son of a bitch! Zelda says, sayonara, and that's our ending. Continuing in the tradition of the past 2 Zelda games, Ocarina of Time ends with one of the greatest tracks ever composed for a video game, while also showing us a few post-credit events. First, we see the inhabitants of Hyrule rejoice at their liberation. The people we saved throughout the game dance and sing at Talon's ranch, while the 6 sages overlook the world from atop Death Mountain. As the credits fade, we return to the Temple of Time to see that Link has returned to his original body, and puts away the Master Sword for good. And Navi, without a single word, flies off, leaving Link on his own. For our final shot, we see Link return to Hyrule Castle, only to meet a young Princess Zelda, who clearly does not recognize him. The camera zooms out, and that's our ending. There's a lot going on here, and if you're a bit confused, I wouldn't blame you. This is far from a straightforward ending in a game which has, thus far, been anything but straightforward. While you could simply take the events I just summarized at face value, it should be rather clear by this point that there's a lot more to this ending than first meets the eye. This game loves to hide its actual meaning behind allegory and cryptic symbolism, after all. So let's take a second, more analytical look at this ending and see how it fits into the wider story of Ocarina of Time. So to start, Ganondorf. Ganondorf, as I've already mentioned, receives a fair amount of character writing and genuine development over the course of this game, and that makes him a rather believable villain, both in that his actions have proper motivations, and that those motivations in and of themselves are quite understandable, even if he is in the wrong. But this ending, where he transforms into a giant pig monster called Ganon and is sealed away in the Sacred Realm until the day when the seal of the 7 wise men might break, well, if you haven't guessed it by now, this game is a prequel to A Link to the Past. Now, depending on which games in the series you've played before watching this video, you're probably thinking either one of 2 things at this moment. No shit, or no Octo, you're wrong, and here's my 2,000 character unsourced rant proving it. Don't bother deleting your comments, I can still see them. The reason behind this discrepancy is mostly Wind Waker's fault, although if we want to ascribe an actual person to this fallacy, I suppose the real culprit will end up being Eiji Aonuma. These days, if you take a look at the wiki, or God forbid, one of the many revised versions of the supposedly official timeline Nintendo started putting out beginning with Skyward Sword, then you'll probably come under the false impression that Ocarina of Time is the game which began the Zelda series' whole timeline nonsense. I mean, how could it not be? It's called Ocarina of Time. Clearly, this was the Zelda game that forever ruined the series' storytelling potential through overly complicated timelines, yes? Well, no, it isn't, and let me explain why. Now, look, I know what I'm about to ask you to do is hard, especially if you're a newer fan of the Zelda series, but I'm going to need you to forget everything that you think you know about the future games in this series and what they say happened after the events of Ocarina of Time, because I judge games based on a very simple philosophy, that time effectively stops at the date of release. This game came out in 1998. It deserves, nay, needs to be judged on its own merits, without the influence of future sequels dictating its story. That's why I didn't reference Ocarina of Time in the context it gives to the world building of Zelda during my Link to the Past review, because if I did, it would have retroactively improved the story of that game. In that same vein, I'm not gonna rag on Skyward Sword's admittingly interesting handling of the ancient forgotten goddess Hylia just because Breath of the Wild took that concept and completely ran it into the ground by effectively converting all of Hyrule into a bland monotheistic quasi-Christian society. So then, working with what we had in 1998, what does the Zelda series look like at this point? We have Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, followed up by A Link to the Past, then Link's Awakening, and now Ocarina of Time. 5 games. That's it. Now, let me be real with you for a second here. Zelda 1 and 2 don't have stories. You had to read the manual to understand their plots, and no one gave a shit about writing any lore for these games. Functionally, A Link to the Past was a reboot for the series. This was normal for SNES games. They often took 8-bit titles and pretty much remade them tick for tack as a way of showing off the new hardware. Zelda 3 retells the events of Zelda 1, but with actual dialogue, world building, and character writing, while simultaneously weaving in elements from Zelda 2, like the Triforce of Courage and the wish-granting capabilities of the Power of Gold. Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 are NES games with no story, and were effectively rewritten by Zelda 3. They should, therefore, never be included in any attempt at making a Zelda timeline. Zelda 3, on the other hand, is the actual beginning of the storyline. That's why Miyamoto himself wrote that game's plot and world building, while Kensuke Tanabe only provided script support. Link's Awakening, on the other hand, is an immediate sequel, almost a side story considering how low stakes its plot is, and it followed the same protagonist from A Link to the Past. It featured the writing talents of Kensuke Tanabe and Yoshiaki Koizumi, the former of whom would go on to write the script for Ocarina of Time alongside a newcomer to the series, Toru Osawa. So there you have it, a simple timeline containing 2 games. That's the Zelda series pre-1998. It really is quite that simple. So where does Ocarina of Time fit within that sequence of events? It clearly features a new protagonist, as well as a reimagined Hyrule that we've never seen before, and a new Zelda as well. Hyrule Castle is completely different and even has a town associated with it, while Kakariko is but a tiny rural village. So what's going on here? Is this another reboot? Not at all. Ocarina of Time portrays the events of the Sealing War, the very same one that the characters of A Link to the Past constantly referenced without reprieve. Yep. It all comes back to the history, bitches, just as it always does. Think about it. A Link to the Past established that, long ago, many people sought after the power of gold which lay within the kingdom of Hyrule, until one day, someone finally got their hands on it. Evil power began flowing from the Sacred Realm, and so the Sovereign of Hyrule ordered 7 wise men to seal the Sacred Realm shut. It should be noted that while the English version of the game translates this bit to say that the king ordered the 7 wise men to do this, the Japanese title Osama can be applied to a gender-neutral sovereign as well, which is why queen in Japanese is just a contraction of the words woman and king, Jo-Osama. Okay, so why am I sticking on this point? Because Zelda, the rightful sovereign and soon-to-be queen of Hyrule, orders the sages to seal away Ganon within the Sacred Realm at the end of this game. And remember, one of the sages must have been the sovereign of Hyrule herself, since Zelda in A Link to the Past is, simultaneously, one of the descendants of the 7 sages, the one destined to lead them all. That fits perfectly with the events we see in Ocarina of Time. On top of that, Ganon was said to have been a king of thieves. How fitting is it that the title he was given as an insult by the Hylian people comes to be the only thing he is remembered for generations later? Combine that with Ganondorf's transformation at the end of the game, where he takes on the form of the beast we see him as in A Link to the Past, as well as his being trapped in the Sacred Realm, which he had already turned into the Dark World by this point, if you recall Raru's dialogue from earlier, and it becomes rather clear that this is Ganon's origin story, a sorcerer king who sought without the power of gold, his greed eventually becoming his own downfall, and leading him into becoming trapped within the dark world that he helped to create. And it also handily explains his motivations in A Link to the Past, which, if you recall from that video, were nebulous at best. I skimmed over this before, but now that it's relevant, let's go over Ganon's final lines one last time. Curse you, sages. Curse you, Zelda. Curse you, Link. One day, when this seal is broken, that is when I will exterminate your descendants. This is clear foreshadowing for the events of A Link to the Past, a game where Ganon's seal finally breaks and he returns to exterminate the descendants of the sages. Seriously, like verbatim, that is literally what he starts doing from the moment he first escapes. He spends that whole game kidnapping the descendants of the sages and using their magic to escape from the Sacred Realm. Also, he straight up kills the king, Zelda's direct descendant, as well as Link's uncle, a direct descendant of Link. And maybe Zelda too, depending on whether or not you believe they got together after the events of this game. I suppose that would make the king and his daughter, Zelda, Link's descendants also. And actually, if all the incarnations of Zelda and Link are both descendants of one another, and are simultaneously always romantically involved, then doesn't that make all of these respective relationships incestuous? The royal family's bloodline is probably shaped like the very DNA they're fucking with at this point. Point being, Ganon's actions in A Link to the Past perfectly line up with what Ganondorf threatens to do at the end of this game. But more than just the characters, the world of A Link to the Past lines up exactly how you would expect it to if it were a sequel to Ocarina of Time. Kakariko, the once remote, rural village sitting at the base of Death Mountain, has since become a bustling city. No doubt, it enjoyed an increased importance following the events of the Sealing War, seeing as how the old capital of Hyrule was destroyed. There's even a tongue-in-cheek reference to the city's future growth from the carpenter's boss, who says that Impa hired him to improve the village so that it might one day become a true city. Speaking of which, Castle Town doesn't exist in A Link to the Past because it was destroyed in Ocarina of Time. In fact, the whole castle is different because it had to be rebuilt from scratch. The rest of the game world matches up too. Death Mountain looms to the north. Zora's River is sourced from the rapids of the east and flows south to feed into Lake Hylia, and the not yet named Gerudo Desert lies to the southwest. Also, every sign, tablet, or letter we see in Ocarina of Time is written in Old Hylian, that ancient language which we needed the Book of Medora to translate with in A Link to the Past. The fact that Link and all the other characters in this game can just read this stuff without any trouble seems to indicate that we are, in fact, in ancient Hyrule. Combine that with the fact that the blood of the Hylians was said to have grown thin by the events of A Link to the Past, and all the elves in Ocarina of Time called themselves Hylians, and it soon becomes certain, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this game is in fact a prequel to A Link to the Past. The final detail lies in the war itself. As A Link to the Past established, practically every Holy Knight of Hyrule died over the course of the Sealing War, a fact we see represented in Ocarina of Time. Remember, all of the soldiers of Hyrule we saw protecting the kingdom during the child part of the game are long dead during the adult timeline. Even their very homes are suddenly being occupied by completely new faces. The only one left standing by the end of the war is Link, the warrior whom our protagonist in A Link to the Past is descended from. This was the exact outcome of the Sealing War that A Link to the Past described. We finally defeated Ganondorf, but at the cost of an entire generation of young men. When you put this game into perspective like that, when we come to realize that this entire time we've been playing out the historical events that A Link to the Past kept drilling into our heads, the plot suddenly becomes all the more special to returning players. In fact, it retroactively makes me enjoy A Link to the Past so much more. It's a genuine joy to see the world we saved in Ocarina of Time continue to flourish due to our past actions, and to save it one final time, to finish what Link and Zelda started all those years ago in the quiet gardens of Hyrule Castle. This leads into the final part of this ending and the last chapter of this video. No doubt, I'm sure I have communicated to you by this point that Ocarina of Time is a game shrouded in symbolism and obscure allegories. It should come as no surprise then that the final subject of this video is me tackling these allegories and breaking down exactly what they're meant to represent. When we look at the story of Ocarina of Time from a literal perspective, the plot seems rather simplistic. Boy sets out on a journey to save the world, meets girl with prophetic powers, makes new friends, collects 3 MacGuffins, then evil bad guy wins. For the second act, boy turned man travels through time, delves into several dungeons, rescues more people, and then saves the day before returning home. When we put it like that, Ocarina of Time seems to be a simple, straightforward tale following the classic outline of the hero's journey. But as I've no doubt made clear by this point, the story of Ocarina of Time is so much more than what we see on the surface. It's an allegory for growing up. Link begins this story as a frightened, irresponsible child, but a certain traumatic event, the loss of his father, forces him to rapidly mature in a way that no healthy child should. He is forced to leave his home, let go of a precious childhood friend, and venture out into the unknown. But this journey into adulthood initially brings with it a fair bit of joy. Link meets a new girl who he quickly forms a lifelong bond with, forges a deep friendship with Darunia, and even experiences the very first sparks of romance courtesy of Gerudo. But the good times don't last. Once Link's transition into early adulthood is finally complete, he sees the world for what it truly is. A dark, horrible place where more often than not, people are suffering at the hands of injustice, both natural and man-made. People we used to know are straight up dead. Places we used to visit have changed for the worst. The color, joy, and wonders of the world have been replaced with a constant need to fulfill a specific task, to take on crushing responsibilities and carve a place for ourselves in this cruel world. This is what being an adult is truly like. The world has so much less wonder and joy to it, because you know too much. There's no longer a sense of discovery about it. The ample time you once had to enjoy yourself is replaced with a constant need to maintain one's life, to produce the income or complete the tasks necessary to keep one's household and family together. But the truth is, the world didn't change. Link did. The world's the same as it always has been. There was always suffering in Hyrule, we just refused to notice it. And even if we did, a child couldn't have fully understood it. While Link was gallivanting around Hyrule, the Gerudo were starving out in the desert, and were forced to steal from the other races in order to survive. Is it any wonder why we couldn't visit the Gerudo desert during the child part of the game? If we did, then it would have shattered the false perception we had of the world. We would have seen it for the horrible place it always was. The bottom of the well is another example. It doesn't suddenly spawn in Kakariko Village apropos of nothing. It's been there the entire time. Evil was always lying just beneath the surface of the bright, chipper world we thought we inhabited. We just couldn't see it. It's not until after Link becomes an adult that he can return to this area and finally see that the world was not always as perfect as he once believed it to be. The characters also help to tell the more allegorical parts of this story. Throughout the game, we save sages who, beyond assisting Zelda in sealing away Ganon for good, also represent important aspects of Link's transformation into full-blown adulthood. Saria, his aging childhood friend who, as a Hylian, he must come to accept that he cannot see again. She represents the unchanging, perfect memories he has of his childhood, something that will always be with him in spirit, but can never truly be experienced again. Darunia, Link's sworn brother not by blood, but by choice, represents friendship, the kind that promotes mutual growth and support throughout a young man's life. Gerudo, Link's childhood crush, represents romantic love, a more innocent yet complex emotion that can lead to both great joy and terrible sorrow. Impa, the domineering adult figure who first tasked Link with fulfilling Zelda's orders, represents duty, the part of adulthood that no one really enjoys but must be fulfilled simply to survive. Rauru, the guiding, fatherly figure who offers unsolicited advice throughout Link's journey, represents family, the people we depend on for survival as children, yet, paradoxically, must be abandoned in order for an adult like Link to consider himself to be truly independent. And finally, there's Nabooru, who represents sexuality, that final aspect of an adult's mental and physical development that must be achieved in order to bring new life into the world, and thus begin the cycle anew. As you can see, the journey we take over the course of this game is both literal, in that we save Hyrule by physically rescuing 7 magical girls, well, 5 girls, 1 old man, and a genderless rock person, and also metaphorical, in that each step of our journey represents a new breakthrough in Link's growth into adulthood. Link grows both physically and spiritually. This speaks to a shared part of the human condition that everyone can relate to. If you played this game as a kid, most of these concepts will have gone completely over your head. Personally, I first played this game as an adult, and so I found myself emotionally susceptible to this story from the moment I first exited the Temple of Time, because when I came back to Castletown as adult Link, only to see that the bright, happy world I once knew was now dead, depressing, and truly awful, it reminded me of my own experience growing up. If you're an adult, you understand this, and if you're not, then I'm sorry to tell you this, but you will someday. The truth is, growing up fucking sucks. Everything you once loved starts to slowly wither away. The people you once knew begin to disappear or become completely unrecognizable. Your life suddenly becomes consumed by duty and responsibility, and even the very place you grew up in becomes perverted by new development projects and the loss of individual identity. This brings us to the very final shot of the game. When Link returns to his original time and gets the chance to relive his childhood, you would probably expect that to be a happy ending. But remember the moral of Zelda's character story. By trying to change fate, she only hastened the world's fall. In other words, despite what some of the later games will try to tell you, this ending isn't about Link going back in time and stopping the events of this game from ever happening. That would be super lame and would essentially undo all of our progress. Rather, it is Zelda trying to give Link a second chance at being a kid, at regaining his lost time, as she puts it. But you can't turn back time, no matter how hard you might try. The fact is, Link is an adult now. He can't go back to being a child, even though he's definitely earned that much. Navi leaves at the end of this game because she knows that Link doesn't need a guiding adult figure in his life anymore, and Link doesn't chase after her because he knows that to be true. He knows that he's got to move on from his childhood and carve his own place in the world. They must part. Navi's mission is fulfilled, and she must return to the forest, the realm of eternal childhood, just as Link must move forward with his adult life. In this final shot, when Link meets Zelda again, there is almost a slight hope, for but a mere moment, that Link might relive his days of childhood wonder. But then, as the scene ends, this final shot turns monochrome, and we get our tragic answer. Link is reliving the same events of his childhood, but they're washed out, grayer, the color and wonder all but gone. Link can't go back to being a kid. The cycle will continue, and the events of this game will happen regardless of any attempt on our part to stop them. As Zelda once said, time passes, people move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. But that is not to say that Ocarina of Time's ending is a tragedy. It's just bittersweet. Because remember, these were our end credits. This is the world we helped save, and will save again when Ganon inevitably returns. The fact of the matter is, while Link's transformation into adulthood is absolutely tragic, and the loss of color and joy in his life should be lamented, the more important fact is, he's a goddamn hero. He saved thousands of people. He never could have done that if he had remained a child. If Link had never grown up, then he would still be a frightened little boy, unable to so much as fight back when faced against such an imposing figure like Ganon. Yeah, being an adult sucks sometimes, most of the time even, but someone's gotta do it. Someone had to take up the Kokiri sword and purge the rot from the great Deku tree. Someone had to save the Zora princess from the belly of a beast. Someone had to oppose the king of evil and liberate Hyrule, to save Malon from Ingo's cruelty, to free the carpenters from Gerudo Fortress, to rescue the Seven Sages, and save the world. Ocarina of Time might be a game about how growing up sucks, but it also shows us exactly why we have to do it anyway. Why we have to continue pushing through life, no matter how hard it gets. It's a beautiful tale, channeling its themes of growth and decay through clever symbolism and ludonarrative storytelling. Books can tell you a story. Films can show you one, but only in a game can you live it. And Ocarina of Time perfectly capitalizes on the interactive medium by conveying its story through its gameplay. The characters are lovable and feel like real people, with proper motivations and development. The plot is layered and deep, while also being incredibly simple and easy to follow. And the world building is absolutely rich. The races are unique and interesting, with cultures that serve as a reflection of their history, biology, and environment. With such a perfect storm of factors all combined into one beautiful game, I feel no hesitation in calling this the greatest Zelda story and one of the greatest stories ever written for a video game. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is the absolute peak of the Zelda series. Future Zelda titles might have improved upon individual elements, cinematography, fully orchestrated soundtracks, more advanced physics engines, but no game in the series manages to balance every one of its individual elements in such perfect harmony the way Ocarina does. True, there are a couple games which manage to craft as rich of a setting, as deep of a story, and as focused a design philosophy as Ocarina of Time does. Yet all of those close contenders owe their very existence to this one title. If Ocarina of Time had not revolutionized the 3D action-adventure genre, then we never would have seen Western RPGs like Morrowind or Fallout New Vegas, never would have gotten the modern Souls-like genre, whose progenitor took this game's combat system and fine-tuned it into what would eventually become Elden Ring. And of course, we never would have gotten Breath of the Wild, which overtook its legendary predecessor to become the greatest-selling Zelda game ever made. Ocarina of Time is the genesis of 3D Zelda, and yet it still stands as the greatest greatest game in the series, even a quarter century after release. Its dungeon design is impeccable. Eiji Aonuma had such a deep appreciation for and understanding of what made the past game's dungeons so special, and fine-tuned their individual elements to near perfection. Even more impressive, he added an additional layer of depth that no past or future Zelda games, except for Twilight Princess, would ever implement again: environmental storytelling. Each individual locale serves both a gameplay and narrative purpose, from the putrid innards of Hyrule's guardian deities, to the haunted stone hallways of a long-dead cult, to an ancient flooded temple dedicated to the worship of a long-forgotten god. Every dungeon in Ocarina of Time tells a story just as much as it offers clever puzzles and unique combat challenges. The world design is similarly rich. Not only does Hyrule serve as a great overworld chock full of fun little secrets and intriguing side quests, but it also feels genuinely lived in and realistic. Every race has a unique look, a distinct culture, and a society that was clearly molded around their historical and environmental circumstances. The collectibles are fun and varied. The heart pieces are hidden well and have genuinely unique and varied ways of collecting them. And the fact that gathering all 100 Skulltulas is actually tied to freeing a man and his children from an unjust curse, one which you see them suffer from throughout the game, makes the, admittingly, rather involved act of completionism feel rewarding. The characters inhabiting this world and the individual stories they tell add so much flavor and variety to the game's story. Saria, Zelda, Darunia, Gerudo, Rauru, Impa, Nabooru, all of these characters have a narrative purpose with unique character traits and individual stories. They serve both a literal purpose and a subtextual one. And that's not even to mention the lovable side characters like Malon, whose singular side quest is more impactful and better designed than every single piece of optional content in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom combined. And the story is both simple and deep at the same time, adding complex layers to the lore of past games while carving a unique place for itself in the storyline. It's the perfect hero's journey tale, a simple plot on the surface, but with cavernous symbolic and thematic depth. It is just as much a tale of growth and heroism as it is of decay and the loss of innocence. But all the same, you push through that darkness and earn yourself an incredibly satisfying ending, one that is equal parts bitter as it is sweet. This game is a goddamn masterpiece, and it deserves every bit of praise it has ever gotten and more. I give The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time a 10 out of 10. No game is perfect. Hell, nothing made by humans ever will be. Because yes, I would prefer if the dialogue moved a bit faster. You have no idea how painful the slow text speed is until you decide to make a 4-hour review of this game. And yeah, Gerudo's Fortress was absolutely a misstep, and I think that part of the game needed a few rewrites in order to make the forced stealth section work within the context of the game's story. And yeah, some of the bosses kinda suck, like Morpha, Twinrova, or Ganondorf. The first phase, obviously. But these flaws are so minor in the grand scheme of what this game accomplishes that I can't imagine what else I would give this game if not a 10. When I first started this project, and by this project, I mean when I first began playing all the Zelda games in order and ranking them well before I even made this YouTube channel, I first decided to rank this game a 9.9 out of 10. My way of recognizing that it had a few flaws, yet was otherwise perfect. But on my 5th or so playthrough, after having finally finished writing my notes on this game, I realized that if I didn't give Ocarina of Time a 10 out of 10, then I would never give any game a 10 out of 10. Halo 1's difficulty system has major balancing problems. Fallout New Vegas is buggy as all hell and crashes about a dozen times on every new playthrough. And Chrono Trigger suffers from many of the exact same problems as Ocarina of Time, including the awful, suddenly forced stealth section that happens near the end of the game. Each of these games represent the absolute pinnacles of their respective genres. They are, by most critics' metrics, 10 out of 10 titles of legendary rapport. And yet, they all have flaws, because all games have flaws. That's never up for debate. The real question is, do these flaws detract from the overall experience? In Ocarina of Time's case, the answer is a definitive no. So Ocarina of Time is a 10 out of 10, because in 25 years, no one has managed to make a better Zelda game. Not Nintendo, not Capcom, not even some obscure indie dev. No one has yet managed to one-up what is, arguably, the greatest game of all time. There have been several attempts, and some of these games did manage to become great titles in their own right. I know I rag on this game all the time, but the truth is, the first 10 hours of Breath of the Wild are still, to this day, some of the greatest 10 hours I have ever played in a video game. That is to say, don't lose hope just because Ocarina of Time is still the greatest game ever made. People didn't stop painting after Michelangelo finished the Sistine Chapel, and Nintendo sure as hell won't stop making Zelda games. Will they ever make one as great as Ocarina of Time again? That remains to be seen. But what I can say definitively, is that many of the future games in this series are fantastic titles in their own right, and I cannot wait to review them all. Ending this video in particular is hard for me, because it has consumed my headspace for almost 2 years now. I'm gonna be honest with you, there were moments over the course of that time period where I almost hated this game. Not because of the game itself, but because the process of making this video has been so tumultuous. My physical copy of the game lost the charge to its internal battery 3/4 of the way through my initial review playthrough, and I lost about 20 hours of progress because of that. Then, Project 64 kept crashing at one particular cutscene, and I lost about 7 hours total from that. And through all of these troubles, and so many more, I kept asking myself, who am I doing this for? Well, I finally arrived at the answer. If you're listening to my voice right now, then I did it for you. I mean that. What keeps this channel going is the sheer joy I feel at seeing people respond to my work. Comments where people share insightful analysis and lively debates over these games which have honestly consumed such a large part of my life. Fan art that I have received from several viewers over the years, including my channel banner itself. My patrons who care enough about my work to support it financially. I have felt more emotionally fulfilled from reading your comments than I have while doing any other work I have engaged in over the course of my life, because I can see the impact my videos have had on people, be that a kind comment complimenting my work or the 1000th angry rant about how Zelda 2 isn't a bad game and I just suck at it. I love seeing that stuff come in on my feed every day. It drives me to make these videos, no matter how hellish the process might be or how few views my channel gets. So if you're listening, I have a favor to ask. If you're a first-time viewer, then I invite you to watch some of my earlier Zelda videos reviewing the first 4 Zelda games. They're much in the same style as this one, though admittingly, the first 2 in particular don't have as high a production value as I do nowadays. If after watching those videos you find that you enjoyed the series and want to be informed when the next part comes out, feel free to subscribe. If you're a longtime viewer of mine, I first want to say thank you for your patience. I promise that the next Zelda video won't take nearly as long as this one. For the members of my Discord community, I'd like to say I love all of you guys. The discussions I see you guys have on there always brings me so much joy, and I love how insightful your questions about the video making process and my opinions on the Zelda series always are. Finally, to my patrons, I'd like to say thank you for your now 2 years of financial support. It means the world to me that you enjoy my content enough to help fund this channel, and I always keep you guys in mind whenever I start to feel burnt out. It really helps to drive me to complete each project. Speaking of which, if you love my work, are financially stable, and want to help support future videos like this one, then I would ask that you consider visiting my Patreon page. I don't like plugging this sort of thing, but the reality is that projects like this one take hundreds, if not thousands, of hours for me to complete, and I remain mostly uncompensated by YouTube for that effort. Any little bit helps, so thank you, at the very least, for your consideration on the matter. Alright, that's the end of the video. Wake up. The Great Deku Tree has summoned you. Let's get going.